Sutured Hearts, a dark romance novel. Prologue, before the bleeding stopped. They say the moment your life changes, you feel it. A shift in the air. A door closing somewhere deep inside you. The universe holding its breath before it tips you off the edge of everything you thought you knew. They're wrong. When my life changed, I was elbow deep in someone else's emergency, running on 4 hours of sleep and bad coffee, wearing scrubs that still smelled like the last patient's fear. I didn't feel a shift. I didn't hear a door close. I pulled back a curtain in Bay 4, and there he was. And the universe didn't hold its breath. It exhaled. I need you to understand something about who I was before that night. I was a woman who had already lost everything worth losing. My fiancé, my career, the future I had mapped out with such careful, hopeful precision, color-coded planners, 5-year goals, a life that made sense on paper. James died on a Tuesday in October, in a convenience store 2 blocks from our apartment, shot by a man who wanted $40 from the register and got it anyway. I was there. I held his hand on a linoleum floor that smelled like motor oil and stale chips, and I did everything right. Compression, airway, positioning, everything they teach you in 4 years of medical school. And it didn't matter. None of it mattered. He died looking at me. And something in me died looking back. After that, I became very good at survival. Not living, surviving. There's a difference, though it took me a long time to see it. I finished a nursing program I barely remember attending. I took a job at Mercy General, where the nights are long, and the emergencies are endless, and there's never quite enough time to think about the life you're not living. I paid my bills, mostly. I called my grandmother on Sundays, always. I ate and slept and showed up and smiled at the right moments. I was very, very good at going through the motions. And I told myself that was enough. That quiet was the same as peace. That empty was the same as calm. That the gray half-life I was living was a reasonable trade for never having to feel that kind of loss again. I was wrong about that too. His name was Salvatore Russo. I didn't know that when I first saw him. Just a man in a blood-soaked shirt worth more than my monthly rent, 2 bodyguards flanking him like statues, ice blue eyes that looked at me like I was a problem he was already solving. I didn't know what he was, what he'd done. The empire he commanded, the bodies that lay in the foundation of it, the enemies who were, at that very moment, already watching me, watching us from the dark. I just knew his wound needed stitching. So I stitched it. 17 sutures, neat and tight, the way my grandmother taught me before I could write my own name. I should have stopped there. I didn't. What follows is not a love story in the way you might expect. There are no grand gestures unburdened by consequence. No villain who is secretly harmless. No tidy resolution that asks you to forget what kind of man he is. Salvatore Russo is dangerous. He is powerful in the way that dark water is powerful, still on the surface, and capable of pulling you under before you've realized you've gone too deep. I am not going to pretend otherwise. But I am also not going to pretend that what happened between us was just fear, or shock, or the desperate loneliness of a woman who had been grieving for 3 years, with no end in sight. It was real. He was real. More real than anything I had touched since James died. And the choice I made in the end, eyes open, hands steady, walking toward him rather than away, that was the most honest thing I had done in years. So, pull back the curtain with me. Bay 4 is waiting. And so is he. My name is Emma Shaw. And this is how I learned that some wounds, if you're not careful, heal you. Chapter 1, Curtain 4. The night shift at Mercy General always smelled the same. Antiseptic over the metallic tang of blood, stale coffee. The particular brand of desperation that settles into a building when too many people are hurting at once, and there are never quite enough hands to help them all. I had been breathing that smell for 3 years. It had soaked into my scrubs, my hair, the lining of my lungs. Some nights, driving home at dawn, I'd catch a trace of it still clinging to me, and for one disoriented moment, I wouldn't be able to tell where the hospital ended and I began. That Friday night, the smell of copper was stronger than usual, metallic and close, threading through the antiseptic like a second conversation happening just beneath the surface of the first. I'd scrubbed my hands twice between patients and still felt it, that faint, phantom warmth that never quite washed away. I was used to it. I was used to most things by then. "Emma, you're up." Dr. Patel slid a chart across the nurse's station without looking up from his phone. His voice had the particular flatness of a man who had stopped apologizing for overloading his staff, somewhere around year 7 of his career. I caught the chart before it could skid off the edge of the counter. My shoulders ached. 12 hours had stretched into 16 somewhere around midnight, the way they always did. Gradually, then, all at once, like a tide coming in while you weren't paying attention. The kind of exhaustion that doesn't live in your muscles alone. It settles into your bones, into the space behind your eyes, into the small mechanical movements you make without thinking. Clip the badge, check the chart, keep moving. "What is it?" I asked, flipping through the sparse notes. "Male, laceration, possible GSW." Patel finally glanced up, something unreadable crossing his face. "He's refusing to see a doctor." I looked at the chart again. The notes were thin, almost aggressively so. No intake form, no insurance. A name field left pointedly blank. "Just clean him up and get him out," Patel said, already looking back at his phone. "The waiting room's backing up." I nodded. Gathered supplies from the cart. Gauze, saline, suture kit, antiseptic. The quiet liturgy of the job, performed so many times it lived in my hands rather than my head. Another Friday night. Another parade of emergencies that would blur together by morning into a single long smear of blood and fluorescent light. That's what I told myself anyway. The curtain in Bay 4 was drawn tight. That was the first thing I noticed. In our overcrowded ER, privacy was a luxury we rarely afforded our patients. Curtains left half open, conversations half public, the whole department operating at the kind of intimate, unglamorous closeness that strips away pretense very quickly. A drawn curtain usually meant something, a patient in distress, a difficult conversation, something that needed containing. I knocked twice on the metal frame. "Hello, I'm Emma, your nurse for tonight." Silence. Not the distracted silence of someone in pain, or the drowsy silence of someone heavily medicated. Something more deliberate, a silence that felt considered. I pushed the curtain back a few inches. And stopped. 3 men occupied the small space. 2 of them stood on either side of the gurney like sentinels. Identical black suits, despite the August heat, postures rigid, hands clasped before them, dark sunglasses that had absolutely no business existing under fluorescent hospital lighting at 2 a.m. They didn't turn when I entered. Didn't acknowledge me at all, in the way that people who are very good at their jobs learn not to acknowledge things that don't require immediate action. I was, apparently, not an immediate action. The third man was a different matter entirely. He sat on the edge of the bed, not lying down, not leaning, sitting, back straight, with the kind of posture that doesn't come from good habits, but from something older and more deliberate. One hand was pressed against his side, where crimson had bloomed through an expensive white shirt in an expanding stain that looked almost artistic in its symmetry. His jacket, charcoal, fitted, the kind of fabric that drapes rather than hangs, was folded neatly on the chair beside him, unmarred, carefully set aside before things got messy. He was handsome in the way that certain dangerous things are handsome. The way a storm front is handsome moving across the water. Beautiful, and something you should have the sense to move away from. Dark hair combed back from a high forehead, a jaw so clean-shaven it looked deliberate. Features composed of angles and shadows that the harsh hospital light did nothing to soften. And eyes, pale blue, almost colorless, the kind of blue that exists at the very edge of things. Arctic ice, deep water, the color of cold. Those eyes found mine the moment I stepped through the curtain. I nearly took a step back. I didn't. I requested a doctor. His voice was low, accented with something I couldn't immediately place. Italian, maybe, or something Eastern European, the consonants shaped with a precision that suggested multiple languages lived comfortably in his mouth. It moved like aged whiskey, smooth on the surface, with an undercurrent of gravel that you only noticed after the warmth had already reached your chest. I let the curtain fall closed behind me. "I'm sorry, sir. I'm what you've got tonight." I held his gaze. "I assure you I'm fully qualified to treat lacerations." He looked at me for a long moment, the kind of look that isn't rude exactly, but takes inventory without asking permission. Then, without raising his voice, without looking at either of the suited men, he said one word. "Leave us." One of the guards stirred. "Sir, we should—" Out. A single syllable, quiet as anything, and carrying the absolute, unambiguous weight of a man who has never once in his adult life needed to repeat himself. They left, both of them, through the curtain, with a grace that seemed improbable in men built like structural walls, gone in seconds, as if they'd never been there at all. The small bay felt immediately, inexplicably larger, and then, almost immediately, smaller again. I cleared my throat. "I need to see the wound." He studied me, not impatiently, methodically, the way you'd study a map before committing to a route. "Your hands are shaking." I looked down. He was right. I curled my fingers into fists, held them for a breath, released them. The tremor was subtle, the kind only visible if you were paying close attention. I hadn't expected him to be paying close attention. I should have. 16-hour shift, I said. Nothing coffee won't fix. Something moved across his face, fast and faint, like light across water, almost amusement. Not quite. "You should take better care of yourself." The words came out before I'd fully decided to say them, says the man bleeding all over my exam table, and I felt myself tense the moment they landed. In this job, you learn quickly which patients have no tolerance for humor and which ones need it. I had made an assumption. For a half second, I genuinely didn't know which category he fell into. Then that ghost of a smile returned, slow, deliberate, real, in a way that surprised me. He began to unbutton his shirt, one hand, the other still pressed to his side. When he reached the third button, his fingers slowed. A small hitch in the movement, barely perceptible, but I caught it. I stepped forward. "Let me." His hand closed around my wrist. Not roughly, not threateningly, just completely. His fingers circled the full circumference of it with room to spare, his grip warm and dry, the skin smooth, except for calluses I could feel pressing against my pulse point. The contact sent a jolt up my arm that had nothing to do with fear, or at least not entirely. "What's your name?" he asked. "I told you, Emma." "Emma?" A pause, as if tasting it. "Emma Shaw." I blinked. I hadn't given him my last name. Before I could ask, he released my wrist and leaned back slightly, an invitation, or the closest thing to one I suspected he was capable of. "Treat me." I finished unbuttoning his shirt, carefully peeled back the fabric where blood had begun to dry against his skin, sticking in the way that always requires patience rather than force. The wound was a clean slice, about 4 inches long, running along the lower rib cage, deep but not catastrophic, not surgical. Next to it, half-healed and pink, was a puckered scar that I recognized immediately. A bullet wound, old enough to be well into recovery, recent enough to still be tender. This man was no stranger to violence. "This needs stitches," I said, reaching for the antiseptic. "What happened?" "Does it matter?" "It helps me assess the risk of infection. Knife wounds and broken glass carry different bacteria." A beat. "Knife," he said. Then, almost reluctantly, "A very clean knife." I nodded and began to work, methodically, efficiently, the way I always did when I needed to not think too hard about the larger context of what I was doing. His torso was lean and muscled, olive skin cross-hatched with scars in various stages of healing. Some looked surgical, others definitely were not. "This will sting," I said before applying the antiseptic. He didn't flinch, didn't blink. His breathing remained steady and measured, his eyes fixed not on my hands but on my face. I could feel the weight of his attention like a second presence in the room. When I reached for the local anesthetic, he spoke. "I don't need that." I looked up. His expression was flat, certain, not performative bravado, just a simple statement of preference, the kind made by someone who has calibrated their own tolerance for pain so thoroughly that numbing agents feel like an unnecessary complication. I held his gaze for a moment. Then I set the syringe aside and threaded the suture needle instead. "Then this will hurt a lot." A slight lift of his shoulders, the smallest shrug I had ever seen on a man his size. "Pain and I are old acquaintances." I began the first stitch. He didn't tense, didn't reach for the bedrail. His breathing didn't change. His eyes never left my face. It was unnerving, being watched that carefully while you worked. Most patients look away, at the ceiling, at their phones, at the middle distance where they go to wait out discomfort. He watched me the way I imagined he watched most things, with complete, unhurried attention, as if I were a problem he was solving in real time. "Where did you learn to stitch so precisely?" he asked after several sutures. "Your technique is unusual, too neat for a nurse." I tied off a knot before answering. "My grandmother was a seamstress. She taught me to sew before I could write my own name." I paused. "She probably never imagined I'd use this skill like this." A low sound came from his chest. Not quite a laugh, but related to one. A rumble of something that lived in the same neighborhood as amusement. Life rarely follows the paths we imagine for ourselves. The observation landed somewhere unexpected, quiet and precise, the way a key fits a lock you'd forgotten you were carrying. 3 years ago I had been in my final year of medical school, engaged to a surgical resident, my future laid out ahead of me like a well-lit road. Every milestone mapped, every contingency considered. Now I was an ER nurse on a double shift, stitching a criminal's knife wound at 2 a.m. "No," I agreed softly, "it doesn't." We lapsed into silence. 17 sutures in total. His skin stayed hot beneath my gloved fingers throughout, a feverish warmth that wasn't the room and wasn't exertion. His breathing remained controlled, hitching only when I reached particularly sensitive tissue near the older scar, the bullet wound that he'd apparently walked around with for weeks without seeking treatment. When I tied off the final knot, the curtain rustled. One of the suited men slipped inside, crossing to the bedside with the focused economy of someone delivering urgent news. He bent close, speaking low and fast in a language I didn't recognize. Not quite Italian. Something adjacent to it, with harder edges. Whatever he said, it changed something in my patient's face. The ghost of ease that had been there during our conversation, that thin warmth, shuddered. What replaced it was cold and immediate. His response was short, clipped, a handful of syllables that carried the weight of a directive. The man nodded once and left without another word. "I need to bandage this," I said, reaching for the sterile dressing, keeping my voice clinical, steady. "Make it quick." I worked efficiently, taped the dressing down clean, then straightened up and folded my hands in front of me the way I did when delivering instructions I actually needed patients to follow. "Keep this dry for 48 hours. Change the dressing daily. No strenuous activity. Nothing heavier than 10 pounds. The sutures need to come out in 10 days. You should have someone remove them." He was already buttoning his shirt. I blinked. "No, that's not. You can't just. I don't come to hospitals." He reached into his jacket, withdrew a money clip that caught the light and made my eyes go wide, and began peeling off bills with the casual efficiency of a man settling a check. He held them out to me. "I can't accept cash from patients," I said, stepping back. "It's unethical." "Ethics." He said the word the way someone might examine an antique, with interest and mild amusement, and no particular intention to buy it. Before I could move, he tucked the bills into the pocket of my scrubs. The contact was businesslike, final. "Consider it a consultation fee," he said, "for your discretion." The implication was clear. No records, no police report, no questions about suspicious wounds showing up in any official system. I should have protested immediately, should have pulled the money out and handed it back. Should have told him that suspicious lacerations were a mandatory report and he could speak with hospital security on his way out. Instead, I stood there and nodded. The weight of the bills burned through the thin fabric against my thigh. He shrugged into his jacket with careful movements, a small wince tightening the corner of his eye as the fabric settled over fresh stitches. Then he reached out, unhurried, deliberate, and brushed a loose strand of hair from my face. The touch lasted less than a second. My skin tingled for much longer. "You look exhausted, Emma," he said quietly. "Go home, rest." And then he was gone. The curtain swinging closed behind him, like a period at the end of a sentence I hadn't finished reading yet. I stood very still for a moment. My heart was doing something loud and unreasonable against my ribs. I looked down at the bloody gauze on the tray, began to clean up, moved through the motions. Disposal, sanitizing, restocking, the familiar choreography of aftermath. It was only when I reached for the chart that I realized something. I had never asked his name. The rest of my shift passed in a daze. By the time I clocked out at 6 a.m, I had almost convinced myself that the intensity of his gaze had been a trick of the fluorescent light, that the electricity of his touch was simply my nerve endings misfiring after too many hours awake. Almost. The morning air was cool against my face as I pushed through the staff entrance. The sky was just beginning to lighten at the edges, that particular shade of early dawn that looks like a held breath, the city not quite dark and not yet day. I started walking. 2 blocks from home, I noticed the black SUV. It crawled along the street parallel to my path, windows tinted so dark they reflected the rising sun like mirrors, keeping pace without hurrying, present in the way shadows are present, not doing anything, simply there. I quickened my steps. The SUV accelerated slightly. When I finally reached my building, shabby 5-story walk-up, front door security that hadn't been secure since the 90s, I took the stairs 2 at a time, locked my apartment door, slid the chain, crossed to the window. The black SUV was still there, parked half a block down. As I watched, a second identical vehicle pulled up behind it. I sat on the edge of my futon. The $2, $500 in cash, sat on my coffee table where I'd emptied my pocket, lined up in neat hundreds the way he'd pressed them against me. Deliberate, unhurried, like everything else about him. I didn't touch it. Outside, the 2 SUVs didn't move. I lay back and stared at the ceiling, and when sleep finally came, I dreamed of ice-blue eyes and hands stained with blood that wasn't entirely his own. I didn't know it yet. But somewhere across this city, in a house I couldn't have found on any map, a man with 17 of my stitches in his side was doing something he almost never did. He was thinking about me. Chapter 2, The Lion's Den. I have a theory about bad decisions. They rarely announce themselves. They don't arrive with warning bells or flashing lights or the cinematic sense of dread that would at least give you the dignity of knowing, in the moment, that you are making a mistake. No bad decisions arrive quietly. They arrive dressed in reasonable clothing, carrying sensible justifications, speaking in the calm, practical voice of someone who has already thought this through on your behalf. He needs antibiotics. You're a medical professional. It's one afternoon. That's how it starts. I had been asleep for perhaps 4 hours when the pounding began. Not a knock. Pounding, the kind that doesn't suggest a question so much as a statement. I surfaced through layers of exhausted sleep, disoriented, reaching automatically for the phone that wasn't beside my bed, because I'd left it there on the nightstand like a normal person who hadn't spent the night stitching up a mystery patient. and then been followed home by 2 identical black SUVs. The clock on my microwave read 4:37 p.m. The pounding came again. "Miss Shaw," a man's voice, deep, unfamiliar, coming through my door with the practiced patience of someone prepared to wait as long as necessary. "Emma Shaw." I approached the door carefully, the way you approach anything you're not sure of, slowly, without committing your weight. The peephole revealed a man in a dark suit, different from the 2 I'd seen at the hospital, standing in my hallway with his hands clasped in front of him. The posture of a person accustomed to waiting outside doors. "Who are you?" I called through the wood. "Mr. Russo sent me." I pressed my forehead against the door and closed my eyes. Russo. At least I had a name now. "I don't know any Mr. Russo." "You treated him last night, the wound on his side." I stayed quiet for a moment, weighing options that were narrowing by the second. "Tell Mr. Russo to go to the hospital if he's having complications." "He sent a car for you, Miss Shaw. You'll be compensated generously." "I'm not going anywhere with someone I don't know." A pause, the rustle of fabric, then the quiet, unhurried sound of a phone being dialed. A brief exchange I couldn't quite make out through the door. Then, something slid under the door. A phone, sleek, black, expensive, the kind of object that costs more than it has any right to. I stared at it for a long moment. Then I picked it up. "Hello, Emma Shaw." That voice. Low, accented, moving through the phone speaker like something that belonged in a different, more atmospheric setting. A darkened room, a glass of something aged, the particular silence that precedes important things. Even through a phone, even clearly diminished, even, I now realized, in pain, carefully controlled, but present in the way a current is present beneath still water. "Mr. Russo," I said, "I'm a hospital nurse. I don't make house calls." Yet here we are. I moved to the window. The black SUVs from this morning were gone. Replaced, I now noticed, by a single dark sedan parked at the corner with its engine idling. Go to the hospital. We both know that's not possible. Go to a clinic then, an urgent care. The infection is worsening. A pause. Just long enough to be strategic. I require new sutures and intravenous antibiotics. These are things you are qualified to provide. I could lose my license. No one will know. I'll know. A brief silence, then quieter, and somehow more dangerous for it. You swore an oath, didn't you? To help those in need. That oath is for doctors, not nurses. And yet you know exactly what I need. I pressed my free hand flat against the window glass, cold beneath my palm. Outside, the sedan hadn't moved. "Why me?" I asked. "You must have doctors on your payroll." A pause, longer than the others. "I trust your hands, Emma." Something in his voice shifted, just slightly, just enough. "They're steady, even when you're afraid." I stood very still. "How bad is the infection?" "Bad enough that my men are concerned." Another careful pause. "Which should tell you something about the severity." It did. Men like the ones I'd seen at the hospital, men built from stone and professional stillness, did not concern easily. If they were worried, the clinical picture was almost certainly worse than he was letting on. I closed my eyes and made the first of several decisions I would spend the next few days questioning. "I need supplies," I said. "Antibiotics, clean bandages, a suture kit." Already acquired. Of course they were. "I want to be home before midnight." "You have my word." And if I refuse? The question was already forming when he answered it, quietly, almost gently, the way someone delivers news they've known they'd have to deliver for a while. "Then I'll be forced to find another solution. Someone at Mercy General, perhaps. Someone who might recognize me from security footage." A beat. "Dr. Patel, wasn't it?" The threat was elegant in its simplicity. If I refused, someone else would be pulled in. Someone who hadn't chosen this, the same way I hadn't chosen it, and who would bear the consequences of a choice that was never really theirs to make. 15 minutes, I said. Give me 15 minutes to get ready. Fine, he said, and the line went dead. I threw on jeans and a sweater, pulled my hair into something that approximated order, grabbed my medical bag, a habit from medical school I'd never been able to break, kept stocked the same way I'd kept it during rotations, because old habits are the last things to leave you. The suited man in the hallway said nothing as he escorted me down the stairs, through the lobby, out onto the street, where the sedan I'd spotted from the window was now idling directly in front of my building. I slid into the back seat. A hand placed a blindfold over my eyes. What the hell? I reached up instinctively, fingers finding the fabric, and was met by a grip that was firm without being rough, hands closing around my wrists before I could pull it free. Security protocol, Miss Shaw. Mr. Russo's location is confidential. This was not part of the agreement. It's non-negotiable. I sat rigid as the car pulled away from the curb, my mind moving rapidly through options and discarding them just as fast. Screaming was pointless. We were already moving, windows up, the city noise muffled to a distant hum. Attempting to remove the blindfold again was pointless. Finding my bearings through sound and movement was almost pointless, though I tried anyway, counting turns, noting the shift from rough city asphalt to smoother pavement, the change in ambient noise as we moved from dense urban streets to something quieter, more expansive. Left, right again, a long curve, an incline, the car slowing, engine cut, a door opening beside me, releasing a rush of cool evening air that smelled of pine trees and something expensive I couldn't name. We've arrived, Miss Shaw. The blindfold came off. I blinked against the intrusion of twilight. We were in a circular driveway before a house that had no business being called a house. Modernist architecture, clean lines, walls of glass, the kind of deliberate simplicity that announces wealth more effectively than ornamentation ever could. Mature trees positioned with too much intention to be accidental. A fountain at the center of the drive, water catching the last of the evening light. It looked like the kind of place that appeared in architecture magazines under titles like Private Sanctuary or The Art of Restraint. Men in dark suits moved along the perimeter, some with visible weapons holstered at their sides. Several nodded briefly as I was led up the wide stone steps, respectful acknowledgement, as if I were a known quantity rather than a blindfolded nurse who had arrived against her better judgment. Inside, the house was everything the exterior promised and more. Soaring ceilings, art on the walls that I suspected was not reproduction. Furnishings that communicated old money, not the loud, self-congratulatory display of new wealth, but the quiet confidence of people who have been comfortable for so long that comfort has stopped being remarkable to them. I was led through several rooms, each one calibrated to the same unhurried elegance, and then up a curving staircase to the second floor, down a wide hallway, to a set of double doors. The master bedroom was the size of my entire apartment. Charcoal linen on an enormous bed. Floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking what I could now see was a private lake, its surface silvered by rising moonlight. A fireplace along one wall, burning low, casting the room in warm, shifting shadow. And there, propped against a bank of pillows with the particular stillness of a man exerting significant effort to appear fine, was my patient from the night before. He looked markedly worse. The olive skin had gone ashen beneath its color. His hair was damp at the temples. Those ice-blue eyes were fever-bright, holding their focus with visible effort. My bandage work from the previous night showed through the open collar of his shirt, the dressing stained yellow at the edges, the unmistakable signature of infection that has had time to establish itself. 3 men stood in the room, 2 near the windows, at attention. The third, older, silver-haired, with the bearing of someone who had been giving and taking orders for decades, was leaning over Russo, speaking quickly in that same language from the hospital. When he noticed me, he straightened. His eyes moved over me with frank assessment, taking in the ponytail, the worn sweater, the medical bag clutched in both hands like a shield. "You're the nurse," he said. His accent was thicker than Rousseau's. His tone held the specific skepticism of a man who had been managing catastrophes for a long time and was not convinced this particular solution was adequate to this particular catastrophe. Before I could respond, "Leave us." Rousseau's voice, quieter than the night before, but carrying exactly the same absolute, unhesitating weight. The older man frowned. "Salvatore, I don't think." "Out." One word. They filed out, all three of them, the older man throwing a look over his shoulder as he passed me that I couldn't fully read, a warning maybe, or an apology. The door closed with a soft, definitive click, and I was alone with him again. I crossed to the bed, setting my bag on the nightstand. Clinical mode settling over me like muscle memory. The part of my brain that had been trained to treat first and feel later taking over from the part that was aware, very acutely, of the strangeness of everything that had led to this moment. "You should be in a hospital. We've established that's not an option," the ghost of a smile, fainter than before. "Your wound is severely infected. You may need IV antibiotics, possibly surgical debridement, depending on what I find when I open the dressing. Then it's fortunate you have experience with both." I looked up sharply. "How do you know about my medical background?" He gestured toward the nightstand. A manila folder, sitting there with the quiet authority of something that has been prepared in advance. I stared at it. "Emma Catherine Shaw," he said, his voice steady, measured. 28 years old, former medical student, Johns Hopkins. Withdrew in your final year following the death of your fiancé. A pause. Moved to New York. Completed nursing program at Columbia. Currently carrying approximately $137,000 in student debt. My blood went cold. Mother deceased. Father unknown. Grandmother in assisted living in Baltimore. Advancing dementia. You send her $400 every month despite rarely having enough to cover your own rent. I couldn't speak for a moment. You investigated me. I investigate everyone who comes into my life, however briefly. The anger came fast and clean. You had no right. Rights. He echoed the word the way he'd echoed ethics the night before, with the same measured interest, the same faint amusement, as if these were concepts he found genuinely fascinating from a theoretical perspective. I yanked on latex gloves with considerably more force than necessary. I need to examine the wound. He gestured permission, watching as I peeled back the soiled dressing with careful hands. The sight beneath made me draw a breath. The neat sutures I had placed the previous night were now surrounded by angry, inflamed tissue. The incision was seeping, a mixture of pus and serosanguinous fluid that meant the infection had progressed further and faster than it should have. Heat radiated from the area in waves. The surrounding skin was red and tight, streaked faintly at the edges in a pattern I recognized and did not like. "This is bad," I said, probing gently. He flinched, the first genuine, unguarded reaction to pain I had seen from him. "What happened? Did you get the wound wet?" "Exert yourself." A slight shrug. I stared at him. "You're running a fever of at least 102. The infection is spreading. Whatever business you attended to while you were supposed to be resting nearly killed you. Dying is an occupational hazard in my line of work. It doesn't have to be." I reached into my bag, pulling out supplies with practiced efficiency. "I need to remove these sutures, clean out the infection, and get antibiotics into you immediately. Any medication allergies?" "No." "Good." I uncapped a syringe of local anesthetic and held his gaze. "I'm numbing the area this time. No arguments." He said nothing. I took that as consent. For the next hour, I worked. Removed each infected suture with careful, deliberate movements. Debrided the wound, a process that is neither comfortable to perform nor to receive, and which Salvatore Rousseau endured with a jaw clenched so tight I could see the muscle working beneath the skin, but without a word of complaint, without reaching for anything, without once looking away from my face. He watched me the entire time, even through the worst of it. I cleaned the wound thoroughly, packed it with antibiotic-infused gauze, and dressed it with fresh bandages, my hands moving through each step with the automatic competence of someone who has done this enough times that proficiency has replaced conscious thought. "I'm not going to close it again yet," I said, taping the edges of the dressing. "We need to let it drain and confirm the infection is responding before I put new sutures in." I began preparing the IV kit. "Your men will need to change the dressing daily. I'll leave written instructions. You'll come back tomorrow." It wasn't a question. We can discuss that once you're stable." I found a vein in his forearm on the first attempt, slid the catheter in, began taping it down. His skin was hot and dry beneath my fingertips. "When did you last drink water?" "This morning." "You're severely dehydrated on top of the infection. You're a good candidate for septic shock if we don't get ahead of this in the next few hours." I hung a saline bag on a floor lamp that I commandeered into an IV stand, connected the line, adjusted the flow. Then I looked at him directly. "If you were anyone else, I would have called an ambulance before I came through that door." Something shifted in his expression. For the first time since I'd entered the room, the careful, managed composure slipped just slightly, and beneath it I caught a glimpse of something I hadn't expected. Uncertainty. Not fear, not weakness. Just the very human experience of hearing a medical professional say this is serious, and feeling the ground shift slightly under your certainty. "How serious?" he asked. I held his gaze. "Serious enough." He absorbed this with a brief, slight nod. Then I'm fortunate to have you here." I added the antibiotic to the IV line and settled back, monitoring his response while the medication began its work. The fire had burned lower, the room darkening around its glow. Outside the windows, the lake had gone fully silver in the moonlight, and I could see, though I was trying not to look too carefully, figures moving across the grounds below. More of them than I would have expected. Many more. After a while, the door opened. The older man, the one who'd been with Russo when I arrived, slipped inside. He glanced at the bed, then at me, with an expression that had shed most of its skepticism and replaced it with something more tired and more honest. "How is he?" "Stable, for now. The antibiotics should help, but he needs rest. Actual rest. No more." I gestured vaguely. "Business." The older man nodded. Then, instead of leaving, he moved further into the room, lowering his voice. "You're not what I expected." "So I've been told." "Salvatore doesn't usually," he paused, choosing his words with visible care, "allow outsiders close to him, especially women." He studied me for a moment. "Do you know who he is, what he does?" I wrapped my arms around myself. "I can guess." "No," flatly, with the certainty of someone correcting a mathematical error. "You can't." He ran a hand across his face, and for a moment he looked exactly as old as he was, a man who had spent decades navigating something that would have broken most people, and felt every year of it. "I've known Salvatore since he was a boy. I watched him build everything you see around you from nothing after his family was taken from him." He glanced at the bed. "I've seen him make decisions that would keep you awake at night. I've seen men disappear for less than what he's permitting right now. A complete stranger, in the heart of his home." I said nothing. "I'm telling you this," he continued, "because you need to understand the water you're swimming in. One wrong move." "I didn't ask to be in this water." "No." His eyes met mine, grave and direct. "And yet here you are." He turned to go. At the door he paused without looking back. "My name is Marco. If you need anything, tell the men outside. They have instructions to accommodate you." A beat. "Don't try to leave on your own. The security system doesn't distinguish between intruders coming in and those trying to go out." The door closed behind him. Softly, like a cell door locking. I sank into the chair beside the bed. The fire crackled. The IV dripped. The lake glittered beyond the glass in total indifference to the fact that my life had become, in the space of 24 hours, almost entirely unrecognizable. I was not just treating a wounded criminal anymore. I was in his home, surrounded by his men, complicit in concealing evidence of violence from the authorities, having accepted cash that was now almost certainly mixed into my rent money. Every ethical boundary I had been taught to respect had been quietly crossed in the past 24 hours. And the most frightening thing, the thing I sat with in the dim warmth of that enormous room, listening to his breathing slow towards sleep as the sedative began to work, was how easily I had let it happen. I must have dozed off. I surfaced sometime later to the particular awareness of being watched, that animal instinct, older than language, that registers another person's attention even through sleep. He was awake, propped against the pillows, watching me with those fever-bright eyes in the low light of the dying fire. The room was dark except for one lamp burning soft on the nightstand. Outside, stars had scattered across a velvet sky with the extravagance of something that has never had to be practical. "You're supposed to be sleeping," I said, my voice rough at the edges. "So are you." I straightened in the chair, reaching automatically for my watch. Nearly time for his next antibiotic dose. I began preparing it, grateful for the task. "You have questions," he observed. "None that I want answered." He was quiet for a moment. Then, "Ask anyway." I connected the line, checked the drip, reached for the thermometer and pressed it to his forehead without asking permission. 101.2. Better. Still concerning. When I withdrew, he caught my hand. Not tightly, just held it. His fingers around mine in the semi-dark, his thumb moving in a small, slow arc against my knuckles. "Who are you?" I asked. It came out quieter than I intended. Almost involuntary. "You know who I am. I know your name. I know you're wealthy." I looked down at his hand around mine. The gold signet ring on his little finger, the immaculate nails, the calluses that told a story his manicurist couldn't quite cover. "I know you're dangerous." "Yes." No qualification, no deflection, just simple, steady confirmation. I looked up. "Why me?" I asked. "You have doctors on your payroll. Specialists. People who would never ask questions. Why call a nurse from an ER you walked into by accident?" He held my gaze for a long moment. "Because they lack your particular qualities." His voice dropped slightly. Integrity, compassion. His eyes moved over my face with that careful, deliberate attention. Beauty. I pulled my hand free, turned away, busied myself with straightening supplies I'd already straightened. "Don't." "Don't what?" "Don't do whatever this is. I'm your nurse, not your entertainment while you're bedridden." A soft sound from behind me, not quite a laugh, ending in a sharp breath as it pulled at his wound. "You're refreshingly direct, Emma Shaw. Most people are too afraid to speak to me that way. They probably have better survival instincts." "Perhaps." A pause. "Or perhaps they simply have more to lose." The words landed somewhere unguarded. What did I have to lose? A small apartment with unreliable heat. A job that paid just enough to keep me in debt. A life that had been quietly contracting since the day James died, and took all my careful plans with him, collapsing inward like a star running out of fuel, still present, still producing light, but dimming. As if he'd heard the thought, and perhaps he had. He seemed to hear most things. Russo said softly, "Tell me about him, your fiancé." I stiffened. "That's not." "James Harrington, 29, fourth-year surgical resident. Killed in a convenience store robbery 3 years ago. Wrong place, wrong time." His voice was level, factual. "You were there, tried to save him. The police never found the shooter." "Stop it." The words came out sharp and raw. "Why are you doing this?" "Because I want to understand you." He shifted against the pillows, more upright now, his fever-bright eyes holding mine across the dim room. You walked away from everything after his death. Your career, your future. Why? I should have deflected, should have given him nothing. Kept the wall up that I had been maintaining, with considerable effort, for 3 years. Instead, in the low firelight, in the exhausted intimacy of a room where I had been treating his wounds for hours, in the strange gravity of his attention, I heard myself say, because none of it mattered anymore. The words came out stripped of everything I usually wrapped around them, raw and simple and true. Because I couldn't save him. Because every time I closed my eyes, I saw his blood on my hands. And everything I'd been working toward, the career, the future, all of it, it all led to that floor. And I was supposed to know what to do. I stopped. And it didn't matter. Salvatore was quiet. The fire shifted. The IV dripped. When he finally spoke, his voice was different. Something in it I hadn't heard before, softer than I would have thought him capable of, more deliberate. Yet here you are, saving me. I looked at him. And for one suspended, unguarded moment, he wasn't Salvatore Russo with his empire and his armed men and his world of blood and shadow. He was just a man, sitting in the dark, recognizing something in me that I had stopped expecting anyone to see. The moment broke when the door opened. One of the suited men entered fast, crossing directly to the bed, bending to speak in Russo's ear. The words were low and urgent, and not English. I watched Russo's face change as he listened, the warmth that had been there a moment before shuddering, replaced by something cold and deliberate and very still. He responded in a handful of words. The man left immediately. Problem? I kept my voice even. Russo's eyes returned to me, something calculating behind them now, but beneath that, something else, something he was deciding whether or not to show. Nothing that concerns you. I didn't believe him. I could see it in the set of his jaw. Something had shifted. You should rest, I said, kneading the familiar ground of the medical, the task, the thing I knew how to do. The antibiotics work better when your body isn't under additional stress. He settled back against the pillows, watching me. Will you stay? The question was quiet, and underneath its quietness, something I hadn't expected. Vulnerability. Real and unguarded and quickly covered, but there. I looked out at the grounds below. More men moving across the moonlit lawn than there had been an hour ago. Something was happening. Something beyond a patient with a fever and a wound that needed watching. I nodded before I could think too carefully about it. I'll be right here. He watched me a moment longer. Then his eyes closed. And I sat in the chair beside the bed of a man I had met 24 hours ago, in a house I had been blindfolded to reach, surrounded by armed guards, listening to the slow, steadying rhythm of his breathing. Outside, the men on the lawn multiplied. And I knew, with a certainty that had nothing to do with logic, and everything to do with the instinct that had been keeping humans alive since before reason was invented, that whatever was happening out there in the dark had something to do with me. Chapter 3, The Tracking Device. I woke to sunlight. Not the thin, apologetic light that filtered through my apartment window on good days, filtered through grime and the shadow of the building across the street, arriving already half defeated. This was something else entirely. Wide and generous and unobstructed, pouring through floor-to-ceiling glass in long, horizontal planes that cut across the room like something architectural. Light that had been designed, considered, invited in on purpose. For a moment, I didn't know where I was. The ceiling above me was coffered dark wood, not water-stained plaster. The surface beneath me was butter-soft leather, not the lumpy futon I had been sleeping on since I gave up the apartment James and I had shared and moved into the smallest space I could justify. The air smelled of wood smoke and something expensive and clean. Then it came back. All of it. I sat up. The bed was empty. Sheets rumpled, pillow carrying the indentation of a head. The IV stands still in place beside the lamp, but the line disconnected. The bag nearly drained. The room was quiet in the particular way of large spaces. Not silence exactly, but an absence of the particular urban noise I had fallen asleep to every night for 3 years. "Mr. Russo." Nothing. I rose, worked the stiffness out of my neck with both hands, and moved to the adjoining bathroom. The door was slightly ajar. The room beyond was empty. A palatial marble space with a shower that could have accommodated a small meeting and a soaking tub that looked as though it had been carved from a single uninterrupted block of pale stone. Back in the bedroom, a folded piece of paper sat on the nightstand. My name on it. Strong, slanting handwriting, the letters formed with the decisive pressure of someone who does not second-guess what they put on a page. Emma. Business required my attention. Help yourself to anything you need. Marco will see to your comfort. Do not leave the grounds. S.R. I read it twice. Then I set it down. Business required my attention. The man had been running a fever of 101 and fighting a wound infection serious enough to tip into sepsis, and he had gotten up, gotten dressed, and gone to attend to business. I stood there for a moment, holding the note, trying to identify the precise emotion I was feeling. I settled on incredulous. The young woman who brought breakfast was perhaps a few years younger than me, dark-haired, composed in the way of someone who has been calm in complicated situations for long enough that calm has become her natural state. She set a tray on the small table by the windows with practiced efficiency. Coffee in a carafe, fresh fruit, pastries, a frittata still producing a thin curl of steam, and introduced herself as Sophia. Housekeeper, Mr. Russo's specifically. "Where is he?" I asked, accepting a cup of coffee with both hands and bringing it to my face before it had fully cooled. The smell alone was restorative in a way that felt almost medicinal. Mr. Russo had matters to attend to. Sophia's tone was carefully neutral. He will return this evening. He shouldn't be out of bed. The infection. Mr. Russo does as he pleases. There was something in the way she said it. Not quite disapproval, not quite resignation. Something more complicated. The particular tone of someone who has long since stopped expending energy on battles they know they won't win. "The doctor is with him," she added. I looked up. "What doctor?" "Dr. Vega. He arrived early this morning to examine Mr. Russo. He administered additional antibiotics and cleared him for limited activity." I set my coffee down. "He has a doctor on call." "Of course." "Then why?" I stopped, reformulated. "Why bring me here, if he has a doctor available?" Sophia's expression remained exactly as it had been, composed, unreadable, giving away precisely nothing. "Mr. Russo was most insistent that you remain comfortable during his absence," she said instead. "There are clothes in the guest room that should fit you. You're welcome to use any of the facilities, the pool, the library, the gardens. Marco will accompany you if you'd like to walk the grounds." She left before I could ask anything else. I ate mechanically, looking out at the manicured lawns and the glittering lake and the men moving at the property's edge, and I thought about a man who had a doctor on call but had specifically requested me, and I thought about what that meant, and I thought about the note on the nightstand, and I arrived at no conclusions that made me feel better. The guest room was across the hall. Large and quietly beautiful, cream and soft blue, the furnishings understated in a way that somehow managed to be more luxurious than ostentation would have been. The closet held an assortment of women's clothing in approximately my size. Designer labels, many still bearing tags, as if purchased in anticipation of exactly this situation, which, I supposed, they had been. I selected jeans and a sweater, plain, practical, the least pointed choices available, and stood under a hot shower for longer than was strictly necessary, letting the water work on the stiffness in my shoulders and the fog in my head until I felt something approaching functional. Dressed and marginally more human, I went to explore. The house in daylight was something different from the house at night. At night, it had been atmospheric, firelight and shadow, and the particular intimacy that darkness creates even in large spaces. In daylight, it was simply extraordinary. Room after room of deliberate, considered beauty. A formal dining room, with a table long enough to seat 20. A library with floor-to-ceiling shelves on 3 walls, the books arranged not decoratively, but with the slight disorder of things that are actually read. A conservatory running along the south side of the house, filled with plants that had no business thriving in this climate, and thriving anyway, lush and improbable, smelling of green growing things and humid earth. The art on the walls gave me pause in each room. I recognized some of the names: Monet, Picasso, Rothko, a large red and black canvas in the library that seemed to generate its own warmth. Others were unfamiliar to me, though clearly significant, the frames alone suggesting value in the category of do not ask. It was like walking through a private museum curated by someone with both profound taste and no need whatsoever to justify it to anyone. I found Marco in a study near the back of the house, a smaller, more functional space than Russo's, leather and dark wood and the organized surface of a desk being actively used. He was on the phone when I entered, speaking rapid Italian, but ended the call without visible irritation when he saw me. "Miss Shaw." He rose slightly. "I trust you slept adequately." "As well as one can in a chair." I moved into the room, taking in the shelves, the framed maps on the walls, old ones, hand-drawn, the coastlines uncertain at the edges. "Where is Mr. Russo?" "Attending to business. His wound needs monitoring. The infection was severe. He shouldn't be." "Mr. Russo is with Dr. Vega." Marco's tone was patient, immovable. "He is being attended to." He gestured to the chair across from his desk. "Please, sit." I remained standing. "I need to call the hospital. Let them know I won't be in for my shift tonight." "Already handled." The casual delivery of it was almost impressive. "Your supervisor believes you've contracted influenza. You'll be listed as out for at least 3 days." I stared at him. "You had no right to do that." "Mr. Russo thought it prudent to manage the details." "It's not his detail to manage. It's my job." I stopped, because the anger, while legitimate, was hitting a wall of absolute, pleasant immovability that was going to absorb it without any visible effect whatsoever. I changed angles. "How long do you intend to keep me here?" Marco leaned back in his chair. "Studied me with the assessing patience of someone who has been reading people for a very long time. That depends on Salvatore." "I want to go home." "I understand." A pause. "Mr. Russo has also arranged for your rent to be paid for the next 6 months, and your grandmother's care facility has received an anonymous donation covering her expenses for the year." The silence that followed was complete. "I didn't ask for that." "Salvatore Russo pays his debts." "I don't want his money." The words came out steady, which surprised me. "And I don't want him paying my grandmother's bills. I want to go home." Marco's lips moved in something that was almost a smile. Few people refuse Salvatore's generosity. A beat. Fewer still receive the opportunity to do so twice. The implication was quiet and clear as water. The money wasn't payment. It was architecture. A structure being built around me, piece by piece. My rent, my grandmother, my job already managed, my location unknown. Each element reasonable in isolation. Together, a cage so elegant you might not notice it until you tried to leave. I looked at him directly. "Am I a prisoner?" "You are a guest." He rose from the desk. "Would you like to see the grounds? The gardens are quite beautiful, even in autumn." Outside, the estate expanded in all directions, with the confidence of land that has never had to justify its size. Marco walked beside me along a stone path through a formal rose garden, the beds pruned for the season, the canes tied back, the soil turned and waiting. Beyond it, the lawn stretched toward the tree line, where the property met woodland in a boundary that felt more like a suggestion than a limit. The security, in daylight, was impossible to ignore. Men in pairs along the perimeter, each with an earpiece. Cameras mounted at angles that covered every approach, not concealed exactly, but not advertised either. The iron fence I'd glimpsed during the drive-in was higher than I'd estimated, 10 feet at least, and along the top, a wire I recognized from the pattern of the insulators. Electrified. "How many men does Mr. Russo employ?" I asked. "That changes depending on circumstances." Marco's tone was precisely as informative as he intended it to be. "Currently, there are more than usual." I glanced at him. "Why?" He was quiet for a moment, the kind of quiet that is deciding rather than avoiding. "There was an incident last night," he said finally. "A rival organization attempted to breach our security." I stopped walking. "Here? At the house?" "At another location." He continued along the path without pausing, and I fell back into step beside him. "But Salvatore takes no chances when circumstances suggest heightened risk." I thought about the figures multiplying on the lawn as I'd watched from the bedroom window, the urgency in the suited man's whisper. The way Russo's face had closed, had gone cold and deliberate at whatever news he'd received. I had assumed it had something to do with me. I had been trying, since then, to convince myself I was being dramatic. We were circling back toward the house, Marco pointing out the Japanese garden tucked into a corner of the property, a narrow stream crossed by a small wooden bridge, stones placed with the particular precision of a practice that treats imprecision as its own kind of dishonesty, when the activity near the main gate changed. Vehicles arriving, more than the quiet occasional traffic of the morning. And then, sweeping up the drive with the decisive momentum of a convoy that is not asking permission, a procession of black SUVs. They came to a stop before the main entrance. Men spilled out with the practiced efficiency of people who have rehearsed this, forming a cordon around the center vehicle before its door had fully opened. Salvatore Russo emerged. Even from across the lawn, the distance reduced him to silhouette and impression. I could see that he was in pain. The way he moved was different from the controlled fluidity I had observed in the hospital, in the bedroom. There was something compensatory in it now, a slight lean, a carefulness at the left side that spoke of a body working around an injury that had been pushed too hard too soon. But his presence crossed the distance without effort. The men around him moved with the particular deference of satellites in orbit, responsive, attentive, never touching, maintaining a careful perimeter around something they understood to be both precious and dangerous. His gaze swept the grounds, and found me. Even across that distance, even through the cool autumn air and the space of a manicured lawn, I felt it, those pale eyes landing on me with the precision of something that doesn't miss. Marco said something quietly beside me that I didn't register, already moving toward the assembled group. I followed more slowly. By the time I reached the house, Russo had disappeared inside. His absence left a wake, a residual tension in the air, the way a room feels after something significant has passed through it. The men who remained outside moved with the clipped purposefulness of people who have received new instructions and are already executing them. Marco intercepted me at the door. "Mr. Russo will see you in his study in 1 hour. Sophia will show you to your room to refresh yourself." I wanted to push past him, to find Russo immediately, and insist on examining his wound, checking his temperature, assessing whether the morning's exertion had undone what the night's antibiotics had started to accomplish. Something in Marco's expression stopped me. This wasn't a hospital. These weren't the rules I knew. I needed to be careful. The hour passed in a state of controlled anxiety. I paced the guest room, sat on the edge of the bed, stood at the window watching the grounds below with the focused attention of someone trying to read a situation from insufficient data. Something had happened. Something beyond a routine morning of criminal business. The tension in the house had a specific quality to it. Not the ambient, background tension of a place that is always somewhat on edge, but something sharper, more recent. An event that had occurred and was still reverberating. When Sophia came to escort me to the study, I had made a decision. Whatever was happening, I needed to know. The study was different from Marco's workspace. Darker, more intimate. The walls lined with books that looked read rather than displayed. The spines creased and varied in a way that suggested decades of actual use. A fireplace dominated one end of the room, burning despite the afternoon hour, casting warm light across the deep colors of the furnishings. And behind a desk that looked as though it had grown from the floor rather than been placed on it, Salvatore Russo. He was immaculately dressed. Charcoal suit, tie loosened just slightly at the collar, the single concession to the fact that he was a man who had spent the night fighting an infection and the morning apparently conducting business anyway. His dark hair was combed back from his forehead. His posture was perfect. His color was wrong, the flush of fever still high on his cheekbones, the lines around his mouth a fraction deeper than they'd been 12 hours ago. He looked, in the particular way of very controlled people, like someone exerting significant effort to appear fine. Emma. My name in his voice. Still doing that thing, that low, accented thing that I was making a conscious decision not to think about. You should be in bed, I said. A faint smile. The infection is being managed. I'll be the judge of that. I set my bag on the chair beside the desk. May I? He gestured permission. I circled the desk, and he turned toward me, beginning to remove his jacket with careful movements, loosened his tie, unbuttoned his shirt with the deliberate patience of a man moving around pain that he is choosing not to acknowledge out loud. The bandage beneath was clean, recently changed, Dr. Vega's work, neat and professional. When I peeled it back, the wound beneath was still angry, still inflamed, better than the night before, but not enough better. The redness had contracted slightly at the edges, which was encouraging, but the tissue around the incision remained hot and swollen, and there was still discharge at the center that told me the infection was present and fighting. The antibiotics are working, I said, examining the margins carefully, but slowly. You've been pushing yourself. It was unavoidable. Most things that nearly kill people feel unavoidable at the time. I applied a fresh dressing from my bag, working methodically. When can I go home? He was quiet for a moment. That's complicated. I looked up. It really isn't. You have Dr. Vega. You don't need me anymore. Dr. Vega is useful. His eyes held mine with steady attention, but limited in his availability and his discretion. I'm not a private nurse. No. A pause. But you are here. And you are, as we've established, both skilled and discreet. Something shifted in his expression. There is also the matter of your safety. I went still. My safety. The men who attempted to breach our security last night. He paused, watching my face with that careful, cataloging attention. They were looking for someone specific. The room felt suddenly smaller. Me, I said, not a question. You treated me at Mercy General. You left with my men. You were seen. His voice was level, factual, delivering information with the same measured precision with which he seemed to do most things. Certain parties have recognized that you might represent a valuable point of access. The word bait formed in my mind before he said anything further. So I'm in danger because I helped you. I'm saying the circumstances have become more complex than either of us anticipated. Anger came fast and hot and very clean. I'm a nurse. I treated a patient. That is the entirety of my involvement in whatever this is. In your world, perhaps. His voice remained calm, reasonable, infuriatingly so. But you've stepped into my world, Emma, and in my world, proximity to me carries certain complications. So I'm supposed to stay here indefinitely? Become your prisoner? My guest. The correction was soft and immediate. Until the situation is resolved. And when will that be? He rose from his chair. Even diminished by illness, even moving with that careful compensation for his injury, the shift in the room's atmosphere when he stood was immediate and unmistakable. He crossed to stand before me. close enough that I had to make a conscious decision not to step back, and look down at me with an expression that held, beneath all its careful composure, something that looked genuinely like concern. "I've put measures in place," he said quietly. "The men looking for you will be dealt with. You have my word. And your word is supposed to reassure me?" "It should." His eyes held mine, steady and unblinking. "I protect what's mine. I'm not yours." Something moved through his expression. Amusement, maybe. Or something closer to recognition. "You saved my life, Emma Shaw." His voice dropped slightly. "In my world, that creates a bond, a debt, one I intend to honor, by ensuring you are safe." The knock at the door came before I could respond. Marco entered without waiting, which I was beginning to understand was simply how things worked here. That privacy was a concept that applied selectively and primarily to Russo himself. His expression was grave, in a way that was different from his usual gravity, more specific. "They found it," he said. In English, I noticed, presumably for my benefit, the tracking device, in her medical bag. The floor seemed to shift slightly beneath me. "It was activated shortly after she arrived yesterday." Marco's eyes moved briefly to mine, then back to Russo. "They've been monitoring her movements within the house. Everything I had in my hands. I wasn't holding anything, I realized. I had nothing to do with my hands. I pressed them flat against my thighs. Tracking device. In my medical bag." Russo moved to me in 2 quick strides. His hands closed around my upper arms, not roughly, not restraining, just present, grounding. The grip of someone who was paying attention. "Before you came in last night," he said, his voice low and very controlled, "did anyone have access to your bag? Anyone unusual? Anyone you didn't recognize?" My mind went back, rewound. Moved through the previous day with the careful, methodical attention of someone looking for something they'd missed. The hospital entrance. The staff corridor. The locker room. "There was a new security guard," I said slowly, "at the staff entrance. He asked to check my bag when I arrived for my shift. Said it was a new protocol." I looked up at Russo. "I didn't question it. It's happened before. Random security checks." Marco made a sound, very quiet, very controlled, that conveyed a great deal. Russo and Marco exchanged a look loaded with meaning that passed between them in the particular compressed language of people who have been reading each other for decades. "They've been watching her since before she even treated you," Marco said. "They knew she would lead them here." "Who?" My voice came out sharper than I intended, higher. "Who is they? Why would anyone be watching a nurse?" Russo's hands released my arms. "The cost of a family." His accent thickened slightly. The first time I'd heard it do that, as if certain emotions pushed through the careful management of it. "A rival organization. They've been attempting to encroach on our territory for the past year. Shipping routes, primarily. Distribution networks." He paused. "They've been looking for an opportunity to reach us when we're vulnerable." I stared at him. "And I was the opportunity." "You represented something unprecedented." Marco's voice was matter-of-fact in a way that was almost worse than anger would have been. "Salvatore never brings women to this house, never allows outsiders this level of access. When you were seen leaving the hospital with his men, you became significant. A thread they could follow. The full shape of it settled over me slowly, the way cold water does. Not all at once, but incrementally, reaching places you'd thought were protected. I had not simply been in the wrong place at the wrong time. I had been watched before I even walked into Bay 4. The tracking device in my bag. The new security guard with his reasonable request and his new protocol. All of it assembled and in place before I had any idea I was in anyone's field of attention. I had been a tool, a thread, a means of access to a man I hadn't known existed 24 hours before I met him. I found the chair behind me by feel and sat in it. My legs had made the decision before my conscious mind caught up. "Oh God." The words came out small and inadequate. "This is a nightmare." It's business." Russo's voice was cold now, not toward me, but with the particular chill of someone who has shifted fully into a mode of operation. Brutal, but predictable. He turned to Marco. "Double the perimeter security. Move forward the timetable on the Kostova meeting." Marco nodded once and left without another word. Russo turned back to me, and then, unexpectedly, and with visible effort, he lowered himself to one knee in front of my chair. The gesture was so at odds with everything I understood about him that for a moment I simply stared. A man who commanded 200 armed men, who had just dispatched his second-in-command, with the economy of someone changing a setting, kneeling on the floor of his study to be level with a frightened nurse in borrowed clothes. His hands closed over mine where they were twisting together in my lap. "Listen to me." His voice was different again, the coldness gone, replaced by something direct and unadorned. "You are safe here. No one will harm you while you are under my protection." "I wouldn't need protection if I'd never met you." "Perhaps." His thumbs traced slow circles on my wrists, the same motion from the night before, and with the same strange, involuntary effect of actually making my breathing slow. "But we cannot change what has already happened. We can only move forward." I looked into his eyes, searching for the thing I expected to find there, the cold calculation, the strategic assessment of me as a problem to be managed, the manipulation. What I found instead was more unsettling. Genuine concern, complicated by something else I couldn't name, something that had nothing to do with strategy. "What happens now?" I asked. "Now you stay here, where you're safe." His eyes held mine. "My men will handle the Kostova situation. Once it's resolved, you go home. Your life returns to what it was." I looked at him for a long moment. "And the tracking device?" "Removed." A pause. "And returned. What does that mean?" Something moved through his eyes, a decision being made. "It means that the people who put it there will receive information," he said carefully, "curated information, about a location that is not this one." I understood. He was going to use the device they'd use to track me, turn it around, feed them something false. I should have been horrified by the clinical efficiency of it. I was, instead, mostly relieved, which probably said something about how quickly my sense of normal had recalibrated in the past 24 hours. "And if it doesn't work?" I asked. The ghost of a smile returned. "It will work." He rose, carefully, with that compensatory lean that he was still trying not to let me notice, and looked down at me with an expression that had the quality of something settled. "Decided." "For now," he said, "I believe it's time for another dose of antibiotics, the faintest note of something almost like warmth in it, since you seem determined to ensure I survive despite my best efforts to the contrary." I looked at him for a moment. Then I reached for my medical bag. "Sit down," I said, "and stop moving around." And for the first time since I had pulled back the curtain in Bay 4, he did exactly as he was told. Chapter 4. The Price of Safety. There is a specific kind of waiting that has nothing to do with patience. Patience is quiet. Patience accepts the passage of time with something approaching equanimity, an understanding that the gap between now and the thing you're waiting for is simply a distance to be crossed, like any other. This was not that. This was the kind of waiting that has teeth, that paces, that listens for sounds it can't quite identify, and finds the silence between them more unsettling than anything it might actually hear. The kind that makes the room feel like it's contracting slowly around you, walls moving inward at a rate too gradual to catch in the act, but impossible to ignore once you've noticed it. I had been doing that kind of waiting for 3 hours. After the study, the afternoon had reorganized itself around a new and more specific anxiety. I had administered Russo's antibiotic dose, checked his wound, updated my informal clinical notes on the infection's progress. Better than the night before, worse than I wanted it to be, the trajectory complicated by the morning's exertion in ways that Dr. Vega's earlier assessment had either not anticipated or not been willing to tell his patient directly. I had told Rousseau directly. He had received the information with the same composed attention he gave most things, asked 2 precise questions about the timeline for recovery, and then promptly redirected his attention to his laptop and the steady stream of men who arrived at the study door throughout the afternoon, with information delivered in low, urgent Italian. Each visitor left faster than they arrived. The house had a different quality to it by late afternoon. The morning's tension had not dissipated. It had organized itself, sharpened. The men moving through the corridors and across the grounds below had the particular focused economy of people who have received specific instructions and are executing them with the compressed urgency of a countdown. Something was going to happen tonight. I didn't need to speak Italian to understand that. Sophia brought dinner to the guest room at 7. A tray that represented considerably more culinary effort than my situation, perhaps warranted, accompanied by a glass of red wine that I looked at for a long moment before deciding I had earned it. "Is there anything else you need, Miss Shaw?" I almost laughed. The question, in its perfect, composed hospitality, was so at odds with the reality of the evening that it had the quality of surrealism. "Information," I said, "mostly." Sophia's expression remained precisely what it always was. "I'll let Mr. Rousseau know you said so." She left. I ate without tasting much of it, watching the grounds below darken as evening came in from the east across the lake. The floodlights activated at dusk, motion-sensitive, sweeping, covering the lawns in overlapping pools of white light that left no useful shadows. The patrol patterns I'd been unconsciously tracking throughout the day had shifted. More men. Tighter intervals. The gate at the property's entrance. Electronic, heavy iron, the kind designed to stop a vehicle rather than merely delay it, was now staffed by 4 men, where there had been 2 this morning. Something was definitely going to happen tonight. I finished the wine. Marco found me in the library at 8. I had retreated there after dinner, drawn by the particular comfort of books in a situation where most other forms of comfort were either unavailable or inadvisable. I'd pulled a volume from the shelf without much attention to what it was. Something in Italian, as it turned out, which I couldn't read, but which had the advantage of requiring 0 emotional engagement and therefore 0 risk. He stood in the doorway for a moment before entering, which I had come to understand was his version of knocking. "Mr. Rousseau will be leaving shortly," he said. "He asked that I stay with you during his absence." I set the book down. "Where is he going?" Marco moved into the room, taking the chair across from mine with the deliberate care of a man whose joints have opinions about furniture, to meet with Victor Kostova. I stared at him, the man whose organization has been using me as bait to get to him. Yes, and he's going to meet with him, tonight. While he's running a fever and fighting an infection that I told him this morning could still tip into sepsis. Yes, that's... I stopped. Searched for the right word. Settled on insane. Marco's expression shifted in the direction of agreement without quite arriving there. It's necessary. In our world, these things are resolved through direct negotiation. Sending a representative would be interpreted as weakness. Weakness invites escalation. He paused. Salvatore understands this better than anyone. Salvatore is not at full strength. No. Marco looked at me steadily. He is not. The silence between us had a specific weight to it. You're worried about him, I said. I am always worried about him. He said it simply, without embarrassment. The admission of a man who has long since stopped finding such feelings complicated. I have been worried about him since he was 17 years old. It has not diminished with time. What happened to his parents? I began. He told you. It wasn't a question. Something in Marco's expression shifted, not surprise, but a recalibration, as if a piece of information had been filed in a new location. He took me to the study, I said. His father's. Marco was quiet for a moment. He has not done that before, with anyone. I didn't know what to do with that, so I did nothing with it. You've known him since he was a boy, I said instead. What was he like, before? Marco considered the question with the seriousness it apparently deserved. Serious, even as a child. His father was... Antonio was a man who commanded a room without effort, who laughed loudly and loved expansively and made everyone around him feel the warmth of it. He paused. Salvatore was quieter, more watchful. He absorbed everything, missed nothing. Antonio used to say his son would either be the most dangerous man in the room or the wisest, that it depended on what life required of him. And then life required something specific. Yes. Marco looked at the fire. After his parents died, the boy who might have become something else, a lawyer perhaps or an architect, he had a talent for structural things. That boy made a decision. He became what was necessary. He turned back to me. I don't think he has ever mourned what he might have been instead, but I have, enough for both of us. The honesty of it landed quietly in the room. You love him, I said, not unkindly. He is the closest thing I have to a son. Marco said it without hesitation, without self-consciousness. And tonight he is going to walk into a room with a man who would very much prefer him dead, while his body is fighting an infection, because that is what his world requires. He met my eyes. So yes, I am worried about him. At 9:15, I went back to his bedroom. I told myself it was to check his vitals before he left, to ensure the antibiotic dose was complete, the dressing secure, to reiterate, one more time, with whatever authority I could project, that he was taking a serious physical risk by going out tonight. All of that was true. It was also not entirely the reason. He was standing at the window when I entered, already dressed for wherever he was going, a dark suit, perfectly fitted, the kind of clothing that manages to communicate both formality and readiness simultaneously. His back was to me, hands clasped behind him, looking out at the floodlit grounds below. He turned when I came in. For a moment, neither of us said anything. In the lamplight, with the fever still faintly visible in the color of his face and the particular careful way he was holding himself, he looked like two things at once. The powerful, controlled man who commanded everything in this house with the economy of someone who has never needed to raise his voice. And underneath that, something more human, something that was walking toward a dangerous evening, in a body that was not fully cooperating, carrying it with the particular dignity of a man who would not permit himself a different option. You came to lecture me, he said. I came to check your dressing. And to lecture me. The two aren't mutually exclusive. I crossed to him, and he submitted to the examination without argument. Jacket off, shirt unbuttoned with practiced ease, the dressing peeled back with my careful hands. The wound looked the same as it had 3 hours ago, no better, no worse. Which, given the afternoon he'd had, was the best I could reasonably have hoped for. I replaced the dressing. Your temperature? He produced a thermometer from the nightstand, with the air of a man who anticipated the question, which meant he'd been monitoring himself, which was something at least. 100.8. Still elevated, I said. The antibiotics need more time. Going out tonight is unavoidable. So you keep saying. I secured the edge of the dressing with tape, smoothing it flat, and every time you say it, your wound gets a little angrier. Something that might have been amusement moved through his expression. I will be careful. You will be in a room with people who want you dead. Also true. He began rebuttoning his shirt. These are not mutually exclusive either. I stepped back, watched him reassemble himself with that careful, deliberate efficiency. Each button, the tie, the jacket, settled across his shoulders with a slight adjustment that accounted for the wound beneath. The transformation from patient to something else happening in real time in front of me. What happens if the negotiation fails? I asked. He looked at me for a moment. It won't fail. But if it does? His eyes held mine steadily. Then other measures become necessary. I understood what that meant. I chose not to examine it too closely. The Kostova situation. I said. "The tracking device, the breach last night. This is about more than shipping routes, isn't it?" It was not entirely a question. He studied me. "What makes you say that?" "Because you're going yourself, tonight, in this condition. People don't take that kind of personal risk over shipping routes." A pause. Something shifted in his expression, a fractional reassessment. "You're perceptive," he said. "I'm a medical professional. Reading what people aren't saying is most of the job." Another pause. Then, quietly, "Victor Kostova has been making moves for 2 years. Territory, routes, personnel. Accumulating. Preparing for something larger." He picked up his jacket from the bed. "What happened with you? Using you to locate me when I was vulnerable. That was not opportunism. That was a planned operation. Sophisticated. Patient." He looked at me directly. "Victor is telling me something with that. That he is ready. That he believes the time has come to make a larger play. And you going tonight tells him that he is miscalculated." He settled his jacket across his shoulders. "That I am not vulnerable. That I am not diminished. That whatever he has planned, the opening he believed he had identified, a pause, does not exist." I looked at him for a long moment. A man running a fever of 100.8, with 17 sutures in his side and an infection that was still 3 days from being fully controlled, putting on his best suit to walk into a room and project absolute invulnerability. "That's either very brave or very stupid," I said. The ghost of a smile. "In my experience, the two are frequently the same thing." He extended his hand briefly toward me, not quite a touch, more a gesture, an acknowledgement of something I couldn't precisely name. Then he walked out the door. Marco was better company than I would have expected. He didn't try to distract me with conversation, which I appreciated. He simply settled into the chair by the fireplace in Rousseau's bedroom, where I had stationed myself in the logic that this was where I would be when Rousseau returned and needed to be examined, and read. An actual physical book, in Italian, held at the angle of someone who has been reading books for 70 years and has achieved complete peace with the activity. Occasionally his phone would buzz. He would look at it, respond briefly, replace it in his pocket. His expression after each exchange gave me nothing. I tried to read. Failed. Tried to sleep in the chair, the same chair I'd spent the previous night in, which my body associated with a particular quality of uncomfortable half-rest. Failed at that too. At some point after 11, I gave up and moved to the window. The grounds below were quiet in the way of places that are very alert. The patrol patterns maintained their precision. The gate remained staffed. The floodlights moved their slow, overlapping sweeps across the lawns with the patience of something that does not get tired. "How long have you known?" I asked Marco without turning from the window, that something was happening tonight, something larger than a standard negotiation. "Weeks," he said. He turned a page. "These things have a shape to them, when you've watched enough of them develop. Victor Kostova has been too quiet for too long. Quiet in our world is rarely peaceful. It is usually preparation. And Salvatore knew. Salvatore always knows. A pause. He simply chooses the moment to respond." I pressed my fingers to the cold glass. "Is he going to be all right?" Marco was quiet long enough that I turned from the window to look at him. He had set the book down, was watching me with that grave, assessing attention that I was coming to recognize as his version of taking something seriously. "He will do what is necessary," he said. "He always has." That's not an answer. "No," he held my gaze. "It isn't." It was nearly midnight when the convoy returned. I heard it before I saw it. The sound of vehicles on the private drive more than had left, the gate opening. The particular quality of arrival that is different from departure in ways that are difficult to articulate but immediately legible. I was at the window before I decided to move. The SUVs came up the drive and stopped before the entrance. The doors opened. Men emerged, and the formation that assembled around the center vehicle had the subtle but unmistakable quality of people who are relieved, the micro-adjustments of posture that happen when a particular tension releases, almost invisible but present. The rear door opened, and Salvatore Russo stepped out. He was upright, moving. Controlled, in the way I was beginning to understand, was both genuine and constructed, a management of physical reality through force of will that was part of who he was, as much as the ice-blue eyes or the low-accented voice. But I could see, even from the second floor, even through the floodlit dark, that he was tired. The suit was still perfect, the posture still commanding, but there was something at the edges of it now, a thinness, a cost. He looked up as he reached the entrance, found my window, and for a moment, across the distance and the light and everything else, he looked exactly as relieved to see me as I was to see him. He came through the bedroom door 12 minutes later. I had counted. Marco rose from his chair, and the two men exchanged a look that communicated a complete paragraph in roughly a second and a half. Then Marco said quietly, "I'll be downstairs," and left us alone. Russo stood in the doorway for a moment, taking in the room, the chair I'd been keeping vigil in, the medical bag open and ready on the nightstand, me standing in the middle of the room with my arms crossed, and what I suspected was a fairly transparent expression on my face. "It's done," he said. His voice was different, not diminished. Nothing about him was diminished, but stripped of the particular performance it had carried when he'd left, down to something more essential. "Sit down," I said. He did, on the edge of the bed, with the careful, deliberate movement of a body that has been overriding its own objections for several hours and is beginning to present a bill. I crossed to him, knelt to his level to look at his face properly, temperature visible in the flush of his cheeks, the slight sheen at his temples. Then reached for the thermometer. 101.1. Up from earlier, as I'd expected. "The negotiation," I said, recording it mentally. "Did it hold?" Victor Kostova accepted our terms. He held still as I began examining his dressing, checking the edges, assessing whether the evening's exertion had compromised anything. "All of them. Including the provision regarding you," he watched my hands work, "your safety, your return to your life, your continued anonymity." I looked up. "What did you give him?" "Shipping routes." A pause. 3 distribution channels on the Eastern Corridor that have been under dispute for 18 months. I stared at him. "Those are valuable," I said. It wasn't really a question. Even without understanding the specifics of his world, I understood value. And I understood, from the way he said it, precisely, without inflection, in the specific tone of someone reporting a cost they have chosen to pay, that this was significant. "Yes," he said simply. "You traded business interests for my safety. I honored a debt. I didn't ask you to—" "No." His eyes held mine. "You didn't." The silence between us was different from the silences that had preceded it, more specific, carrying more weight. I looked back at the dressing, finished my examination. The wound was stable. No worse. Marginally better. The infection continuing its slow retreat under the pressure of the antibiotics. I applied fresh tape to the edges and sat back. "You could have let them have me," I said quietly, "given them access, negotiated something else." "Yes. It would have been the more practical choice." "Probably." I looked at him. "Then why didn't you?" He met my gaze steadily. "Because you stitched my wounds with your grandmother's technique and argued with me about anesthesia and sat in that chair all night monitoring my vitals when you had every reason to want to be anywhere else." A pause. "Because you are in this situation through no fault of your own, and that matters to me." Another pause, longer. "And because—" He stopped. The fire shifted in the grate. The room was very quiet. "Because?" I said. His hand came up slowly, deliberately, giving me time to move away if I chose to, and brushed a loose strand of hair from my face, his fingers warm against my cheek, his eyes on mine with an attention so complete it felt like being seen by something that doesn't miss anything, doesn't soften anything, and is choosing to stay anyway. "You already know," he said quietly. And the thing I had been carefully not naming, the thing that had been building since the moment I pulled back a curtain in Bay 4 and found him sitting there, rose in the room between us like a tide. I should have moved back. I didn't move back. "This is insane," I said. My voice came out steadier than I felt. "Probably." His thumb traced along my cheekbone, unhurried, patient in the way of someone who has learned that urgency breaks things worth keeping. "Does that change anything?" "I don't know what this is." "I think you do. You're my patient. At the moment." "You're—" I gestured, a helpless, vague gesture that was supposed to encompass the house, the men downstairs, the empire, the blood on his hands that he had not pretended wasn't there. "You're all of this." Yes. No apology in it. No deflection. Just the same steady acknowledgement I'd received every time I'd named something true about him. "I am all of this. And that doesn't." I stopped. Started again. "In any reasonable version of this situation, that should be enough. To stop this." "Yes." He looked at me for a long moment. "Is it?" he asked quietly. The fire crackled. The lake beyond the windows held the moon's reflection in pieces, breaking and reassembling with each small movement of the water. I thought about Bay 4, the curtain, the man on the edge of the gurney with his expensive shirt soaked through, and his ice-blue eyes finding mine like they'd been waiting for me specifically. I thought about the chair I'd kept vigil in, the letter I hadn't read yet, the feeling, present since sometime the previous night, and growing steadily more undeniable, of being seen by someone who looked at most things and saw through them and was choosing to look at me differently. I thought about James, about the linoleum floor and the blood on my hands that no amount of clinical competence had been able to change, about the 3 years I had spent shrinking quietly into a life that was safe precisely because it contained nothing large enough to lose. I looked at Salvatore Russo, at the fever-flushed face and the perfect suit and the wound beneath it that I had stitched with my grandmother's hands, at the man who had knelt on the floor of his study to be level with a frightened nurse, who had traded significant business interests for my safety without mentioning it until I asked, who had taken me to a room he had kept locked and unchanged for 15 years and told me the truth about who he was and why. "No," I said. It wasn't enough. He kissed me, gently at first. The way someone approaches something they understand to be fragile, not because they think it will break, but because they think it deserves that care. His hand still curved against my face, his mouth finding mine with the particular certainty of someone who has been moving toward a specific point for a while, and has arrived without surprise. I had expected something else, something that matched the power of him, the intensity, the controlled danger that had been present in every interaction since the hospital. I had not expected gentleness. I had not expected to feel, in the moment his lips met mine, something in my chest that had been clenched for 3 years begin, incrementally, to open. My hands found the front of his shirt, and I made a choice. Not a passive choice, not the choice of someone overwhelmed, swept along, Stockholm syndromed into something that looked like wanting. A real choice, the kind made with eyes open and full awareness of all available information, by a woman who had not stopped being herself for a single moment of the past 48 hours. I chose this. I pulled him closer. Later, much later, the fire burned low, and the lake held the late moon, and the house was quiet around us, in the way of places that have settled into the deep hours of the night. He said my name. Just that, just Emma, in the dark, against my hair, in the voice that I had decided somewhere around hour 2 of the first night that I was not going to think about. "Stay," he said, and I did. Dawn came in strips of amber and pale gold through the floor-to-ceiling glass. I lay still and watched it happen. Beside me, Salvatore slept deeply in the way of a body that has been refusing rest for too long and has finally been given permission. The lines of tension and authority that defined his face in waking were smoothed away, and what remained was something quieter, A face that might have belonged to the boy Marco had described. The watchful, serious boy who absorbed everything and might have become a lawyer or an architect if life had required something different of him. I watched the light move across his shoulder, the strong line of his jaw, the dark sweep of his lashes against his cheek, and thought, what have I done? Not with horror, not with regret, exactly. With the specific, clear-eyed awareness of someone who has made a significant choice and is now in full possession of all its implications. I had not been swept away. I had not been manipulated or coerced or frightened into something that looked like desire. I had been entirely, consistently, from the moment I pulled back that curtain, exactly myself. And myself had chosen this. Which meant that what came next was mine to navigate. I slipped from the bed quietly, gathered what I needed, and retreated to the bathroom. The mirror showed me a face I recognized, flushed and clear-eyed, a small mark at the curve of my neck that I pressed my fingers to, and felt the slight, confirming ache of. Real, then. All of it. I dressed slowly, thinking. By the time I emerged, he was awake, propped against the pillows, watching me with those ice-blue eyes that saw everything, and softened nothing, and were, somehow, in the particular way of this morning, the most honest thing in the room. "You're thinking too loudly," he said, voice rough with sleep. "Someone should be." He waited. "Last night was a mistake," I said. "Was it?" Not a question. Quiet, precise. "I'm your nurse. You're my patient. And beyond that," I looked at him directly, "you're all of this. You've told me yourself what that means." "I told you the truth about what I am." He sat up, carefully, the familiar compensation for his wound. "That's not the same as telling you it's disqualifying." "Isn't it?" He held my gaze steadily. "Last night," he said, "I was a man. And you were a woman. And what happened between us was real. A pause. Whatever you call it in the morning doesn't change what it was at the time." I looked at him. At the man in the bed, in the mansion by the lake, surrounded by his empire and his armed men, and the weight of everything he had built from the ashes of everything he had lost. "I need time," I said finally, "to think." He nodded. Slowly, without protest. "Time, you shall have." He held my gaze a moment longer. "Then, Marco will take you home whenever you're ready." He reached out one last time, briefly, his hand cupping my face with that same careful attention, and pressed his lips to my forehead. "Then, let me go. I found Marco in the foyer." "I'm ready to go home," I said. He studied me for a moment with that grave, reading attention, then nodded. "Of course." He reached into the breast pocket of his jacket and produced a heavy cream envelope, sealed in dark wax pressed with the crest I had seen on the study door. "Salvatore asked me to give you this, to open when you're alone." I took it without comment and slipped it into my bag. The return drive was different from the arrival. No blindfold. Countryside I hadn't seen on the way in, rolling and bare in the autumn morning, giving way gradually to the outskirts of the city, the density thickening around us as we moved inward until we were in the streets I knew, the neighborhoods I recognized, the particular unremarkable familiarity of a life I had been living for 3 years. When we pulled up in front of my building, it looked, from the outside, exactly the same. Of course it did. I was the thing that was different. "Your apartment has been secured," Marco said as the driver opened my door. "New locks, a security system." He paused. Then, in a quieter register, "He doesn't extend himself this way often, Miss Shaw. Almost never." I met his eyes. "Thank you, Marco," I said, "for everything." He nodded once, and the car pulled away. New locks on my door. A discreet security panel beside the frame that hadn't been there before, its indicator light a steady, quiet green. Inside, everything in its place. The coffee table, the lumpy futon, the small, functional, carefully managed apartment of a woman who had arranged her life to contain nothing that could hurt her. I set my bag down, sat on the edge of the futon, and took out the envelope. The wax seal broke cleanly. Inside, a single sheet of heavy paper covered in that strong, slanting hand. Emma, by now, you're home, likely questioning everything that happened between us. I won't insult your intelligence by suggesting it wasn't real. It was. What I feel for you is real. Something I have not said to anyone in a very long time, and say now with full awareness of what it means for a man in my position to say it. I am not a good man by the standards of the world you live in. I have blood on my hands that will not wash clean. I command men who would kill or die at my word. I move through a world of shadows and violence that most people will never see. But with you, I found something I thought I had lost permanently. The capacity to feel something beyond power, beyond the cold calculation that has governed my existence since I was 17 years old. You asked for time. I give it freely. A day, a week, a month, whatever you need. In the meantime, you are under my protection, whether you choose me or not. The men outside are there for your safety, not your surveillance. You are free to live exactly as you did before. With one difference. You now have a choice that very few people are ever offered. To step into my world, fully, with complete knowledge of what that means, or to walk away. To return to the life you had, with the memory of what might have been. Whatever you decide, know that you have awakened something in me I believed had died with my parents. For that alone, I will always be in your debt. Until we meet again. Salvatore. I read it twice. Then set it on the coffee table. Moved to the window. Below, on the street, a black SUV was parked half a block down. Another at the corner. Present, unhurried, making no effort to conceal themselves, because they weren't surveilling me. They were facing outward, watching for what might come toward me. I stood there for a long time. My phone on the nightstand had 17 missed messages. The hospital, friends, the normal everyday weight of a life that was here, intact, waiting for me to step back into it. The safe choice. The sane choice. The choice of a woman who has already lost everything once and understands what that cost. On the coffee table, the letter. In my medical bag, the burner phone. One number programmed into it. I thought about Bay 4, about the curtain, and the blood-soaked shirt, and the ice-blue eyes that had found mine and held them with complete, unhurried attention. I thought about his father's study, about a 17-year-old boy with a gun, and the empire built from that night, and the man who had taken me to that room, the one room he had kept locked and unchanged, and told me the truth. I thought about what Marco had said. He doesn't extend himself this way often, almost never. I thought about James, about the linoleum floor, about 3 years of a life that had been shrinking, quietly and steadily, into something I had mistaken for peace. I picked up the burner phone. One number. One ring. Emma. Low, accented, my name and his voice like something both given and claimed. I have questions, I said, conditions. A soft sound. Not quite a laugh, but related to something warmer than I'd heard from him before. I would expect nothing less. I won't give up nursing, my career, my independence. I would never ask that of you. I need to know everything, no protected ignorance, no managed information. A pause, longer. That knowledge comes with weight, he said quietly, with responsibility, with danger. I know. And you're prepared for that. I looked out the window, at the SUVs, at the gray autumn morning, at the city I had been moving through for 3 years without quite being present in it. I thought about the woman in the mirror this morning, flushed and clear-eyed and more awake than she had looked in 3 years. Yes, I said. Then come home, Emma. Outside, one of the SUVs pulled from the curb, circled the block, stopped directly in front of my building. The lobby buzzer sounded. I looked around the apartment one last time. The futon, the coffee table, the careful, small, protected life of a woman who had survived by making herself easy to maintain. Then I picked up my medical bag. and walked out the door, the stairs, the lobby. The cool air of the morning against my face as the door swung open and the waiting car sat at the curb, patient and dark and entirely certain of my arrival. I felt lighter than I had in years. Not because I was certain, not because I was safe, not because the choice I was making was wise by any conventional measure, but because it was real. And I had not felt real. Not fully, not completely, not in the marrow-deep way that reminds you that you are alive rather than merely surviving. Since a Tuesday in October, 3 years ago. Since a linoleum floor and blood on my hands and a future that unmade itself in an afternoon. I got in the car. The door closed. And we drove toward the mansion by the lake, toward the man waiting in it, toward a life I could not have imagined and could not now imagine refusing. While behind me the door of my old life swung quietly shut. Like the end of something. Like the beginning of something else entirely. Chapter 5. The Morning After. I had forgotten what it felt like to wake up without dread. Not the dramatic, cinematic kind of dread. Not nightmares or cold sweats or the sharp, specific terror of something imminent. Just the ordinary kind. The low-grade, ambient weight that had been my first sensation every morning for 3 years. The awareness, arriving before full consciousness, that the day ahead would require something of me that I wasn't sure I had left to give. This morning was different. I lay still for a moment, taking inventory. The ceiling above me was coffered dark wood. The light coming through the floor-to-ceiling windows was the pale, tentative gold of early morning, earlier than I usually woke, which meant I had slept deeply enough to surface before my body needed to. The sheets were warm. The room smelled of wood smoke and something else, something that it took me a moment to identify. Him. The pillow beside mine carried the faint, unmistakable trace of the man who had been sleeping there until some point in the early hours, when I had heard him rise. Quietly, carefully, with the practiced consideration of someone who has learned to move through the dark without disturbing it, and leave the room. I reached out and pressed my palm flat against the cool linen. Real, then. All of it. I had come back. That was the fact I needed to sit with first, before anything else. Before the questions and the complications and the rational, reasonable voice in the back of my mind that had been composing objections since somewhere around the moment I'd gotten into the car yesterday morning, and hadn't quite stopped since. I had read his letter. I had picked up the burner phone. I had said I have conditions to a man who did not typically receive conditions, and he had said I would expect nothing less in a voice that made something in my chest do something I was choosing not to examine too carefully. And then I had come back. Not because I was afraid, not because I had run out of options, not because the situation had maneuvered me into a corner with no visible exit. Because I had chosen to. Eyes open, conditions stated. Full awareness of all available information. I was a woman who had spent 3 years making herself small enough to be safe, and I had looked at Salvatore Russo, at everything he was, everything he had told me he was, without apology or mitigation, and chosen large instead. The thought should have terrified me. It did, a little. But underneath the terror was something else. Something that felt, in the quiet of this unfamiliar morning, disturbingly like relief. I found my clothes from the day before folded on the chair. Someone had retrieved them, laundered them, returned them with the silent efficiency that seemed to govern all domestic operations in this house. I dressed quietly and slipped into the hallway. The house at this hour was different from the house I had moved through in the preceding days. The staff who materialized so smoothly during waking hours were not yet fully present. I caught glimpses, distant sounds, the suggestion of the house preparing itself for the day rather than the day already in motion. The light through the tall windows was still finding its angles, the rooms holding the particular quality of spaces not yet inhabited. It made the house feel, for the first time, like something other than a set piece. Like a place people actually lived. I followed the smell of coffee. The kitchen was at the back of the house, a large professional space that somehow managed to feel warm despite its scale. The marble counters and stainless steel offset by worn wooden stools along one side of a central island, and a collection of copper pots hanging from a rack above the stove that were clearly used rather than decorative. Sophia was at the counter, moving through the quiet choreography of morning preparation with the ease of someone for whom this hour belonged specifically to her. She looked up when I appeared in the doorway. If my presence in the kitchen at 6:40 in the morning, in yesterday's clothes, with the particular slightly undone quality of someone who had slept somewhere unexpected, surprised her, she gave no indication of it whatsoever. "Miss Shaw." She reached for a cup without being asked. "Coffee?" "Please." I settled onto one of the stools, wrapping both hands around the cup when she set it before me. The coffee was extraordinary, dark, and rich, with the kind of depth that suggested someone in this house took it seriously. "You don't have to call me Miss Shaw." Sophia considered this briefly. "Emma, then." "Thank you." I looked around the kitchen. Through the window above the sink, the grounds were visible in the early light. The lawn silvered with dew, the lake flat and still, the first pale suggestion of autumn mist rising from the water's surface. A single figure moved along the far perimeter, unhurried, a dark shape against the gray-gold morning. "He's been up for 2 hours, Sophia said, without looking up from the pastry dough she had begun to work. I looked at her. "Mr. Russo?" "He doesn't sleep much." She pressed the heel of her hand into the dough with practiced force. 4 hours on a good night, less when there's something on his mind. A pause, deliberate. There has been something on his mind for several days now. I drank my coffee and said nothing. "He was in his father's study from 4 until just before you came down," Sophia continued, in the same even, informational tone. "He goes there when he's working through something. He thinks better in that room." She glanced up briefly. "He hasn't gone there at 4 in the morning in quite some time." I wasn't sure whether this was information being offered or a point being made. With Sophia, I was beginning to understand. It was generally both, simultaneously. "How long have you worked for him?" I asked. "Since I was 16, she folded the dough with a decisive motion. "He found me in Naples. I was in a difficult situation. He gave me work, safety, and education. Eventually, this." She gestured, a small, economical movement that somehow encompassed the kitchen, the house, the life she had built within it. "I owe him a great deal." Marco said something similar. "Marco has known him longest." She began portioning the dough. "But many of us have a version of the same story. People Salvatore found in difficult circumstances and chose to help." She paused. "He doesn't advertise this. It doesn't fit the image he projects to the outside world. But the people who work for him, the ones who have been here longest, they know." I thought about the file on the nightstand. My name on it. My grandmother's bills, already paid. My rent, already settled. "He investigates everyone who comes into his life," I said. "Yes." No apology in her tone. "But what he does with that information depends on what he finds." She looked at me steadily. "He could have found a dozen ways to ensure your silence and sent you home without a second thought. That is not what he did." I turned my coffee cup in my hands. "No," I agreed quietly. "It isn't. I heard him before I saw him." Not footsteps. He moved too quietly for that. Something else. A change in the quality of the air in the corridor outside the kitchen. The particular atmospheric shift that I had noticed in the hospital and hadn't been able to name, and was now beginning to recognize as simply him. His presence, preceding him into rooms. He appeared in the kitchen doorway. Dark trousers, a shirt not yet fully buttoned at the collar, his hair slightly less composed than its usual careful arrangement. The version of him that existed before the day's performance had been fully assembled. He looked for a moment exactly like what he was, a man who had been awake since 4 in the morning, working through something complicated, and had not yet put on the face he wore for the rest of the world. His eyes found mine immediately. Something in his expression shifted, quick, subtle, the adjustment of a man recalibrating to an unexpected variable, then settled into something that I couldn't quite name but felt, in a way that had nothing to do with logic, like warmth. "You're awake early," he said. "So are you." Sophia set a cup of coffee at the end of the island nearest the door without comment, and disappeared into a back pantry with the practiced discretion of someone who has developed a finely calibrated sense of when her presence is surplus to requirements. Rousseau moved to the island, didn't take the stool across from mine, took the one beside it, close enough that I was aware of him without it being declarative. He wrapped both hands around his coffee cup in the same unconscious gesture I'd just made, and for a moment we simply existed in the quiet of the morning kitchen together. "How is the wound?" I asked. "Better." He said it without the defensive deflection I'd come to expect whenever I asked about his physical condition. Just, "Better," a report. "I should look at it after breakfast." "I know." A pause. "I've become resigned to this." Something about the dry delivery of it, the faint, self-aware humor, made something in my chest loosen. "Good," I said. "Resignation is the appropriate response." He looked at me over his coffee cup. Those pale eyes doing that thing they did. Complete attention. Nothing withheld. Seeing more than was strictly comfortable to be seen. But this morning there was something else in it. Something less guarded than I had observed in him before. The morning after quality of a person who has let someone in and is sitting with the reality of that. "You stayed," he said quietly. "I came back," I corrected. "There's a difference." "Yes," the ghost of a smile. "There is." I turned my cup in my hands. "I meant what I said on the phone, about conditions." "I know. I need you to understand that I'm not." I stopped, chose the words carefully. "I'm not abandoning my life, my work, my independence. Those things aren't negotiable, regardless of," I gestured between us, slightly helplessly, "whatever this is." "I told you, I would never ask that of you." He set his cup down, turned slightly toward me. "I have watched men in my position make women into possessions, into extensions of their own power. I have seen what that does." His voice was even, but carried the weight of first-hand knowledge. "That is not what I want from you." "Then what do you want?" He held my gaze for a long moment. "This," he said simply, "exactly this, you as you are, not a version of you shaped by what I need you to be." A pause. "I have spent 15 years surrounded by people who tell me what I want to hear, who become what the situation requires, who perform." Something in his eyes shifted. "You have not performed once since the moment you walked into Bay 4. I told you your bedside manner was terrible. You told me I had no right to investigate you. Then you told me my wound was my own fault. Then you called my negotiating a nightmare." The ghost of a smile again, more present this time. "You have been remarkably consistent." I prefer the word honest. "So do I." He said it quietly, meaning something by it. We sat with that for a moment. Outside, the mist was lifting from the lake in slow, transparent curls. The single figure I'd seen on the perimeter had been joined by another, and they moved together along the fence line in the unhurried rhythm of a patrol that has been running all night and will continue through the day. "Tell me something," I said. "What would you like to know?" "Something true." I looked at him. "Something you don't tell people." He was quiet for a moment, not avoiding, considering. The difference was visible in him now that I knew what to look for. "I still dream about them," he said finally. "My parents. Not always the night they died. Sometimes before. Ordinary things. Dinner at the table, my father reading in the study, my mother in the garden she kept at our house in Milan." A pause. I wake up and for a moment everything is still intact. And then I remember. He looked at his coffee cup. "It has been 15 years. The dreams have not stopped." I didn't say anything for a moment. "Do they help?" I asked. "The dreams, even the good ones." He considered this seriously. They remind me what I'm protecting. He glanced at me. What I'm trying to protect. I thought about my own dreams. The ones I'd had for 3 years. Not always the bad kind. Sometimes James, alive, ordinary, making coffee, or laughing at something on television. And the particular cruelty of those, the way they made the waking worse. I know that feeling, I said quietly. He nodded, just once. The nod of someone who understands that some things don't need expanding. We sat in the morning kitchen drinking coffee, and for the first time since I had pulled back a curtain in Bay 4, the situation between us felt neither dangerous nor impossible. It felt like the beginning of something. Tentative, uncertain, improbable by almost any measure, but real. After breakfast, which Sophia produced with the same quiet, comprehensive efficiency she brought to everything, plates appearing on the island as if the kitchen had simply decided that people were going to eat this morning, Russo led me back to his bedroom for the examination I had stipulated. He sat on the edge of the bed with patient resignation, as promised, while I worked through the now familiar ritual. Fresh gloves, careful peeling back of the dressing, assessment of the wound beneath. It was better. Not dramatically, not yet. Infection of this severity doesn't retreat in a single day, but the margins were less angry. The discharge had reduced. The heat radiating from the tissue had diminished to something I would have described, the first night, as merely concerning rather than alarming. The antibiotics are doing their job, I said. Finally, I began applying a fresh dressing. You need to keep the exertion minimal today, real minimal. Not your version of minimal. My version of minimal and actual minimal are not so different. Salvatore, I looked up at him, his name in my mouth. The first time I had used it directly, without the formality of Mr. Russo, landed between us with a small, audible weight. I saw him register it. Yesterday you attended a high-stakes negotiation with a fever of over 100 degrees. That is not minimal. That is the opposite of minimal. That is the definition of what I have been asking you not to do. He looked at me for a moment. Then you used my name. I stopped. Yes, I suppose I did. I prefer it. Something in his expression that I was learning to read as the outermost layer of warmth. Not the demonstrative kind, but the quieter kind. The kind that exists in how a person's face changes around something that matters. To Mr. Russo. That can be your reward, I said, returning to the dressing, for actually resting today. A sound from his chest, the rumble that lived in the neighborhood of amusement. I have calls this morning. Calls you can make from this bed. And Marco needs. Marco, I said, smoothing the last piece of tape into place and straightening, is a grown man who has been managing complicated situations since before you were born. He will survive a morning without you. I peeled off my gloves and fixed him with the look I had developed specifically for patients who believed their own exceptions. One day, that's all I'm asking. One day of actual rest and the infection should turn a corner. Push yourself again before it does and we're back to where we were 2 nights ago, and I will not be responsible for my reaction to that. He studied me. You're quite formidable, he said, for a nurse. I was almost a surgeon, the instincts remained. Something moved through his expression, more complex than amusement. Something that had reached further back, touched something more careful. Tell me about that, he said. Medical school. What it was like, before. I sat in the chair, my chair. I was beginning to think of it, which was a thought I noted and set aside, and considered the question. Before. It was a word with a very specific meaning in the geography of my life, a clear demarcation. Before October, 3 years ago. Before a convenience store, and a Tuesday and $40 from a register. It was everything, I said. I know that sounds, but it was. I had wanted to be a surgeon since I was 12 years old. My grandmother's hands, the way she could make things with them. I wanted to do that. With people. Fix them. I looked at my hands in my lap. I was good at it. Better than I was at most things. And I had James, and we had plans, and all of it felt like a life I had actually built, rather than one that had simply accumulated around me. And then, I was quiet for a moment. I've thought about going back, to medicine, To finishing. I looked up, but it felt like trying to resume a sentence after you've forgotten what you were saying. The words are still there, the intention, but the continuity is gone. He was watching me carefully, with that quality of attention that never felt intrusive, somehow that listened to what was said and what wasn't said with equal seriousness. The continuity could be rebuilt, he said. Maybe, I considered it. Or maybe nursing is what I was supposed to do all along. Maybe the seamstress's granddaughter was always going to end up stitching people back together, just not in an operating room. And yet your technique is surgical. My grandmother's technique is surgical. She had very exacting standards for a seam. I smiled slightly and felt the unfamiliarity of it on my face in this context, the ease of it, here, with him, in the quiet of the morning. She would have been appalled by your wound, incidentally. Very untidy work by whoever put it there. The ghost of a smile. I'll pass that along. Please don't. He kept his word. Not perfectly. Nothing, with Salvatore Russo, was ever quite perfectly anything. But by his standards, the day that followed was something approaching rest. He moved to the sitting room adjoining the bedroom, where he conducted calls from an armchair by the window, his voice low and even, and giving nothing away about the pain I could see in the careful way he held himself when he thought I wasn't looking. I moved in and out of the room throughout the morning, checking his temperature, monitoring the IV line I'd insisted on keeping in for another 24 hours, managing the antibiotic doses with the quiet authority of someone who has decided that a certain amount of medical dictatorship is the only way this is going to work. He accepted all of it. Not without the occasional dry observation or the slight lift of an eyebrow that conveyed the full depth of his opinion of my bedside manner. But he accepted it. Marco came and went, pausing to speak with Russo in low Italian, occasionally turning to include me in an exchange with the careful consideration of a man who has decided I am part of the household rather than a visitor to it. The calls on Russo's phone were frequent, some long, some clipped to a handful of words that nevertheless seemed to convey complete paragraphs of instruction. The calls to situation was settling, the terms were holding. The men who had been tracking me through the device in my bag had received the curated information Russo had mentioned, a location 40 miles from here, a set of movements designed to look like exactly what they were looking for, and were, according to Marco's periodic updates, pursuing it with satisfying conviction. I was, for the moment, safe. It was a strange feeling, being safe in a house surrounded by armed men in the middle of something I didn't fully understand and couldn't entirely see, but there it was. In the early afternoon, I found Sophia in the conservatory. She was tending to the improbable plants with the focused attention of someone engaged in a conversation rather than a chore. Small adjustments, deliberate touches, the particular care of a person who takes the living things in their charge seriously. I had brought my coffee and the vague, restless energy of someone who has been keeping vigil over a patient and finds themselves unexpectedly with a free hour. He's sleeping, I said from the doorway. Finally. Sophia looked up. Good. She moved to the next plant, something dark-leafed and tropical that had no business flourishing this far from the equator. He needed it. I moved into the conservatory, breathing in the green, living smell of it. It was warm here, warmer than the rest of the house, the glass roof collecting the pale afternoon sun and holding it. Can I ask you something? I said. You can ask. The women's clothing in the guest room, the sizes, the variety. I looked at her. Is this something that happens often? Women being brought here? Sophia was quiet for a moment, not uncomfortable, considering. No, she said. The clothing was purchased for you specifically. When Salvatore knew you were coming, I ordered it myself. She moved to a spray bottle on the shelf, misted the leaves of the nearest plant with practiced care. In the years I have worked for him, and there have been many, I have not seen a woman in this house as a guest. Not like this. Not like this, I repeated. The women in Salvatore's life have generally been, she paused, choosing carefully, arrangements, temporary, understood by all parties to be so. She glanced at me. He has never brought anyone here, not to this house, not to stay. She returned to her plants. This is his home, not a place he shares. I stood with that for a moment. That doesn't frighten you? I asked. My being here, I mean, an outsider, someone who isn't part of this world. Sophia considered the question with the same serious attention she gave everything. Marco was frightened, she said. At first, he is protective in ways that sometimes look like aggression. She smiled slightly. The first real smile I had seen from her, brief and genuine. But Marco watches people very carefully. He watched you for 2 days. She met my eyes. He is not frightened anymore. And you? She looked at me steadily. You sat in a chair all night monitoring a man you had every reason to walk away from, she said. Because your medical training wouldn't let you leave a patient in danger. A pause. And then you came back. Not because you had to. She turned back to her plants. No. I'm not frightened. I was in the library when he found me, in the late afternoon. I had discovered around 2 o'clock that the section of shelves nearest the fireplace contained a selection of English-language books, a deliberate collection, deliberately placed, the way a host prepares a guest room. Someone had thought about what a person like me might want to read. Someone had thought about me, in the particular way of wanting to provide for a specific person rather than a general visitor. I had been sitting with that for 2 hours, turning a novel I wasn't reading in my lap, listening to the fire and the occasional sound of movement in the house. Salvatore came in without announcing himself, which I realized, beginning to expect from him in his own home. He moved to the chair across from mine, lowered himself into it with the careful economy of someone managing discomfort without advertising it, and looked at me. You found the English section, he said. Someone put it there for me. Someone did. I looked at him. When? When I knew you were coming. A slight pause. The first time. I looked back at the fire. The first time. Before the infection. Before the second visit. Before any of what had followed. He had known, when he called me from that phone slipped under my door, that he was asking me to stay. And he had prepared a room with books I might actually want to read. That was presumptuous, I said. Yes. No apology. I have been told that about myself. I turned the novel in my hands. What else did you prepare? The guest room, the clothing, the medical supplies which I had sourced before you arrived, so you would have what you needed to treat me effectively. He watched the fire. The security updates to your apartment were arranged during your first night here. The rent, the care facility donation, those were arranged the following morning. Before you knew I would come back. Before I knew. A pause. I wanted you to be able to refuse me and still be less burdened, whatever you decided. I looked at him for a long moment. You prepared for me to say no, I said. I prepared for every possibility, he met my eyes. I preferred this one. The fire shifted. The light in the library was going amber, with the late afternoon, the rows of books absorbing it, and giving it back in warm, varied tones. I need to know something, I said. Ask. The people who were tracking me, the cost of a family. I held his gaze. Is it over? Actually over? Or are we in a temporary quiet, an interval between things? He was silent for a moment. Honest answer, he said. Always. Victor Kostova accepted our terms. He is a man who, when he agrees to something, honors it, because his reputation depends on it, and his reputation is worth more to him than whatever he would gain from breaking his word. Salvatore leaned forward slightly, elbows on knees, his eyes steady on mine. The immediate threat to you is resolved. The tracking situation is neutralized. You can return to your life with a reasonable confidence that the cost of a family will not be a problem. But, I said, he acknowledged the word without flinching. My world does not become permanently peaceful because one negotiation has been concluded. There will be other situations, other complications, other nights like the one last week. He held my gaze. You asked for honesty. That is the honest answer. I nodded slowly. I know, I said. I knew that before I got back in the car this morning. And yet, I set the book aside. I think I've been safe for 3 years. Genuinely. Physically safe. And it didn't feel like much of anything. I looked at him. I'd rather feel something real, even if it comes with complications, than feel nothing in a perfectly secure apartment. He looked at me for a long moment. James taught you that, he said quietly, not a question. Losing James taught me that. I met his gaze. Safety is an illusion. It was always an illusion. He died 2 blocks from home on an ordinary Tuesday. Nothing about it was dangerous, or complicated, or part of anyone's world. I paused. So yes, I'll take real. Salvatore was quiet for a moment. Then he said very quietly, I will do everything in my power to make sure you don't regret that. I know, I said. And the strange thing, the thing that would have seemed impossible to the woman who had pulled back a curtain in Bay four days ago, was that I believed him. That evening, for the first time, I ate dinner at his table. Not in the guest room, not on a tray in the bedroom. In the dining room, at the long table that could have seated 20, set at one end for 2, candlelight replacing the formal overhead fixtures, Sophia's cooking arriving in courses that demonstrated what she was capable of when the occasion warranted it. Rousseau sat across from me, still moving with the careful economy of a man managing his wound, but present in a way that felt different from the preceding days, more settled, less managed. We talked. Not about the cost of a situation or the shipping routes or the empire or the armed men on the perimeter. Not about tracking devices or infections or the ethical implications of everything I had allowed myself to be drawn into. We talked about his mother's garden in Milan, which had apparently been legendary among people who knew about such things. About my grandmother's workshop in Baltimore, where I had spent summers sitting on a high stool watching her hands move over fabric with the same precision I later brought to sutures. About the architecture program Salvatore had briefly considered before his father's death made other things necessary. The way he still noticed structural things in buildings, the bones of spaces, what was holding what up. About James, a little. Not the night of his death. Neither of us reached for that. But James alive, laughing. The way he had been in the year before he died, when he was exhausted from his residency and happy anyway, in the way of someone doing exactly what they were supposed to be doing. Salvatore listened to all of it with the complete attention that was simply how he listened, missing nothing, softening nothing, receiving what I gave him without trying to fix or improve or redirect it. It was, I realized somewhere in the middle of the second course, the first time I had talked about James without the conversation feeling like an autopsy. It felt, instead, like a tribute. Like keeping something alive by saying its name. He would have thought you were extraordinary, I said, around the third course. The wine had loosened something in me, not to recklessness but to honesty. And also a complete nightmare. In that order. Simultaneously, he had a talent for holding contradictions. I smiled. He would have asked you incredibly detailed questions about the operational logistics of organized crime, and then argued with your answers. I would have respected that. He would have respected your suit. I looked at him across the candlelight. He had opinions about suits. Salvatore looked down briefly at the jacket he was wearing, then back at me, with an expression that was the closest thing to genuinely amused I had seen from him. High praise, he said. The highest? I agreed. Later, when the dinner things had been cleared and the candles had burned lower and the house had settled into the quiet of its late evening rhythms, I checked his wound one final time. Better still, the inflammation continuing its slow retreat. The fever, when I pressed the thermometer to his forehead, reading 99.6, the first time it had been below 100 since I'd arrived. Turning a corner, I said. As predicted. He was watching my hands as I replaced the dressing, with that particular attention he gave to everything I did medically, not anxious, not impatient, simply present. As predicted, I agreed, because you actually rested today. Grudgingly. The grudgingness is fine. The resting is what matters. I secured the last piece of tape and sat back. 2 more days of antibiotics, dressing changes morning and evening. No. Strenuous activity, he finished. I know. Your knowledge and your behavior have historically been independent of each other. I am working on their reconciliation. I looked at him. In the warm lamplight of the bedroom, with the fever finally receding and the careful management of the preceding days giving way to something marginally more like ease, he looked human in a way that the preceding days had only occasionally permitted. Not less dangerous, not diminished, just present. Real. Tomorrow, he said, would you like to see the rest of the property? There are parts one haven't shown you. I considered this. Are any of them likely to give me additional ethical complications? The ghost of a smile. Probably not. Then yes, I stood, gathering my supplies. Tomorrow. I moved toward the door. Emma. I turned. He was watching me from the bed, those pale eyes holding mine in the lamplight with the particular quality of someone saying something that exists beneath the words. Thank you, he said, for coming back. I held his gaze for a moment. Get some sleep, I said. Actual sleep, more than 4 hours. The ghost of a smile became something slightly more present. I'll try, he said. I turned off the lamp nearest the door and walked down the hall to the guest room that was beginning, in the particular gradual way of spaces that receive you consistently, to feel less like a guest room. Outside the windows, the lake held the moon. The men moved along the perimeter in their patient, unhurried pairs. And in the house by the water, in the amber dark of the evening, I lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling and felt, threading through all the complexity and the uncertainty and the very rational list of reasons this was complicated, something that felt, with increasing insistence, like hope. Chapter 6. Blood and Business. The first thing I learned about Salvatore Russo's world was that it had its own weather. Not literal weather, though the estate had that too, the lake generating its own microclimate, mornings arriving with mist that burned off by 10, evenings cooling faster than the city ever did. What I mean is that the house had an atmosphere that shifted with information, with phone calls received, with men arriving at doors and departing with new instructions, with the particular quality of silence that fell over a room when something had happened that required processing before it could be spoken aloud. I had been present for 2 days of that weather without fully understanding its patterns. On the 3rd morning of my return, I began to understand. It started with breakfast. Not with anything dramatic, not with raised voices or visible tension, or the cinematic signals that something was wrong. Just with the quality of Marco's attention when he appeared in the kitchen doorway at 7:15, before Sophia had finished the coffee, and looked at Salvatore with an expression that communicated something in a language I was only beginning to learn. Salvatore set down his cup, a gesture so small it was almost invisible, a slight straightening, a fractional change in the quality of his stillness, something that had been at rest coming alert. What is it? He said. In English, I noticed, still including me, even now. Ferraro, Marco said. There's been a development. The name meant nothing to me, but I saw what it did to the room. The way Salvatore's expression didn't change exactly, but became more itself, more concentrated. The way the warmth of the morning, which had been genuine and present across the breakfast island, receded without disappearing, the way a tide recedes. Still there, in the water. Just further out. He glanced at me. I'll be in the study, he said to Marco. Then, to me, with the particular care of someone who has thought about how to say something before saying it, this may take some time. I'll check the wound at 10, I said. He nodded, rose, and followed Marco out of the kitchen with the focused economy of a man who has shifted fully from one mode of existence into another. I sat with my coffee and listened to the house change around me. By 9 o'clock, I had counted 6 men arriving at the front entrance. Not the regular security staff, different men, some of whom I hadn't seen before, arriving in pairs with the compressed purposefulness of people summoned rather than scheduled. They were admitted, directed toward the study, and did not reappear. Sophia moved through her morning work with her usual composure, but I noticed she had closed the kitchen door, something she hadn't done before, and that when I asked whether I could refill my coffee, she answered in a slightly lower register than usual, as if calibrating her volume to something she didn't articulate. I sat in the library with my novel that I was not reading and thought about what Salvatore had said the evening before. My world does not become permanently peaceful because one negotiation has been concluded. I had said I knew that. I had meant it when I said it. The clean, daylit version of it. The theoretical acknowledgement of something I understood intellectually while sitting in candlelight over a good dinner, talking about gardens and architecture and the suits of a man who was no longer alive to wear them. This was the other version. This was what it looked and sounded like from the inside. Men arriving before 8 in the morning. A study door that had been closed for 2 hours. The particular quality of controlled urgency that moved through the house like a current under still water, invisible on the surface, unmistakable once you knew it was there. I was choosing this. I had chosen it with my eyes open. I needed to stay open. At 10 o'clock, I knocked on the study door. A pause, the murmur of voices inside ceasing. Then, "Come." I entered with my medical bag. The room held 4 men, in addition to Salvatore and Marco. The 4 I'd seen arrive that morning, now arranged around the desk with the particular focused stillness of people, in the middle of something they have been interrupted in. They looked at me with expressions ranging from neutral assessment to something that was not quite hostility but was in that vicinity. I looked at Salvatore. 10 o'clock, I said. Something moved through the room that I couldn't quite characterize. A shift in the air, a collective adjustment of attention. The 4 men looked at Salvatore with a quality of waiting that had a new element in it now. Curiosity, maybe. Or the recalibration that occurs when a known quantity reveals an unknown variable. "Give us a few minutes," Salvatore said, to the room, without specifying. The 4 men filed out with the practiced efficiency of people accustomed to being dismissed and resumed within the space of a medical examination. Marco remained. "I can wait in the hall," I said to both of them. "No." Salvatore was already removing his jacket. "Marco has seen worse than a wound dressing." Marco's expression confirmed this with the blankness of a man who has indeed seen considerably worse. I worked quickly and professionally, peeling back the dressing with careful hands, assessing the wound, noting the continued improvement. The inflammation was down again. The discharge had reduced to almost nothing. The heat that had been radiating from the tissue for 3 days was approaching normal. "Better," I said. "Significantly better." I began applying the fresh dressing. "The infection is retreating. If it continues at this rate, I can close the wound in 2 days." "Good." His voice was in its other register now, the one that had been present since the kitchen this morning. Focused and flat and stripped of the warmth that had been there yesterday. Not cold toward me, specifically. Just elsewhere. Occupied by whatever Ferraro meant and whatever development had occurred. And the 6 men who had arrived before I'd finished my first cup of coffee. I finished the dressing, packed the bag. "The antibiotic at noon," I said. "Don't skip it because you're busy." "I won't." I turned to go. "Emma?" I turned. He was watching me with an expression that was 2 things at once. The focused, concentrated stillness of a man in the middle of managing something difficult, and beneath it, visible to me now in a way it might not have been 3 days ago, something more careful. An awareness of me specifically, of what I was seeing and what I might be thinking about what I was seeing. "Later," he said quietly, "I'll explain what I can." "You don't have to explain anything." "I know." A pause. "I want to." I nodded, and left him to his morning. The explanation came at 2 o'clock, in the garden. He found me in the Japanese corner that Marco had shown me on my first day. The small stone bridge, the narrow stream, the raked gravel patterns that someone maintained with invisible consistency. The mist had long since burned off, and the afternoon had turned bright and cold. the sky, the particular hard blue of autumn that looks warmer than it is. He sat beside me on the low stone bench without preamble. "Ferraro," he said. "The name means something to you?" "Nothing." "Luca Ferraro. He runs an operation out of Genoa. Shipping, primarily. There is a great deal of overlap between his territory and mine, which has historically been managed through an agreement that suited both parties." He looked at the stream. 2 days ago, 3 of my cargo shipments were intercepted, the product removed, the containers left at the dock. Ferraro's signature, if not his actual hand. I looked at him. "Is this connected to Costova?" "Possibly. Probably." He turned a ring on his finger. The gold signet, a habitual gesture I had begun to recognize. When one organization moves against you, it creates an impression of vulnerability. Other organizations take note. A pause. Victor Costova accepted my terms because I demonstrated strength, but the demonstration cost something, the shipping concessions. And Ferraro, who has been watching, sees the concessions as weakness rather than strategy. And now he's testing. Testing, he confirmed, to see how I respond. I thought about this, about the nature of a world in which strength was the only reliable currency, and anything that could be interpreted as weakness was an invitation. "What will you do?" I asked. He was quiet for a moment. "What's necessary," he said. I looked at him. That's the answer you give when you don't want to tell me the actual answer. Something moved through his expression. "Yes. You said last night you'd explain what you could." I said I would. He turned to face me more fully. "Some things I won't explain. Not because I'm protecting you from information. You told me you wanted honesty, and I intend to give you that. But because there are aspects of what I do that are better understood in the abstract than the specific." He held my gaze steadily. "What I am doing about Ferraro falls into that category." I considered this. "Are you going to hurt someone?" I asked. The question landed in the afternoon quiet, without drama. He received it the same way, without flinching, without deflecting. "Probably not personally," he said, "but yes, someone will be hurt." I looked at the stream, at the water moving in its small, engineered channel, deliberate and contained. Because of the shipments. Because of what the shipments represent. An incursion. An assertion that my territory is available. He paused. In my world, an unanswered incursion is an invitation for the next one. And the one after that. The response isn't cruelty. It's arithmetic. "Arithmetic," I repeated. "If the cost of moving against me reliably exceeds the benefit, people stop moving against me." He watched the water. "It is a brutal calculus. I won't pretend otherwise. But it is the calculus that has kept me, and the people under my protection, alive for 15 years. I sat with that for a long moment. The thing about being a nurse, about having spent 3 years in an emergency room, is that you develop a very specific relationship with the reality of damage. You see what violence does to bodies in concrete clinical detail. You know the difference between a wound that will heal and one that won't. You know what a bullet does at close range versus distance, what a blade does depending on angle and depth, what the body's response to catastrophic trauma looks like in the first minutes when survival is still possible and the minutes after when it isn't. I knew what Salvatore's world produced. I had treated some of it. I knew what someone will be hurt actually meant in human terms. And I was sitting in a garden with the man who had just told me he would cause it. "I'm not going to pretend I'm comfortable with that," I said. "I know. And I'm not going to pretend that arithmetic makes it something other than what it is." "I know that too." He met my eyes. "I'm not asking you to reframe it. I'm asking you to understand it as part of what I am, fully, without the comfortable parts edited out." I looked at him. At the man on the stone bench in the autumn garden, who had sat across from me at a candlelit table last night, talking about his mother's roses and my grandmother's hands, and a dead man's opinions about suits, who had prepared a guest room with books I might actually want to read before he knew whether I would come back. who had just told me with complete directness that he was going to arrange for someone to be hurt because arithmetic required it. Both things were true. Both things were him. "This is the part," I said slowly, "where I'm supposed to make a decision, where I weigh what I can accept against what I can't, and arrive at a conclusion." "Yes, I already made that decision this morning when I came back in. Decisions made in the abstract are easier than decisions made in the specific." That was honest. I acknowledged it with a slight nod. "I know what your world produces," I said. "I've treated it. I've held it together with sutures and pressure and the particular determination of someone who decided a long time ago that saving people was the thing she was put here to do, regardless of who they were or how they got where they were." I paused. "I've never asked about the other side of the treatment. Where the damage came from. Why? And now you're on the other side." "Now I'm on the other side." I looked at the stream. "I don't like it." "I know. But I understand the difference between what you do and cruelty. I'm not sure I could defend that distinction to anyone else. But I understand it from where I'm sitting." He was very still beside me. "That distinction matters to you," I said. "I can see that it does. It is perhaps the only thing that has mattered to me consistently since I was 17 years old." His voice was quiet and very even. "I am not a good man. I've told you that. I don't kill for pleasure or power or because I can. I kill," he paused, "when the arithmetic requires it, and I have exhausted the alternatives. That doesn't make it clean, but it makes it different from what it could be." I thought about the men in the study this morning. The focused, contained energy of a problem being managed, the absence of anger, of relish, of anything that looked like appetite for what was coming. Arithmetic. Cold, brutal, and in its own terrible way, principled. "All right," I said finally. He looked at me. "All right. I'm not going to tell you I'm fine with it. I'm not." I met his gaze. "But I understand it. And understanding it is what I'm capable of right now." I paused. "Ask me again in a month." Something shifted in his expression. Too complex to read in a single moment, relief and something more careful than relief. And underneath both of them, something that looked like the quiet, specific gratitude of a person who has been understood rather than merely accepted. "A month," he said. "At least." The corner of his mouth moved, the ghost that was always there, becoming something slightly more present. "I can work with that," he said. The afternoon moved in the direction of evening in the specific way of autumn afternoons. Quickly, the light changing registers from gold to amber to the cool blue of approaching dusk before it felt like enough time had passed for that to be reasonable. I spent part of it in the library, actually reading this time, the novel from the English shelf finally holding my attention in a way it hadn't managed before. Part of it in the conservatory with Sophia, learning the names of plants I had never encountered before and would probably not remember, but which gave my hands something to do and the afternoon somewhere to rest. And part of it, the middle part, the amber hour, in the room I was beginning to think of as mine, sitting at the window that overlooked the lake, watching the light change on the water and thinking. About the man in the study who was arranging, with calm and deliberate precision, for someone to be hurt because arithmetic required it. About the man at the breakfast island this morning who had turned a coffee cup in both hands the same way I did and talked about dreams of ordinary things, dinner tables, gardens, a father reading in a study. About the boy who had been 17 with a gun, waiting in the dark. About the shapes that people take when life requires them to become specific things. How those shapes can be simultaneously monstrous and human. How a person can look at both and not be able to say with complete confidence that one is more real than the other. I thought about my grandmother's hands, about the precision of them, about the fact that those hands had taught me to suture, and that sutures were, at their simplest, the act of holding damaged things together until they could hold themselves. I was not sure that I could hold together the different versions of Salvatore Rousseau that I was coming to know. But I thought, in the amber light by the window, watching the lake turn silver at the edges, that I might be able to sit with them, both of them, the warmth and the cold, the roses and the arithmetic. Not comfortably, not without cost, but honestly. Which was, I was increasingly certain, the only way any of this was going to be survivable. Dinner that evening was quieter than the one before. Not uncomfortably so, not the silence of things unspoken or avoided. Just the natural quiet of two people who have said something true to each other in the afternoon and are living in the aftermath of that, the particular intimacy of having looked at something difficult together and not looked away. Salvatore ate with the focused efficiency of someone who has remembered to feed himself rather than genuinely hungry. I noticed he moved with slightly more ease than he had that morning. The wound, improving steadily, giving back incremental degrees of the fluid physicality that had been there even in the hospital, even in pain. He would be himself again soon. Fully. The version of him that didn't need monitoring, didn't need the antibiotic at noon, and the dressing at 10, and the quiet authority of someone telling him to actually rest. I was not sure how I felt about that. After dinner, he walked me to the hallway outside the guest room in the particular way of someone choosing to accompany rather than escort, beside me, not ahead, not directing. The house was settling into its night rhythms around us, the security staff completing their shift handovers, Sophia's domain going quiet, the sound of the lake, faintly, through the walls. At the door he stopped, turned to face me. "Tomorrow," he said, "will be better." "Then today?" "Then today." I looked at him. "The Ferraro situation." "Will be managed." He held my gaze steadily. "By tomorrow evening it will be resolved. And the day after, and the day after that will be less eventful. Until the next thing." "Until the next thing," he acknowledged. No pretense. "But the next thing is not tonight." I looked at him in the hall light, at the particular tiredness that had settled behind his eyes. Not physical exactly, though the wound had taken its toll on him. The tiredness of someone who has been managing complicated things for a very long time, and is aware, with an awareness that doesn't leave much room for self-pity, that this is simply what his life requires. "You should sleep," I said. "So should you." I asked first. Something in his expression, the particular softening that happened when I said something that caught him slightly off guard, a tell I had come to realize, a small involuntary signal of the man beneath the management. He reached out, touched my face, the same gesture as before, brief, deliberate, the back of his fingers against my cheek. "Thank you," he said quietly, "for this afternoon, for asking directly instead of pretending I wasn't thinking about it." "Yes. I'm not very good at pretending." "No," the ghost of a smile. "I know. It is one of the things I find most," he paused, choosing, "remarkable about you." I held his gaze. "Good night, Salvatore." "Good night, Emma." He turned and walked back down the hall. I watched him go. The straight back, the careful but diminishing compensation for the wound, the particular quality of his presence that filled a corridor even moving away from you. Then I went inside and sat on the edge of the bed and stared at the wall. I had spent the day watching the machinery of his world turn impersonal and deliberate, and producing consequences I would rather not think about in too much specific detail. I had asked him directly whether someone would be hurt. He had said yes. I had sat with that in a garden by a stream, and arrived at something that wasn't quite peace, and wasn't quite acceptance, but was, possibly, honest engagement with the reality of choosing this. It was not what I had imagined, when he'd kissed me in a fever-warm bedroom, and I had chosen not to pull away. It was also not a surprise. I had been told, clearly, directly, without mitigation, I am not a good man. No, he wasn't. And I was a woman who had driven herself half into the ground for 3 years, trying to be good enough nurse, good enough granddaughter, good enough former medical student, good enough mourner, in a life that had stopped feeling like mine the day it was handed back to me, minus the person who had made it make sense. Maybe good, in the way I had been performing it, was not the only way to be real. Maybe honest was enough. I lay back on the bed. Outside, the lake held the night quietly. And somewhere in the house, in a study or a bedroom or the father's room he went to at 4 a.m, when something needed working through, Salvatore Russo was moving through the world he had built, managing the arithmetic of it, carrying the weight of it with the particular dignity of someone who has never allowed himself a different option. And I was here, in a guest room that was beginning to feel like mine, having chosen this. Eyes open, I turned off the light. And for the second night in a row, in spite of everything, or perhaps because of it, because this was real and real, had weight and weight, after 3 years of careful weightlessness, felt something like solid ground. I slept. Chapter 7. Old Wounds. There is a particular hour of the night that belongs to truth. Not midnight. Midnight is theatrical, self-conscious, aware of its own significance. Not the small hours, which belong to insomnia and anxiety, and the circular, unproductive thinking that arrives when the body is tired, but the mind refuses the courtesy of rest. The hour I mean is later than midnight and earlier than the first suggestion of dawn. The hour when the performance of the day has fully dissolved and what remains is simply what's there. No energy left for anything other than honesty. No reserve available for management or presentation, or the careful selection of what to reveal and what to keep. That was the hour Salvatore knocked on the door of the guest room. I was awake. I had been asleep. Genuinely, deeply, the good sleep that had been finding me since I'd come back, as if my body had decided that choosing something real was sufficient grounds for finally letting its guard down. But something had pulled me back to the surface. A sound in the house, maybe. Or the particular quality of the silence just before a knock. The way the air changes fractionally when someone is standing on the other side of a door deciding whether to use it. I sat up. "Come in." The door opened. He was still dressed. Dark trousers, a shirt with the collar open and the sleeves rolled back. The version of him that existed at the end of a long day, when the formality had been set aside without quite being replaced by ease. He stood in the doorway with the specific quality of someone who has crossed a threshold they weren't entirely certain they would cross tonight. "I saw the light," he said. I looked at the lamp on the nightstand, which I had turned on without thinking when I surfaced. I wasn't really asleep. Neither was I. He didn't move further into the room. Didn't ask to come in. Just stood in the doorway with that quality of waiting that I had come to understand was not passivity but consideration. Giving me the choice of the thing before he moved toward it. I moved my feet to make room at the end of the bed. He came and sat, carefully, facing slightly away from me, toward the window, toward the dark lake beyond the glass, not evasive. Just settled, the way people settle when they are about to say something they have been working up to. We sat in the lamp-warm quiet for a moment. "How did it resolve?" I asked. "The Ferraro situation." As expected, a pause. A message was sent. It was received. Ferraro will reconsider his position. I didn't ask for the specifics. He didn't offer them. We had established, that afternoon in the garden, the terms of what I would understand in detail and what I would understand in principle. I was still calibrating the line between them. "Good," I said. He turned slightly. "You mean that?" "I mean that you needed it resolved and now it is." I met his eyes. I reserve the right to be conflicted about the method. "Reserved," he said quietly. Another silence. More comfortable than the silences of the first days, broken in, the way a space becomes inhabited over time. "You couldn't sleep," I said. "Why?" He was quiet for a moment. "I've been thinking about something you said. In the garden today." He turned the signet ring on his finger, that habitual gesture. "About James, about what it was like to lose someone and have your future handed back to you, minus the person who made it make sense." I looked at him. "I didn't say it quite like that." "No, but that was what you meant." I acknowledged it with a slight nod. "I have been thinking," he said slowly. about what that is like, to lose someone suddenly, without warning, without the time to, he paused, without the time to say the things that should have been said, to do the things that should have been done. He was looking at the window. With my parents. I have thought about this for 15 years. The dinner we had the night before. The ordinary conversation, my mother asking me about my exams, my father distracted by something he was reading, neither of them knowing, none of us knowing. He stopped. That it was the last one, I said quietly. Yes, he was still for a moment. I was 17, and I thought I had unlimited time. I thought there would be other dinners, other conversations, other chances to... He paused. My mother used to put her hand on my shoulder when she passed behind me. A small thing, not even a gesture, really, just a touch, in passing. He looked at his hands. I would give a great deal to feel that again. I didn't say anything, because there was nothing to say that was more than what he had just said, and sometimes, the most honest response to someone setting something down after carrying it a long time is simply to be present for the moment of it. James, I said finally, he had a habit. I looked at the lamp. Every morning, before he left for the hospital, he would stand in the kitchen doorway and say, not goodbye, not see you later, just, okay, one word, as if he was confirming something, checking that everything was still in order before he walked out the door. And the morning he died, he said it. Okay, and I said it back, and he left. I paused. I said it for months afterward, to empty rooms, to no one. I paused. I still do sometimes, when I leave a room. Okay, just to feel what it was like to say it, and have it mean something. Salvatore was very still beside me. Yes, he said quietly, I understand that. We sat with that for a moment. Two people who had been carrying specific, small, ordinary things for a long time, setting them out in the lamplight to be seen. Do you know what I found the hardest? I said. Not the grief itself. Not even the guilt. Though that was there for a long time, the voice that told me if I'd been faster, smarter, better trained, it would have been enough. I paused. The hardest part was the silence. The way the world just kept moving. The hospital kept admitting patients. My professors kept setting exams. People kept having ordinary conversations about ordinary things. And none of it acknowledged that something had been removed from the world that could not be replaced. The world's indifference, he said. Yes, I know that feeling. He turned to face me more fully. After my parents were killed, the men who worked for my father, the organization, they needed leadership immediately. There was no interval, no space to, he paused, to register what had happened before being required to respond to it. The grief happened in the margins, in the hours when no one needed anything from me. Midnight to 4 in the morning, I said. He looked at me. When you go to your father's study, I said. A long pause. Yes, he said, quietly, as if the word itself was an admission. Those hours. I looked at him across the small space of the bed. At the man who had been 17 and sleepless and furious and without a blueprint for any of what came next, and had built something enormous from that place, and carried the 4 in the morning hours as the price of it. When did you stop being angry? I asked. He blinked. The first time I had seen him genuinely caught off guard by a question. What makes you think I have? Have you? He considered this with the seriousness it apparently deserved. The real consideration, not the managed version, the kind where you can see the thinking happening rather than the conclusion being selected. The men who ordered my parents' deaths, he said finally. Tracking them, finding them, took 3 years. During those 3 years, the anger was necessary, functional. It was what got up in the morning and made decisions and ran an organization and didn't collapse. He paused. After you found them. After. He was quiet for a moment. The anger didn't resolve the way I had expected it to. I thought, he stopped, I thought completing it would close something. That it would feel like an account balanced. It didn't. It felt like nothing. He looked at the window. No, not nothing. It felt like the absence of what I had been carrying so long that the carrying had become structural. Like removing a wall and discovering that the wall had been load-bearing. I understood that. More completely and more immediately than I would have expected. After James died, I said I was angry for a long time. At the man who shot him, obviously. At the universe. At the randomness of it. At the particular Tuesday in October that could have been any other Tuesday and wasn't. I paused. And then the anger, dissolved is the wrong word. It just stopped being available, and what was underneath it was, "Just the loss," he said. Just the loss. I looked at my hands in my lap, which was, in some ways, worse. The anger had been something to do, something to feel that had direction and energy, and the sense of being pointed at something. The loss is just there, permanent. It doesn't resolve. It just changes shape. Salvatore nodded slowly, the nod of someone recognizing something they have known but not heard said before. "How do you carry it?" he asked. "Day to day, practically." The question surprised me in its directness, in the genuine wanting to know that was in it. "I work," I said. "I think that's most of it, being useful. Specific and immediate and useful in ways that don't leave much room for the abstract." I paused. "In the ER, what you're carrying doesn't have space to expand, because there's always something immediate, requiring all the space instead. It's probably not the healthiest possible coping mechanism. But it works." "It works." I looked at him. "What about you?" "The same," he said. "The work. The organization. The specific and immediate problems that require management at the expense of the larger, less manageable things." A slight pause. "Though I have been doing that for 15 years, and I have wondered, sometimes, whether I am functioning or simply occupied. There's a difference. I'm not always certain I know which one I'm doing." The honesty of that landed quietly in the room. The admission from a man who managed everything with complete precision, who had told me the following day after treating me that he trusted my hands because they were steady even when I was afraid, that he was, sometimes, simply occupied rather than functional. I looked at him. "You're functioning," I said. "Occupied people don't ask whether they're occupied. They don't have the capacity for the question." He was very still. "That's either reassuring," he said, "or it means I'm operating at exactly the level of self-awareness required to be aware of what I'm not seeing. Possibly both." The ghost of a smile, faint and real. Outside, the lake was invisible in the dark. Just a sound, barely audible through the glass, the slight movement of water in the night wind. The lamp on the nightstand cast a warm circle that didn't reach the corners of the room. The house was fully quiet around us. The shift change on the perimeter had happened hours ago. Even the house's underlying alertness, the quality I had learned to read in my days here, had settled into its nighttime register. Present, watchful, but resting. "Tell me something," Salvatore said. The same question I had asked him that first morning in the kitchen, returned now, in the quiet of this different hour with a different weight to it. "Something true," I said. "Something you don't tell people." I considered. There were things I didn't tell people, for practical reasons. The details of what had happened in the convenience store, which I had given to police and no one else, which I kept locked in a specific interior room that I walked past without opening. There were things I didn't tell people because they required more context than most conversations allowed. There were things I didn't tell people because I had not yet found the words for them. And then there was the thing I had been carrying since medical school that was none of those things, that had words and no complicated context, that I simply hadn't said aloud, because saying it aloud made it real in a way that thinking it did not. "I think I would have been a great surgeon," I said. "Not good, great." I paused. "And I think I have spent 3 years telling myself I walked away, because of James, because of the grief, because everything that had been pointing toward that future suddenly felt meaningless. And some of that is true. But I think part of it was that I was terrified. I looked at the lamp. I was in my final year. I was about to sit the exams that would determine what kind of surgeon I became, where I trained, what my career looked like. And I stopped. I was afraid that I would take those exams and discover that I wasn't as good as I thought I was. That the confidence I had been carrying through the preceding years was not the accurate assessment of someone who knows their own abilities, but the delusion of someone who has never yet been tested at the level that would reveal the truth. Salvatore was quiet. James dying gave me a reason to stop, I said. A real reason. An unimpeachable reason. A reason that no one could question and that didn't require me to examine the part that was relief. I paused. And I have not said that to anyone before, because saying it feels like betraying James. Like using his death to explain my own cowardice. It isn't cowardice, Salvatore said. It isn't. Fear of discovering a limitation is not cowardice. It is, he considered, the most human possible response to having built something that matters deeply and being asked to find out whether the foundation holds. I looked at him, and the fear of the answer doesn't mean the answer would have been what you feared, he added. Your hands are extraordinary. Your technique, a third-year surgical resident, would not be ashamed of your sutures. You're not a qualified judge of surgical technique. I have been in close proximity to a great deal of it, professionally speaking, the dry delivery, the ghost of a smile. I have opinions. Something in my chest loosened. Not fully. The thing I had just said was still sitting in the air of the room, still carrying the weight of being said for the first time, but loosened, the way things do when they have been held too long and are finally set down. Your turn, I said. He was quiet for a moment. I don't know how to stop, he said. I looked at him. Stop what? This. He gestured. The same vague, encompassing gesture I had made in this context before. But his version took in more. The house, the men on the perimeter, the study, the arithmetic, the empire. I have been building and managing and protecting and responding since I was 17 years old. It is all I have known how to do. He paused. I don't know what I would be without it. I don't know whether there is a version of me that exists outside of it. Another pause. I have not been able to ask that question until very recently. What changed? He looked at me. Just looked, with that complete, unhurried attention that withheld nothing and softened nothing. You came through a curtain, he said. The simplicity of it. I held his gaze for a long moment. I stitched your wound, I said. That's all I did. You did considerably more than that. He held my gaze steadily. You were the first person in 15 years who looked at me without performing. Without fear or deference or calculation. You were, he paused, simply present. As yourself, without adjusting yourself to what the situation required. I was tired, I said. It was 2 a.m. and I was too exhausted to perform. Yes, something in his expression, but tiredness reveals what's actually there, not what we construct over it. He paused. What was actually there, in you, was someone I recognized. Recognized how? Someone who had been shaped by loss into something harder and more honest than they would have been without it. He looked at the window. Someone carrying something heavy, quietly, without asking for acknowledgement of the weight. He turned back. Someone who, despite all of that, still showed up, still did the work, still cared about the specific immediate human thing in front of them. I looked at him for a long moment. You saw all of that, I said. At 2 a.m. in a hospital bay. I told you I miss very little. You were running a fever. Even then. I looked away. At the window, at the dark lake, at the night that was beginning, very faintly, to thin at the edges. I recognized you too, I said quietly. He was still. I didn't know what I was recognizing. I thought it was fear, the particular alertness that comes with being in a room with someone dangerous, but it wasn't quite that. I paused. It was the sense of someone else who had been changed by something permanent into a shape they hadn't chosen, and was living inside that shape as honestly as possible. I paused, even when honestly was very complicated. He was quiet for a long moment. Then, yes, just that. The word carried everything it needed to carry. We sat in the quiet of the thinning night, and the lamp burned warm between us, and neither of us said anything for a while because nothing needed to be said. The things that had been brought out had been seen. They didn't need commentary. After a while I said quietly, "You should sleep." "I know. More than 4 hours this time. You've mentioned this preference. I'll keep mentioning it until it becomes a practice rather than a goal." He looked at me, and the expression on his face was the most unguarded I had seen it, stripped of the management, of the performance, of the deliberate control that had been present in every interaction before now. What was there was simple, clear. A man sitting in a lamplit room at the edge of night looking at a woman who had said something true to him and received something true in return. "Stay," he said quietly. Not the way he had said it before, not the request that carried the question of what staying meant, the weight of a decision to be made. Just the word, in the quiet, an honest statement of wanting. "If you want to," he added, soft, specific. I looked at him, at the thinning dark beyond the windows, at the lamp burning warm in the corner of a room in a house I had been brought to against my will, and had returned to by choice, and was beginning, in the particular, gradual way of things that are true before you find the language for them, to think of as somewhere I was supposed to be. "Move over," I said. We slept. Actually slept, which surprised me later when I thought about it. Not the sleep of two people negotiating the unfamiliar proximity of another body in the dark. Not the half-awake self-consciousness of a new thing. Just sleep, deep and quiet and undefended, the way sleep is when you are with someone your body has already decided to trust. I woke once, briefly, in the deepest part of the night. Salvatore was asleep beside me, his breathing slow and even, his face in the dark, carrying the same younger quality it had the other morning. The tensions of waking dissolved, what remained simpler and less managed. I lay still and listened to him breathe, and thought, in the quiet and the dark and the particular honesty of that hour, this is real. Not the easy real of something uncomplicated and freely chosen, not the clean real of a decision made without cost or consequence. The other kind, the kind with weight to it, the kind that requires something from you in exchange for what it gives back. But real. And real, after 3 years of the alternative, was enough. More than enough. I closed my eyes and slept until morning. Dawn came slowly. The lake mist was back, thicker than the preceding mornings, the windows filmed with condensation at the edges where the warm air of the room met the cold of the glass. The light that came through was soft and diffuse and directionless, the kind that makes a room feel suspended, between night and day, between one thing and whatever comes next. I was awake before he was, for the first time. I lay still and watched the mist move on the water and thought about the things we had said in the night, which were still present in the room with us, settled into the air the way true things settle after they have been said, not dramatically, not changed by the daylight, just there. Incorporated. Part of what the room now contained. I had told him the thing about the surgical exams and the relief I had never admitted, the thing that had lived, unacknowledged, in the architecture of my grief for 3 years. The floor I hadn't examined because examining it required looking at something I wasn't sure I could look at. And he had listened and said, not cowardice. Not it doesn't matter, which would have been dismissive. Not you're being too hard on yourself, which would have been comfort masquerading as understanding. Just not cowardice. The honest assessment of a man who knew the difference. I thought about what he had said, the thing about not knowing how to stop. About not knowing whether there was a version of him that existed outside of the empire he had built from the ruins of his parents. Death. I have not been able to ask that question until very recently. I had not asked him what he meant by recently, but I knew. The same thing I had known, since waking this morning, with the clarity of something that has been true for a while and is only now admitting it to the foreground, that the question of who he was outside of this world was beginning to be something he could ask, because there was someone beside him now who might be able to see the answer. The same way he was beginning to make it possible for me to look at the floor under my grief. Both of us, holding the lamp for the other in the dark. "You're thinking again," he said. I turned. He was awake, watching me with the early morning version of that attention. Softer at the edges, less managed, still complete. "Good morning," I said. "Good morning," he studied my face. "What were you thinking?" "That we did something difficult last night," I said, "and neither of us fell apart." He was quiet for a moment. "No," he agreed, "we didn't. I find that—" I paused, looked for the word. "Encouraging." The ghost of a smile. "Moving, this morning, a little further toward the real thing than usual." "As do I," he said. Outside, the mist moved on the lake. The light shifted, finding its direction. And in the room, in the soft morning, two people who had been carrying old wounds for a long time lay still and breathed and let the day arrive without hurrying it. Chapter 8. The Enemy's Face. The morning after honesty is its own particular kind of vulnerability. Not the bad kind. Not the exposure that comes from having said too much to the wrong person. The morning after dread of words that cannot be unsaid. The other kind. The kind where you have set something down that you have been carrying for a long time, and the absence of the weight is strange enough that you keep reaching for it, keep expecting to feel it, and finding instead the unfamiliar lightness of a burden that has been, at least partially, shared. I noticed it in the kitchen, over coffee. The way I moved through the morning without the particular careful management I had been unconsciously applying to every interaction since I arrived. The calibration of what to show and what to keep, the monitoring of my own responses for anything that might betray more than I intended. Something had shifted in the night, not dissolved. I was not, by nature or by history, a person who dissolved into another person, and I had no intention of starting now, but shifted, settled. I was, it turned out, more comfortable in this house than I had admitted to myself. That observation lasted approximately until 10:30. When everything changed, it started with Salvatore's phone. Not his regular phone. The other one, which I had learned was kept separate, used for specific communications, and which had a different quality of ring, shorter, more urgent, the kind of ring that expects to be answered immediately, and is. He answered it at the breakfast island, mid-sentence in a conversation we had been having about architecture, about the conservatory specifically, which I had mentioned finding unexpectedly comforting, and which had apparently been designed by his mother, who had wanted a place where things could grow despite the climate. He answered it and listened, and I watched his face do the thing I had seen it do in the study 2 days ago, the warmth receding, the cold arriving, not gradually the way a tide goes out, but all at once, like a switch. "When?" he said, one word, very quiet. He listened again. "How many?" A pause. "Don't move her. I'll call you back in 3 minutes." He ended the call. Set the phone on the counter with the deliberate care of someone managing an impulse. Turned to me. And I knew, before he said anything, from the specific quality of his attention, sharper than it had been, more careful, the way a doctor looks at a patient when the news is changed, that whatever had just happened involved me. "Tell me," I said. "There's been a development." He picked up his other phone, typed something rapidly. "Regarding the Kostova situation." I set my coffee down. "I thought it was resolved." "The primary negotiation is resolved. Victor Kostova honored his terms. I have no reason to believe he won't continue to do so." A pause. "This is a secondary matter. A subset of his organization that may not be operating with his full knowledge or authorization." "What does that mean?" He looked at me directly. "It means that someone within the Kostova organization, a lieutenant, possibly acting independently, has identified your apartment building, not this location. Your actual apartment. The room was very still. There at my building, I said. Not inside, outside. 2 men, as of 40 minutes ago, conducting what appears to be surveillance. He held my gaze with the steady attention of someone delivering information clearly and without mitigation. My men have been watching your building in rotation since you left. They noticed the surveillance this morning and reported it. I sat with that for a moment. So Victor Kostova told his organization to stand down. I said slowly, but someone didn't. It's possible Kostova doesn't know. It's also possible this is a test, a small, deniable probe to see whether the terms of our agreement have any real teeth. His voice was even. It's also possible it's neither, that this particular individual has a personal motivation I'm not yet aware of. Which is the most likely? I don't know yet. He typed something else on his phone. I'm finding out. Marco appeared in the kitchen doorway. He had, I was beginning to understand, a talent for materialization at exactly the moments he was needed, as if the house itself summoned him when situations developed. Russo and Marco exchanged a look. Tell Nico to hold his position, Salvatore said. Don't engage, watch and report. Marco nodded and disappeared. Salvatore turned back to me. You're safe here, he said. The men at your building cannot lead them here. The location of this property is protected by multiple layers of security, none of which were compromised during the Kostova situation. A pause. But I want you to know what's happening. I looked at him. Because I asked for honesty, I said. Because you asked for honesty. I stood, moved to the window above the sink, not because there was anything to see there. The grounds below were as they always were, orderly and guarded, but because I needed somewhere to put the energy of what I was feeling. Someone is at my apartment with its new locks and its discreet security panel, and the framed photograph of my grandmother on the nightstand, and James's copy of a novel I'd never been able to finish on the shelf above the futon, still there, still waiting. My things, I said, are safe. The building has security. My men are watching. That's not, I turned. My grandmother calls on Sundays. She calls the landline when she can't remember my mobile number, which is increasingly often. If I'm not there, I can have someone at the facility ensure she's comfortable and that her calls are managed. He said it quietly, without it being a solution imposed, just an option offered, if you'd like. I pressed my hand flat against the cold window glass. 3 years of that apartment. 3 years of the lumpy futon and the framed photographs, and the specific, careful smallness of a life, arranged not to contain anything that could be lost. And now 2 men outside it, connected to a world I had walked into through a hospital curtain, making the small, safe life feel less safe than it had been the whole point of it to be. This is because of me, I said, my choice to come back here. If I had gone home and stayed home. They had already placed a tracking device in your bag before you came back, Salvatore said from across the kitchen. Quiet, precise. The surveillance at your building is not the consequence of your choice to return here. It's the consequence of their choice to use you to reach me, which happened before either of us had any say in it. I turned. He had moved from the island to stand a few feet from me, close enough that I could see the specific attention in his face, not the cold, managed attention of the man who had been on the phone 20 minutes ago. Something else, something that was aware of the difference between the information being delivered and the person receiving it. This is not your fault, he said. That's not really the point. No, he held my gaze. But it's true. I looked at him. At the man who had built an empire from the logic of consequences and was standing in a kitchen telling me that this particular consequence was not mine to carry. What are you going to do? I asked. Find out who authorized it and why. Then, a slight pause, resolve it. Resolve it, I repeated, the way Ferraro was resolved. Possibly, he held my gaze steadily, or possibly through Victor Kostova directly, if this is a rogue element within his organization. He agreed to withdraw his interest in you. If one of his men is operating outside that agreement, that's a violation of terms. Victor will want to know. And if it's not Rogue, if Kostova knows, then we have a different conversation. I looked at him for a long moment. I want to go to my apartment, I said. The quality of the silence that followed was very specific. No, he said. Salvatore. Emma, my name quietly, firmly. 2 men are conducting surveillance outside your building. They are connected to an organization that has already demonstrated a willingness to use you as a tool to reach me. Going there would be my home, I said. It's my home. My things are there. My grandmother's photograph and James's book and the specific, stupid, small things that are mine. I stopped, hearing myself, hearing the edge in my voice that was not quite anger and not quite fear and was perhaps both. He was quiet. I know, he said after a moment, softer. I know it's your home. Then you understand why I need to be able to go there. I understand why you want to, he held my gaze, and I am asking you to wait until I know who these men are and what they have been told and whether going there would put you in danger. A pause. 2 days. Give me 2 days to resolve this, and I will take you there myself. I looked at him. You would go with me, if you want me to. Something in the offer, the specificity of it, the personal rather than the delegated, settled something I hadn't realized was unsettled. 2 days, I said. 2 days. The morning did not improve. By 11 o'clock, Marco had returned with additional information. I was not in the room when it was delivered. I had retreated to the library with the firm intention of giving myself an hour to read without thinking, which lasted approximately 7 minutes before I gave up and sat instead with the book open in my lap, doing neither. At 11:30, Salvatore came to find me. He sat in the chair across from mine, the same arrangement as many of our conversations now. The 2 chairs angled toward the fire, the familiarity of it, something I noticed without meaning to, and looked at me with the expression I was learning meant he was deciding how much to say. Tell me, I said, before he could calibrate it. The men at your building are not Kostovas, he said. Their affiliation is different. I looked at him. Different how? They are connected to a man named Dario Set. He watched my face. The name means nothing to you? Nothing. He is peripheral, a smaller operation, primarily on the eastern side of the city. He has no direct relationship with me or with the Kostova family. Salvatore paused. He does, however, have a relationship with someone inside Mercy General. Something cold moved through me. Inside the hospital. The security guard who planted the tracking device in your bag, Salvatore said. He works for Set, not Kostova. He paused. Which means the original surveillance, the tracking device, the operation to locate me through you, was not Kostova's work. I stared at him. Then who? Set was hired, Salvatore said, by Kostova for the specific operation, the tracking device, the surveillance. But Set is an opportunist. He would have gathered additional information during the operation, information about you, your building, your movements, for his own purposes. A pause. The men at your building are not acting on Kostova's instructions. They are acting on Set's. And Set's purpose is unclear. Something tightened around his jaw, which is what concerns me. I sat with this. The layers of it. The way I had been moved through this situation. Not as a person, not as Emma Shaw, but as a piece. A useful piece, with an apartment and a route to work, and a grandmother who called on Sundays, in a game played by people who had decided I was a resource before I had any idea I existed in their awareness. He doesn't know I'm here, I said. Set. No. The misdirection worked. He believes you're moving through the city, visiting locations we fed through the device. But the men at your building suggest he's covering multiple bases, watching the apartment in case you return. And if I had gone back yesterday, On my own. You would have been walking into a surveillance situation with unclear intentions. I looked at the fire. Your men stopped me from doing that, I said quietly, without telling me why. Yes. I thought about Marco's words the first morning. Don't try to leave on your own. I had bristled at it. Had felt it as a restriction, a demonstration of power, the language of captivity, dressed up as concern. Now. Marco knew, I said. That morning, when he told me not to leave, he knew there was active surveillance outside. He suspected the men had been in position since early that morning. A pause. He didn't have confirmation yet. I pressed my fingers to my forehead. I've been protected, I said slowly, from things I didn't know existed, by people who didn't explain why. Yes. Which was infuriating. Yes. And also, in retrospect, necessary, he said quietly. I know how it feels, like control rather than protection. I am aware of the distinction. Are you? I have been thinking about it. He held my gaze. I told you I would give you honesty. That means also being honest about the ways in which my instinct to protect creates things that look like, and sometimes are, control. A pause. It is something I am working on distinguishing. I looked at him for a long moment. That's, I stopped. Unexpected. A slight lift of his mouth. From you, slightly, yes. I contain multitudes. The same phrase from that first night, we contain multitudes, you and I. Landing now with different weight, more history to it, more earned. What happens now, I said, with Set? He will be approached. Salvatore's voice moved back into its other register, even, deliberate, precise. Through appropriate channels, he will be made to understand that his interest in you is not in his best interest. And if he doesn't understand, he will understand. I held his gaze. Is this another situation where I don't want the specifics? Yes. I nodded slowly. Then I'll trust the outcome. Something moved across his face, quickly, in the way of things he didn't intend to show but occasionally couldn't contain. Thank you, he said quietly. Don't thank me yet. I reserve the right to revisit this position if the outcome requires it. Reserved, he said. The same word as yesterday. In the garden. The small, running acknowledgement of the things I kept for later. The afternoon turned. Salvatore disappeared into the study for most of it, the Set situation being managed in the impersonal, precise language of his world, calls made and received, and men dispatched to do things I was making a conscious decision not to imagine in too much detail. I moved through the house with the particular restless energy of someone waiting for a resolution they have no ability to influence. The library, the conservatory, the Japanese garden, which had become, over the past several days, a place where thinking felt more possible than in enclosed spaces. It was there that Marco found me. Mid-afternoon, the sky, the hard, clear blue of the preceding days, the air cold enough now that my breath misted faintly. He came along the stone path with the unhurried gait of a man who has decided to take a walk rather than conducting surveillance, which I had learned was sometimes the same thing with Marco, and sometimes genuinely wasn't. He sat on the bench beside me without preamble. You know about the men at your building, he said. He told me this morning. Good. Marco looked at the stream. He should tell you these things. I glanced at him. Was that directed at him or at me? At him. Marco's voice was dry. He has a habit of managing information, deciding what people need to know and providing exactly that amount. It has served him well in his world. A pause. It is less useful in other contexts. You're telling me this. I'm telling you because you asked for honesty and he gave it to you, and that is something I have been waiting for him to be capable of for a long time. He turned to look at me with the direct, grave attention that was his characteristic mode. He is trying. I want you to know that he is trying, because trying is not something that comes naturally to him in the context of, he gestured, this, personal things. He is very good at managing situations. He is less experienced at managing himself. I looked at the stream. He told me he doesn't know how to stop, I said. His world, the Empire. He said he doesn't know if there's a version of him that exists outside of it. Marco was quiet for a moment. That is the most honest thing he has ever said to anyone outside this family, he said finally, to my knowledge. He said it last night. I know. A pause. He told me this morning. Something about that, the fact that he had gone to Marco and said, I told her this, felt significant in a way I couldn't entirely articulate. Like showing someone something you've made that you're not sure is good, because the showing is itself the point. Marco, I said, how does this end? He looked at me. How does what end? This, I gestured, my version of the gesture, the one that was becoming a shared vocabulary of everything. Whatever this is, between him and me, how does it end? For people in his world, what does it look like? Marco was quiet for a long time. The stream moved in its channel. A bird crossed the cold blue sky above the garden, moving fast, heading south. I have known 3 men in my life who held the kind of power Salvatore holds, Marco said finally. 3 men who ran operations at this level, who carried this weight, who made the decisions that have to be made at this altitude. He paused. Of those 3, one died the way men in this world often die, violently, before his time, because someone else's arithmetic came out differently than his. A pause. One is still alive, old now, retired in the technical sense, which means he is no longer active but is never truly free of it. He lives quietly, alone. And the third? Marco turned to look at me. The third found someone who could see him, both of him, the power and the man beneath it, who didn't perform around him or fear him or try to manage him. A pause. Who told him the truth? He held my gaze. He has been with that person for 30 years, and it has made him not different exactly. The work is still the work, the weight is still the weight, but less alone in the carrying of it. I sat with that. Is that what you're hoping for? I asked, with Salvatore. I am hoping, Marco said carefully, that he has finally found someone who won't leave when they see all of it. He paused. The others, the women before, the arrangements, they either didn't see all of it, or they saw it and left, because the weight was too much to choose willingly. He looked at me steadily. You saw it on the second day, and you came back. I had conditions. Yes, something in his expression that was almost a smile. You had conditions. That, I think, is what he needed most. Not someone who accepted him unconditionally, someone who negotiated. He paused. Someone who treated him like a person who could be held to a standard. I looked at the stream for a long time. I'm afraid, I said quietly. Not of him, I meant, of the other thing, the larger thing. I know, Marco said. So is he. He would not use that word. But I have known him for 30 years, and I know what it looks like in him. I turned to look at him. Marco, who had seen everything, who had been present for the worst nights and the hardest decisions and the particular silence of a 17-year-old boy who had just killed 3 men and was waiting to be told what came next, was looking at me with an expression that was not soft exactly, but was the thing that lives in the same neighborhood as soft, in men who learned long ago not to display it directly. Don't be afraid of the future, he said. Deal with today, tomorrow, the specific thing in front of you. A pause. That is how he survives. It is perhaps how you do too. I thought about the ER, about the specific, immediate, useful, about the way I had survived 3 years by filling the space with the task at hand until the task was the only thing there was room for. Yes, I said quietly, it is. We sat in the cold garden for a while longer, not speaking, listening to the water and the wind and the distant, quiet sounds of the estate going about its complicated life. At 4 o'clock, Salvatore found me in the conservatory. He came in without announcement, which I no longer startled at, and stood for a moment taking in the space, the green, improbable growth of it, the warm, humid air, the late afternoon light coming through the glass ceiling in long amber planes. "It's resolved," he said. I turned from the plant I had been pretending to examine. "Set?" "Set." He moved into the room, stopping a few feet from me. "His men have withdrawn from your building. Set himself has been made to understand the terms of his continued good health as they relate to you." "Directly," I said. "Directly." I looked at him. "Did anyone get hurt?" A pause, shorter than I expected. "No," he said, "not this time. Set is practical." He understood the terms without requiring demonstration. I released a breath I hadn't known I was holding. "Thank you," I said, "for handling it without—" "You asked me to tell you the outcome if it required revisiting your position." His voice was even. "It doesn't." "No," I agreed. "It doesn't." He was watching me carefully, the specific quality of attention that assessed rather than merely observed. "You spoke with Marco," he said. "This afternoon. In the garden. He said you ask how this ends." I held his gaze. "He told you that." "Marco tells me most things. It's his nature." A pause. "What he said to you, about the third man, the 30 years. He told you that too." "Yes." Salvatore was quiet for a moment. "I want you to know that it is not— I'm not asking that of you. The 30 years. The full commitment of a thing you haven't had enough time to know you want." He held my gaze steadily. "I am not asking for anything you haven't freely chosen." "I know," I said. "But I am asking for the chance to—" He paused, finding the words with the care he brought to things that mattered. "To find out whether it is possible for me to be the kind of person someone could choose to stay with, fully, knowing everything." I looked at him. At the man in the conservatory light, surrounded by his mother's impossible plants, asking with the particular vulnerability of someone who has spent 15 years not asking for things, asking. "I'm already finding out," I said. "Yes," he said quietly, "I know." He moved toward me, slowly, giving me the interval, and when he was close enough, he raised his hand and tucked a strand of hair behind my ear with the gentle, deliberate care that I was coming to associate with specific moments, the moments when he was most himself. "I would like to take you to your apartment tomorrow," he said quietly. As I said, "I'll come with you." "You don't have to." "I know I don't have to." He held my gaze. "I want to." I looked at him for a moment. "Okay," I said. The word landed between us with a small, specific weight. He looked at me. Recognizing it, I saw the particular word I had just used, the word that meant something more than its surface, and something in his expression did the thing I had come to watch for. The thing that appeared in the margin between the managed and the real. "Okay," he said softly. And for the first time, in the warm green light of the conservatory, in the amber afternoon of a house I had been brought to against my will and returned to by choice, and was choosing again, every day, with fuller information and steadier hands. It felt, the word, the way it used to. Like a confirmation. Like everything in order. Like a door opening, rather than closing. Chapter 9. What She Knows. The drive to my apartment took 32 minutes. I know because I counted them. Not anxiously, not with the particular clock watching of someone enduring something, but with the quiet attention of a person who is paying careful notice to an experience they understand to be significant. The last time I had made this journey, I had been blindfolded in the back of an unfamiliar car, trying to track turns and calculate distance, and find some kind of orientation in a situation that had stripped away most of the usual anchors. This time I sat in the back seat with Salvatore beside me, watching the city arrive in familiar increments through untinted glass, and thought about how thoroughly a week could change the coordinates of a life. He was quiet for most of the drive. Not uncomfortable quiet. We had moved past the kind of silence that needed filling. The quiet of two people who had said true things to each other in the dark, and were now in the daylight, carrying those things without needing to discuss them. His hand rested on the seat between us, not reaching for mine, just present, available, in the way he had learned to make things available without pressing them on me. At some point during the third traffic light, I moved my hand to cover his. He turned his palm upward, closed his fingers around mine. We rode the rest of the way like that, without comment. My street looked exactly as it always had. This was, in its way, the strangest part. I had been gone. I counted backward, which required more effort than it should have. 8 days. 8 days, during which my life had reorganized itself so thoroughly that the woman who had last walked down this street felt like a previous version of myself. A version I could look at with recognition and compassion, and a slight, complicated sadness, the way you feel about old photographs of yourself in periods you have moved through and survived. The building was still shabby, the front door security still functionally decorative rather than functional. The smell of the lobby, old carpet, and someone's cooking, and the faint, persistent damp of a building that has been making peace with its own age for decades, hit me as I pushed through the door, and I stood for a moment, just breathing it. Home. The particular, imperfect, non-negotiable smell of home. "Okay?" Salvatore said from slightly behind me. I looked at him over my shoulder. In the lobby of my building, in the shabby, dim, ordinary space of a place that had absolutely nothing to do with his world, he looked simultaneously out of place and entirely himself. The dark coat, the careful posture, the pale eyes taking in the space with the same complete attention he gave everything. The two men who had accompanied us standing at the entrance with the practiced invisibility of people who have learned to be present without being intrusive. "Okay," I said. We took the stairs. He didn't comment on the elevator, which I had explained. During the drive, one of the small, ordinary conversational things that had surprised me by being easy had not worked reliably since approximately the early years of the previous decade. He climbed 4 flights without visible effort, his breathing steady, the wound sufficiently healed now that the careful compensation I had observed for days was almost gone. Almost. I noticed it anyway. I suspected I would always notice it. The apartment was exactly as I had left it, which was to say, small and slightly cluttered and decorated with the particular aesthetic of someone who has never quite had the time or the money to make deliberate choices and has accumulated a life instead. The lumpy futon, the coffee table with its ring marks from too many mugs set down in too many late-night moments. The bookshelf, James's novel still there, spine uncracked on my side, reed to falling apart on his, and the framed photographs along the windowsill. My grandmother at 40, laughing at something outside the frame. James and I at a friend's wedding, me in a dress I had loved and subsequently lost in a move, him in the suit he had worn to every formal occasion, because he found suit shopping genuinely baffling and had decided one good one was a sufficient investment. Salvatore stopped in the center of the room. He looked at the photographs. I watched him look at them, at my grandmother's laugh, at James in the suit, at the specific accumulated evidence of a life that existed entirely outside the world he moved through. His expression was still, but not the managed stillness I had learned to read as concealment. This was different. The stillness of someone receiving information and allowing it to matter. "He looks like someone who would ask detailed questions about operational logistics," he said quietly. I felt something ease in my chest. He really does. The suit is good. He would be insufferably pleased to hear that. Salvatore turned from the photographs, found me watching him. Something moved through his expression. "This is your life," he said, quietly, as if stating something he needed to say in order to hold it correctly. "Yes. I want to understand it." He looked around the small space, the marks of 8 years of inhabitation, of a person living her actual life rather than the life the space was meant for. Not to change it, to understand it. I looked at him. At the man who could have bought the entire building without consulting anyone about the expenditure, standing in my small apartment, with its ring-marked coffee table, wanting to understand the life that had been lived in it. "Sit down," I said. "I'll make coffee." He sat on the lumpy futon. I made coffee in the small kitchen, with its insufficient counter space and its window that looked directly into the side of the building across the alley, and I listened to the sounds of him in my apartment, the particular sound of a new presence in a familiar space, small adjustments and careful stillnesses. When I came back with the 2 mugs, he was looking at the bookshelf. James's novel. "His?" he asked. He was rereading it when he died. I handed Salvatore his mug and sat beside him, tucking my feet up in the way I always sat on the futon, which was not a way that the futon was really designed for, but which was the way I had always sat on it. "I keep meaning to finish it. I've started 4 times. "What stops you?" "I know how it ends." I looked at the spine. His copy, I mean. "I know every margin note, every folded page. If I finish it, it's finished." Salvatore was quiet for a moment. "I have a book," he said. "My father was reading it the night he was killed. It was on his desk when I went into the study the next morning." A pause. "I have never opened it." I turned to look at him. "It's still there," he said, "on the desk, exactly where he left it." I thought about the father's study, the single-framed photograph, and the antique letter opener, and the heavy, unchanged presence of a room, kept exactly as it was the day a man sat down at his desk and didn't get up again. "His bookmark is still in it," Salvatore said. I said nothing, because there was nothing to say. The thing he had just described, the unbearable specificity of an interrupted life. I knew that thing from the inside. I knew exactly what it cost to leave a bookmark in a book rather than remove it. The particular way an ordinary object becomes something else when it is the last evidence of ordinary. "We are very strange about books," I said finally. Something in his expression shifted, the fractional thing, the ghost moving closer to presence. "We are," he agreed. We sat with our coffee and the quiet of the apartment around us, the sounds of the street below, a neighbor's television through the wall, the particular texture of a life in its actual habitat. "Tell me something," he said, returning the phrase again, at a different angle, a different morning's version of the same reaching. "Something true," I said. "Something about this," he looked around the apartment, "about the life you were living before the hospital." I considered. "I was invisible," I said. "Not in a dramatic way. I went to work, I came home, I called my grandmother on Sundays, I had dinner sometimes with people from the hospital who I liked well enough but didn't know how to be fully present with. I looked at the ceiling. I was technically living my life and actually hovering slightly above it, present in the physical sense, not in the other sense. Since James, I paused. I think I made myself invisible on purpose. If you're invisible, you can't be found. If you can't be found, you can't lose anything else. I turned the mug in my hands. It's a very logical response to a very specific kind of pain. And also, he said quietly, a very effective way of ensuring you also can't be found by anything worth finding. I looked at him. "Yes," I said. "I worked that out eventually." "When?" "Approximately when a man in a blood-soaked shirt looked at me with ice-blue eyes and asked my name. I held his gaze. Before that, I hadn't noticed how thoroughly I'd made myself small." He was very still. "You were not small," he said, "even then, even at 2 a.m, running on 4 hours of sleep with your hands shaking. You were," he paused, "the most present person in that room." That's a low bar. The room contained 2 men who were trying not to exist. "And yet," he held my gaze, "you filled the space without trying to." I looked at him for a moment. "You noticed a lot," I said, "for a man who was bleeding. I told you, I miss very little. Even then, a pause. You were notable, Emma, from the first moment. I want you to know that it was not desperation or circumstance or the fever. I looked at you and thought—" He stopped. Started again. "I thought, Here is someone real, in a context where almost everything is managed and performed and strategic. Here is someone simply being what she is. I sat with that. And then you had me investigated, I said. And then I had you investigated, he agreed, without apology, because notable people require understanding. Most people would call that a violation of privacy. Most people would be correct. He held my gaze steadily. I regret the method. I do not regret wanting to know. I held his gaze for a moment longer, then looked away, around the apartment, at the life I had been hovering above, at the photographs and the unfinished book and the ring marks on the table. I'm not going to give this up, I said. This apartment, this smallness. I know it probably seems. It seems like yours, he said simply, which is the only thing it needs to seem. I turned to him. The hospital too, I said. My shifts, my patients, the specific immediate useful thing. I need that. I need to keep doing that. I know. Even if it's inconvenient for whatever this is, it is not inconvenient. He said it with the particular evenness of someone correcting a misunderstanding rather than offering reassurance. It is part of what you are. Removing it would remove something essential. A pause. I have no interest in a version of you with the essential parts edited out. I looked at him. At the man on my lumpy futon, holding a mug of coffee made in my insufficient kitchen, having arrived in an expensive car flanked by men with earpieces to sit in my small, ordinary apartment and tell me that my small, ordinary life was something he had no interest in replacing. You're not what I expected, I said. What did you expect? I'm not sure. Something more demanding. More interested in the power dynamics of the thing. I have sufficient power, he said dryly. I don't require it to extend to the interior of your apartment. Something in my chest did the loosening thing. That's very reasonable of you. I am occasionally reasonable. Occasionally. The corner of his mouth. The ghost. We sat in the quiet of the apartment for a while. The coffee cooled. The neighbor's television moved through what sounded like a news program, then something with a laugh track. The street below produced its ordinary late-morning sounds. A delivery truck, someone's conversation disappearing down the sidewalk, the particular urban texture of a city going about its business. Normal. Ordinary. The world continuing in complete indifference to the fact that sitting on my futon was a man who commanded 200 armed men and had built an empire from the ruins of his parents, death, and had spent the preceding 8 days turning my understanding of most things thoroughly inside out. Can I ask you something? I said. Always. What do you tell yourself? I looked at him. About the work, the things that require, the arithmetic. How do you carry it from one day to the next without it becoming, I searched for the word, weight that bends you? He was quiet for a long moment. Not avoiding, I knew the difference now. The real consideration. The inside thinking made visible. I tell myself that the alternative is worse, he said finally. That the world I operate in exists whether I am in it or not. That the men who work for me, the operations I run, the territory I control, if I weren't there, someone else would be. Someone without my, he paused, particular standards. Someone who wouldn't distinguish between necessary and cruel. Yes, he held my gaze. I tell myself that I am the version of this that is least bad. That the arithmetic I apply is the most humane version of an arithmetic that exists regardless. I looked at him. Do you believe that? On the good days, a pause. On the other days, I tell myself that I am simply a man who has made decisions he cannot unmake and is trying to live inside them with as much integrity as the situation allows. And which kind of day is today? He looked around my apartment, at the photographs and the unfinished book and the ring marks on the table. Today, he said quietly, is a good day. I held his gaze. Me too, I said. We stayed for 2 hours. I watered the plant on the windowsill that had somehow survived my absence, resilient to the point of stubbornness, which I had always found obscurely comforting about it. I retrieved a few things I had missed without knowing I had missed them. A specific sweater, a photograph of my grandmother that I wanted near me, the small ceramic dish she had made in an art class 30 years ago that I kept by the kitchen sink and used to hold nothing in particular. Salvatore watched all of it without comment, without the performative patience of someone enduring rather than choosing, just watching, with the quiet attention he brought to things he found worth understanding. At one point, I found him at the bookshelf. He was looking at James's novel again, not touching it, just looking. Then he turned slightly, and I saw that he was looking at the photograph beside it, James and I at the wedding, the suit. He was good, Salvatore said, not a question. Yes, I said, he was. A pause. I'm glad you had that, he said quietly, before. I looked at him. At the man who had never had a before, whose before had ended at 17 in a house that his enemies came to in the dark. Who had never had the ordinary accumulation of someone who loved him simply, without strategic intent, who left bookmarks in novels and stood in doorways saying okay before walking out the door. I'm sorry you didn't, I said. He turned from the photograph. I have now, he said, simply, without drama. The words landed in the apartment with the weight of something true. I didn't answer. I didn't need to. On the way back to the estate, the city unwinding around us in reverse, familiar landmarks replacing themselves with countryside as the urban density thinned, I sat with what I knew. Not what I felt, though I was increasingly clear on that too. What I knew. The factual inventory of a woman who had asked for honesty and received it. I knew that Salvatore Russo ran a criminal organization, that men moved and died according to the logic of his world, that the arithmetic he applied was real and had real consequences for real people, and that his standards, however genuine, did not eliminate the consequences. I knew that I had was bending, daily, the degree adjusting as I understood more, every professional and ethical standard I had been taught to hold. I knew that the men outside my building had been there because of my connection to him, that being in his world made me visible to his enemies in a way my invisible life had never been. I knew all of this, and I also knew that he had knelt on the floor of his study to be level with a frightened nurse, when everything in his world suggested that he should simply manage her, that he had traded shipping routes for my safety and not mentioned it until I asked, that he had prepared a guest room with books before he knew if I would come back, that he had taken me to the one room in his house he had kept locked for 15 years and told me the truth about who he was and where he came from and what it had cost, that he had said last night, sitting on my lumpy futon in my small apartment, I have now, simply, without drama, in response to being told he deserved something he had never had, that he was trying. I had seen men try before. I had seen the performance of trying, which looked like the real thing from certain angles and revealed itself as performance under pressure. This was different. This was the trying of a man who had spent 15 years not trying at this, who had, by his own admission, not known that this was something he was capable of, and was doing it with the same focused, deliberate attention he brought to everything he decided mattered. Deciding that I mattered. The car moved through the afternoon countryside, Salvatore quiet beside me, his hand still holding mine on the seat between us. I thought about what Marco had said in the garden. The third found someone who could see him, both of him. I could see both of him. I could see the empire and the arithmetic and the cold, deliberate management of things that should not require management. I could see the boy who had been 17 with a gun, and the man who had built something enormous from that night and carried the weight of it without ever once allowing himself to set it down. I could see both. And I was choosing, with full information and steady hands, and the particular clear-eyed courage of a woman who had learned the hard way that safety is not the same as living, to stay. Not in the guest room, not in the in-between, the visitor's position, 1 foot in and 1 foot hovering over the exit. Fully, both feet, eyes open. The estate came into view as we turned through the gates, the modernist lines, the mature trees, the fountain at the center of the drive, the men at the perimeter, the security cameras swiveling in their careful arcs. The house that was becoming, in the particular gradual way of chosen things, mine. Salvatore looked at me as the car stopped before the entrance. "All right," he said. I looked at the house, at the grounds, at the quiet, guarded, complicated life that was inside it. Then at him. "Yes," I said, and meant it in every direction it could possibly be meant. That evening, after dinner, after the antibiotic dose that was now the second to last, after the dressing change that I performed more from habit than necessity, the wound nearly healed, the skin closing cleanly, the infection a memory, I sat in the library with the book from the English shelf. Actually reading it, this time. Salvatore was in the study. Marco had come and gone twice, the second time staying for 20 minutes, before departing with new instructions and the particular focused efficiency of someone whose evening had been redirected. The Ferraro situation, I gathered, had produced a secondary thread that required attention. The work continued, as it always did, the machinery of his world turning in its steady, impersonal rhythm. And I was in the library, reading, in the house that was becoming mine. I thought, turning a page, about what I knew and what I had chosen, and what those two things, held together, meant. It meant that I was not a woman who had stumbled into something she couldn't control. It meant that I was not a hostage, or a casualty, or a woman reshaped by circumstances into something she hadn't chosen. It meant that I was Emma Shaw, granddaughter of a seamstress, former medical student, ER nurse, keeper of an unfinished book, and a ceramic dish, and a photograph of a man I had loved and lost, who had looked at something complicated and dangerous and real and said, yes, with conditions, with her eyes open, with her hands steady. The fire crackled. The library was warm. Outside, the lake held the evening in its quiet surface. And I read, and waited for him to finish his work, and thought, this is what it is. All of it. Not the easy version. Not the version with the complicated parts edited out. The actual thing, in all its weight and difficulty and reality. And I am choosing it. Every day. Again. He came to the library at 10 o'clock. Stood in the doorway for a moment, in the way he had stood in the doorway of the guest room the night we had talked, until the hour that belonged to truth. Taking in the room, me in the chair with the book, the fire. The Ferraro thread? I asked, without looking up. Resolved. He moved into the room. Took the chair across from mine. Good. You're actually reading. I told you I would eventually. I didn't doubt you. He settled back, the careful ease of a body that was healing, that had been returning to itself over the preceding days. Is it good? I considered the question honestly. It's very sad and very beautiful, which is possibly the same thing. Often, he agreed. We sat in the firelit library, and the house settled around us, and the night moved in its quiet rhythm outside the glass, and I thought, I know what I know. And I am staying. Chapter 10, The Father's Study. It began with a key. Not metaphorically, an actual key. Small, old, the kind made before keys became purely functional objects, when the people who commissioned them still believed that the things you used every day should be beautiful as well as useful. Brass, worn smooth at the bow, where decades of handling had polished away the fine detail. The bit shaped for a lock I had only seen once, in a door at the end of a corridor in the older wing of the house. His father's study. He brought it to breakfast on the 11th day. Set it on the counter beside my coffee cup, without comment, without preamble, and sat down across from me with the particular quality of a man who has made a decision in the night and arrived at morning still holding it. I looked at the key, then at him. Today? I said. If you want. I considered the question seriously, which he waited for me to do, which was one of the things I had come to value most about him, the way he waited for actual answers rather than the reflexive social ones. "Yes," I said, "I want." He picked up the key, turned it once in his fingers, set it beside my cup again, as if placing it in my custody rather than his. "After breakfast," he said, "we took our time." This, too, I had come to understand about him, that he approached the things that mattered with deliberateness rather than urgency. Urgency was for situations that required immediate management. The things that actually mattered were approached slowly, given the full weight of attention they deserved. Sophia produced eggs and fruit, and the extraordinary coffee that I had stopped noticing was extraordinary because extraordinary had become the baseline, and we ate in the kitchen in the morning light with the easy quiet that had developed between us over 11 days of shared mornings. Marco appeared briefly, received a short update in Italian, departed with the focused efficiency of a man whose morning had been redirected. "He worries," I said, watching Marco go. "He always worries." Salvatore set down his cup. "About everything. It is his primary mode of operation." "He worries about you specifically." "About me most specifically, yes." Something in his expression. "He has been worrying about me for 30 years. I have given him considerable material to work with." "He loves you." "Yes." Simply, without deflection. "He does." I looked at him across the island. "Does that?" I paused, finding the right question. "Does it help, knowing that someone has been watching over you that consistently?" He was quiet for a moment. "It helps more than I have generally allowed myself to acknowledge," he said. "Marco would be insufferable about it if he knew." "He knows." "Yes." The ghost of a smile. "He does." The older wing of the house was quieter than the rest of it. Not because it was unused, it wasn't. Sophia moved through it with the same attentive care she brought to all the house's spaces. But it had a different quality, a different density to the air, as if the rooms remembered more than they were currently being asked to contain. The corridor leading to the study was lined with photographs I hadn't examined carefully on my first visit. I had been focused then on following Salvatore, on reading the situation, on managing the particular alertness that was my constant companion in those early days. Now I stopped. Family photographs, spanning decades by the look of them. A young couple in formal dress. His parents, I recognized the blue of the man's eyes, the strong line of his jaw, copied so precisely in the man beside me, that it was almost like looking at a photograph of Salvatore himself in costume. Older photographs, his grandparents perhaps, the image quality of a different era. A child. Salvatore. Unmistakably, the same eyes, the same watchful quality in the face, standing in a garden beside a woman who was crouching to his level and laughing at something. His mother. She had been beautiful. Not in the arranged way of portraits, but in the animated, unconsidered way of a woman caught mid-laugh by someone she trusted enough not to perform for. "She looks like someone who would grow impossible plants," I said. Salvatore had stopped beside me, looking at the photograph with an expression I had learned not to rush. "She grew them everywhere." His voice was quiet. "Every house we lived in, every apartment, every place we passed through for any length of time. She would find something and bring it in and keep it alive by sheer determination." He paused. "The conservatory was designed after her death. I commissioned it when I bought this property." A pause. "I wanted a place where the things she would have grown could continue." I looked at him. He was still looking at the photograph. "The plants in there," I said, "the ones that have no business surviving this climate." "Specifically the ones that had no business surviving," he said quietly. "She had a particular talent for those." I looked back at the photograph. At the laughing woman. At the small boy beside her who was watching her laugh with the specific attentiveness of someone filing away the image for later. "She knew you were watching her," I said, "in this photograph." He looked at it. "What makes you say that?" "Her posture. She's aware of the camera, but she's laughing anyway. She decided to let herself be seen." I paused. Some people close up when they know someone's watching. She opened. Salvatore was still for a moment. Yes, he said quietly. She did. She was, he paused, constitutionally incapable of pretense. Whatever she felt moved directly to her face. My father found it endlessly charming and occasionally alarming. And you inherited your father's eyes and your mother's honesty, he said. Then, with a slight tilt, when I choose to use it. I held his gaze. You choose to use it with me, I said. Yes, simply. We stood in the corridor for a moment longer. Then he moved toward the door at the end of it, and I followed. The key turned in the lock with the particular resistance of a mechanism that is used rarely, but maintained with care. The bolt drawing back smoothly, despite the age of the fittings, the door swinging open on silent hinges. The study received us. I had been here once before, briefly, in the early days when I had been trying to understand the shape of the situation I was in. I had registered the room, the velvet drapes, the leather-bound books, the massive desk, but I had been focused then on Salvatore, on the information he was delivering, on managing my own responses to it. Now I looked at the room itself. It was a room that had been loved. Not preserved as a shrine, or, not only that, preserved as a continuation. The desk was old, dark wood worn at the edges, where hands had rested over years of use. The books on the shelves were not decorative. They were leaned, dog-eared, occasionally stacked horizontally where the shelves ran short, the comfortable disorder of a working library rather than a curated display. Maps on the walls. Old ones, the coastlines hand-drawn, with the particular confident inaccuracy of cartographers who were mapping as far as anyone had gone and leaving the rest to imagination. And on the desk, the framed photograph I had seen before, the antique letter opener in the shape of a dagger, and beside them, a book, thick, cloth-covered, the color of old burgundy. A bookmark, a simple strip of leather, old enough that it had softened and curved to the shape of the pages, extending from somewhere in the middle. He was reading it, I said. The night he died. Salvatore had moved into the room and stood now near the window, looking out at the lake. The same view as the master bedroom above, but from a different angle. From this height, the boathouse was more visible, the dock extending into the silver water. He was working late. My mother had already gone to bed. I was in my room. He paused. I could see the light under his study door when I passed on my way to get water. I considered knocking. We had argued that week about something I no longer remember. I thought about it and decided to leave it until morning. The silence in the room was very full. And in the morning, I said quietly. And in the morning the argument no longer existed because neither did he. His voice was even. Precise. The voice of someone who has said this, or the version of it that exists inside himself, many times. The book was open on his desk, his glasses beside it, a glass of whiskey, half finished. A pause. I have moved nothing. I looked at the desk. At the half-finished glass that was no longer there, it would have been removed at some point, practically speaking. But everything else, the book, the bookmark, the glasses, I now noticed, in a case beside the photograph. The letter opener placed as a hand might leave it. All of it. Exactly as it was. 15 years, I said. 15 years. I moved further into the room, slowly, with the particular care of someone who understands they are in a space that holds something irreplaceable. Stopped at the desk. Looked at the book. The burgundy cloth cover, worn at the corners, the bookmark extending from its resting place. I did not touch it, but I looked at it the way I had looked at James's novel on my shelf, with the recognition of an object that has become something other than what it was made to be. What is it? I asked. The book. Primo Levi, he said. If this is a man. A pause. My father read it every few years. He said it reminded him of what mattered and what didn't. I looked at the book for a long moment. A man who survived the unsurvivable, I said. Writing about what it means to remain human inside something designed to make humanity impossible. Yes. I turned to look at Salvatore. He was watching me from the window. In the morning light that came through the old glass, with its slight imperfections that bent the light fractionally, he looked like the photographs in the corridor. Like his father's son, carrying the specific weight of that lineage in the set of his shoulders and the quality of his stillness. "Your father chose that book for a reason," I said. "He chose most things for a reason. He was not a casual man." Salvatore moved from the window toward the desk, stopping on the far side of it. Between us, his father's interrupted life. He built the business from almost nothing. His own father had been peripherally involved in certain operations, but modestly. My father took what existed and expanded it deliberately. He was strategic in ways that are not typical of the generation before him. "He built it," I said, "the way you built what came after." "What I built is an extension of what he started," something in his voice. Respect, and something more complicated than respect. Though he would not, I think, have approved of all my methods. What would he have approved of? Salvatore was quiet for a moment. "The loyalty," he said finally. "The men who work for me, they are protected. Their families are protected. The agreements I make I honor. The people under my care are cared for." He paused. He believed that power without responsibility was the most corrupting thing in the world, that a man who commanded other men owed them something real in return. "And your mother?" I said. "What would she have approved of?" He looked at me across the desk, and the expression on his face was the most unguarded I had seen in 11 days. More unguarded than the nights. More unguarded than the garden conversations, and the late-hour truths, and the morning after morning of careful, gradual opening. "You," he said quietly. The word landed in the room like something placed down rather than dropped. "She would have liked you," he said. "She would have found your directness refreshing. She was, herself, constitutionally incapable of pretense. She would have recognized you." I held his gaze. "The way you recognized me," I said. "Yes." We stood on either side of his father's desk, in the room that had been kept exactly as the last morning of Antonio Russo's life had left it, and something shifted between us. Not a new thing, a continuation of the thing that had been building since a curtain in Bay 4, but deeper now, more excavated. I was seeing him in the deepest room, the room he had kept locked, and he was letting me. He came around the desk. Not quickly. The deliberate, unhurried movement of a man approaching something he has thought about carefully and decided to do. He stopped a foot from me and looked at me with those pale eyes that saw everything and softened nothing, and were, in this room, more open than I had seen them. "I want to tell you something," he said. "Tell me." "About the night they died." He held my gaze. "The version I have never told anyone, completely." I waited. He turned slightly, toward the window, toward the lake, and began. "I was 17. We had been living in this house for 2 years by then. My father had moved the primary operation here because the Milan property had become visible, too known. He believed in moving before necessity required it. I sat in the chair across from the desk. He remained standing, not pacing, just standing with his hands behind him, looking at the window and speaking with the careful precision of someone who has ordered the facts many times in his mind and is now allowing them out in the same order. "The men came at midnight. I heard the shot that killed my father from my bedroom. One shot. He was at his desk and they came through the window behind him." He had no time. A pause. "My mother was in the master bedroom. She heard the shot and did what any mother would do. She ran toward the sound. They killed her on the stairs." The room was very still. I had my father's gun. He had taught me to shoot, not because he expected I would need to, but because he believed in preparation. He kept a pistol in his bedside drawer. By the time they reached my floor, I had it. He turned from the window. "I killed the first one in the doorway, the second at the end of the hall. The third was," he paused, "more difficult. He was better than the others. He had military training, I learned later. We struggled. He was significantly larger than a 17-year-old boy. A brief pause. I was significantly more motivated. He said this last thing with a particular flatness that was not humor but lived near it. The specific register of a person describing something terrible that they survived and have made, through the sheer passage of time, possible to discuss. Marco arrived with 6 men before the others could regroup. They had been moving toward the house when they heard the shots. Marco had received information that something was planned for that night, but not where, not when, not the specific target. A pause. He has never forgiven himself for that, for arriving 90 seconds after he might have arrived. 90 seconds, I said. He has calculated it many times. Salvatore's voice was even. I have told him, many times, that the calculation is useless. He continues to make it. I thought about Marco in the garden, the 30 years of worry, the specific, devoted attention of a man doing penance for 90 seconds. When he arrived, Salvatore continued, I was in the hallway. I don't fully remember the interval between the third man and Marco's arrival. I have been told I was sitting on the floor with my father's gun in my hand. I have no clear memory of sitting down. He moved to the desk, rested his hands on it, looking down at the surface. Marco sat with me on the floor of the hallway for, I don't know how long. The men were moving through the house, securing it. Marco sat with me and said nothing. He has told me since that he didn't know what to say, and decided that saying nothing was better than saying the wrong thing. A pause. He was right. I looked at him. At the man with his hands on his father's desk, telling me about the boy he had been on a hallway floor. The specific, precise account of it, not dramatized, not minimized. Just told, the way things are told when they have been lived with for long enough that they can be spoken without the speaker disappearing into them. In the days after, he said, there were decisions to be made. My father's organization needed leadership. The men needed to know that what they had built would continue. The enemies who had done this needed to understand that they had not succeeded in ending the Russo family. They had only changed its shape. He looked up from the desk. I was 17. I had passed my university entrance exams 2 months earlier. I had been admitted to study architecture in Florence. I had known this from our earlier conversations, but hearing it in this room, in this sequence, it landed differently. You gave it up, I said. I made a choice, he held my gaze, which is not the same thing, though it has sometimes felt like it. A pause. I chose to become what was necessary, deliberately, with full awareness of what I was trading. He paused. I want you to understand that. It was not something done to me, it was something I chose. At 17, I said. At 17. I looked at him for a long moment. Do you think a 17-year-old can make that kind of choice freely? I asked, with full awareness of what it costs. You were in shock, in grief, in the specific pressure of a situation that needed immediate management. You were... I was my father's son, he said. Quiet, firm, not defensive. I knew what I was choosing. I knew it would cost the architecture degree, the ordinary life, the futures that belonged to the boy I had been until midnight the previous night. He held my gaze. I chose anyway, because the alternative was to let the people who had killed my parents define what came next. I sat with that. And do you regret it? I asked. Now, looking back. He was quiet for a very long time. The longest silence of any conversation we had had. I regret the boy I didn't get to be, he said finally. The architect. The ordinary man with his ordinary problems and his ordinary life. He paused. I don't regret what I built from the choice. The men who depend on me. The organization that functions according to the standards I set. A pause. I regret that I have not allowed myself until recently to want anything outside of it. Until recently, I said. He looked at me. Until recently, he confirmed. We were in the study for a long time. He told me things he had not told anyone, not the facts of it, which Marco knew, which the men who had been there that night knew, which had been documented in the particular cold language of police reports and organizational records. The other things. The first morning, when he had walked into this room and seen his father's desk as his father had left it and understood, in the specific bodily way that you understand things that are too large for the mind to hold, that the man who had sat there was gone, that the glass of whiskey would not be finished, that the book would stay open on that page. The decision, made standing at this desk in the first hour of the first morning, that nothing in this room would change, not as grief, exactly, or not only grief, as insistence. A refusal to let the night before be the last word on who Antonio Russo had been. The first negotiation he had conducted as the head of the family, 3 weeks after the deaths, a meeting with men twice his age who had come to assess whether this 17-year-old boy was real or provisional, whether they were looking at a leader or a placeholder. He had worn his father's watch. He had sat in his father's chair in a different room of a different building, and he had been, as he described it with a specificity that told me he had never described it before, so frightened that he could feel his heartbeat in his fingertips, and so determined not to show it, that the fear became, in the management of it, something that looked from the outside like authority. "You performed authority until it became real," I said. "Yes." A slight pause, though I have wondered sometimes which came first. "Does it matter?" He considered. "No," he said finally, "I suppose it doesn't." The thing he told me about his mother was the last thing. He had not cried for her until 6 months after her death, not at the funeral, which had required management, not in the weeks of consolidation and negotiation, and the establishment of authority that followed, not in the nights when Marco sat outside his bedroom door, which he had done, Salvatore told me, every night for the first 2 months, sleeping in a chair in the hall, saying nothing about it. 6 months after, in the conservatory of a different house, which his mother had also filled with improbable plants, he had gone in to ask Sophia something about a household matter, and walked past a flowering thing that had no right to be flowering in that climate or that season, and the smell of it had been specific, a specific smell that had been present in every home his mother had ever made. He had stood in the conservatory with his hand on a doorframe and cried for the first time since the night it happened. He told me this quietly, without drama, with the particular precision of someone reporting a true thing about himself that he has not previously allowed to be reported. Sophia saw, quote, he said. "What did she do?" "She left the room, very quickly, and did not mention it." A pause. "Later that day she put a vase of the same flower on the kitchen table. It stayed there for a week. Neither of us said anything about it." I looked at him. At the man who had been cried for by a housekeeper, who expressed her care by placing a vase and saying nothing. At the man who had kept a room unchanged for 15 years not as a shrine, but as a refusal to let the last night define the whole life. At the man who had been 17 and alone and frightened in a hallway with his father's gun, and had chosen from that place to become something rather than nothing. "You know what I think?" I said. "Tell me." "I think your mother would not only have liked me," I said, "I think she would have been relieved." He looked at me. "Relieved," he repeated. "That someone was in this room with you." I held his gaze. "That you had let someone in." I paused. "She would have been waiting for that. For the last 15 years. She would have been worried about the 4 a.m. hours. About the weight of it, carried alone." His expression did the thing it did when something caught him unprepared. "You didn't know her," he said quietly. "No." I looked at the photograph on the desk, the younger version of Salvatore beside his father, the woman between them with her hand on the boy's shoulder. "But I know you. And I can see her in the things you've kept." He was very still. "The conservatory," I said, "the bookmark in the book, the room exactly as it was." I held his gaze. "You have been keeping them alive in every way you knew how, for 15 years, alone." He said nothing. Because there was, I think, nothing to say to being understood that completely. After a long moment he moved, not toward me, to the desk. He picked up the photograph, looked at it for a moment, then set it facing outward slightly, the way you adjust something you want someone else to be able to see. Then he came to where I was sitting, sat on the edge of the desk facing me, close. "I don't know how to be what you deserve," he said quietly. "I want you to know that I'm aware of that. I am," he paused, "a man with a great deal of practice at specific things, and very little practice at others." "I know," I said. "I am going to make mistakes." "I know that too. Things that look like control when they're meant as protection. Things that look like distance when they're," he searched for the word, "management of something I don't yet know how to express differently." "I know," I said again. "I'm going to make mistakes too. I'm going to bring the whole weight of 3 years of practiced invisibility into this, and sometimes it's going to look like absence when it's actually self-protection. And sometimes I'm going to need you to ask rather than assume." He held my gaze. "We are going to be very bad at this," he said. "Probably," I agreed. For a while, the ghost of a smile, moving, in this room, this morning, all the way to something real. "And you're staying anyway," he said. "And I'm staying anyway." He reached out, took my hand, turned it palm upward, looked at it. At the seamstress's hands, the nurse's hands, the hands that had put 17 careful sutures in his side in a hospital bay 11 days ago. "My mother would have liked these hands," he said quietly. I looked at our hands together. "Tell me about hers," I said. And he did. We stayed in the study until noon. He told me about his mother's hands, expressive, always in motion, the hands of a woman who thought with her body as much as her mind, who could not have a conversation without gesturing, who used to reach across the table during meals and squeeze whoever was nearest for no reason other than the impulse to make contact. He told me about his father's voice, deep, carrying, the kind of voice that filled rooms without effort, that could be heard from 2 floors down giving instructions, and from the same distance telling a joke, the laugh that always arrived before the punchline because his father could never quite contain it. He told me about Sunday mornings in the Milan house, the specific ritual of them, his mother's coffee and his father's newspaper, and the argument about whose turn it was to walk the dog they had owned for 2 years, and both claimed not to have wanted, and the dog's name, which had been Sonato because his father had rescued him from outside the Parliament building, and felt this was sufficient justification for an undignified name. Small things. Ordinary things. The accumulated texture of a life that had been interrupted before it had finished accumulating. I listened to all of it with the full, unhurried attention of someone who understands that this is what is being given, not information but the life itself. The specific, irreplaceable ordinary of people who had existed and been loved and were now held alive in the telling. At some point I found that our hands were still together, that I had moved from the chair to the edge of the desk beside him, that the morning had progressed in the way mornings do when you are fully present in them, more quickly than you realize until you notice the angle of the light has changed. "Lunch," I said eventually. He looked at me. "Sophia will have noticed we've been in here for 3 hours, I said. "She will be managing her concern with characteristic restraint and putting an excessive amount of care into whatever she's preparing." The real smile. Fully arrived. "Probably," he said. Neither of us moved immediately. The study held us a moment longer. The room with its unchanged surfaces, and its interrupted book, and the slow, patient keeping of lives that deserve to continue being kept. I looked at the photograph on the desk, at the boy with his father's eyes, and his mother's something I was still identifying, standing between 2 people who had no idea that the ordinary Sunday of this particular photograph was time that could be lost. None of us know that, I thought. That's the whole of it. None of us know which ordinary moment is the last one, so we treat them as if there will be more. And mostly there are. And sometimes there aren't. And what you do with that, the uncertainty of it, the terrible ordinary beauty of it, is what defines the kind of person you are. Salvatore Rousseau had chosen, from the hallway floor of the worst night of his life, to carry the weight of the interrupted ordinary rather than set it down, to keep the room as it was, To grow the plants his mother would have grown, to put the conservatory where the light was best, to let someone in, finally, to the room where all of it was kept. I looked at him. "Your father would have been proud of you," I said. "Not of the empire necessarily, of the keeping." He looked at me for a long moment. Then he stood, offered his hand. "Lunch," he said. And we left the study together, the door closing softly behind us, the key turned in the lock, the room returning to its quiet keeping, and walked back through the corridor past the photographs, through the house that was alive with the sounds of its current inhabitation, toward the kitchen, and Sophia's careful concern, and the specific, ordinary beauty of a noon meal in a house by a lake. The morning already becoming something I would keep. Chapter 11. The Letter. He left on a Thursday. Not dramatically. There was no cinematic departure, no significant farewell weighted with foreshadowing. Just Marco appearing at the study door at 7 in the morning with an expression that communicated, in the compressed language I had learned to read over 12 days, that something had come up that required Salvatore's personal presence somewhere that was not here. I was in the library when it happened. I heard the shift in the house's atmosphere before I heard anything specific. The change in the quality of movement through the corridors, the particular purposefulness of men who have received new direction. I set down my book and waited. He came to find me within the hour. "Milan," he said, from the library doorway. "There's a situation with the northern operation that requires me to be there in person. I'll be gone 3 days, possibly 4. I looked at him across the room. "The wound," I said, first, automatically, the nurse's reflex, "is healed." He moved into the room. "You said yourself, 2 days ago, that the closure was complete. Healed enough, not healed entirely." "Emma." 3 days of reasonable activity," I said. "Nothing that constitutes exertion by any standard other than yours." The ghost of a smile. "Agreed." I held his gaze for a moment. "Is it dangerous?" I asked. He considered the question, with the seriousness it deserved, which I had come to understand meant it was at least somewhat dangerous. "It's a negotiation," he said, "complex, with several parties who have competing interests. But a negotiation, not a—" He paused, selecting the word confrontation. "The distinction matters." "The distinction matters," he agreed. I looked at the window. The lake was flat and gray this morning, the sky the low, uniform white of approaching weather. The autumn was completing itself. The trees at the property's edge had given up most of their leaves, the lawns gone from green to the dry gold of November. "I'll go home," I said, "while you're away." He was still. "To your apartment." "It's been 12 days. I looked at him. "My grandmother will be confused about why I haven't called. There are things I need to manage. And—" I paused, finding the honest thing. "I think I need a few days in my own space, to think." He held my gaze carefully. "To think about what?" "Everything." I met his eyes directly. 12 days is a significant interval, a significant amount of information. I need time to sit with all of it, and be sure of what I know and what I feel and what I'm choosing. I paused. "Not because I'm uncertain about you. I want to be clear about that. But because I'm someone who needs to process in solitude occasionally, and I haven't had solitude in 12 days. He was quiet. For a moment. "That's honest," he said. "You asked for honesty." "I did." He moved to the chair across from mine and sat, "And I won't." He paused. "I won't tell you that it's uncomplicated for me, hearing that, but I understand it." "Which part is complicated?" He looked at me steadily. "The part that knows you going home to think means you might think your way to a different conclusion than the one you're currently holding." I looked at him. "Yes," I said, "that's possible. I know. And you're still agreeing to it." "Yes," simply. "Because the alternative, asking you to stay, to not have the time and the solitude you need, would be exactly the kind of management that I told you I was trying to distinguish from protection. He held my gaze. This is you telling me what you need. My response to that should not be governed by my own. He paused, discomfort with the uncertainty. I looked at him for a long moment. You're better at this than you think, I said. Something moved through his expression. I am working with very good material. Don't charm your way out of receiving a compliment. The real smile, brief and genuine. All right, he said. Thank you. We sat in the library for a while longer, the fire burning low, the gray light coming through the windows, the house moving in its quiet morning rhythms around us. I'll call, he said finally, if that's... Yes, I said, call. And if you... He stopped, started again. If you come to a different conclusion, while you're thinking, I want to know, not to argue against it, but to know. I looked at him. I'll tell you, I said. Whatever I conclude, I'll tell you. He nodded. Once. The nod that meant something had been agreed to that mattered. He left at noon. The convoy assembled in the circular drive with the efficient precision of a departure that had been managed by Marco and required nothing from Salvatore except to appear, which he did. Dark coat, the careful posture, the pale eyes finding mine where I stood at the top of the stone steps. He came to me, stood close enough that the conversation was private despite the assembled men. 3 days, he said. 4 at the most, I said. As agreed. A pause. He raised his hand. Cupped my face briefly, his thumb tracing the line of my cheekbone in the gesture that was his, that I associated now specifically with him, with the moments when he was most himself. Be careful, I said. Always. That is empirically untrue, and we both know it. The real smile again, more present than the ghost. Be well, he said instead, softer. You too. He held my gaze for a moment. Then he turned and walked to the waiting car, and the door closed behind him, and the convoy moved through the gate with the smooth, decisive momentum of something that has been set in motion and will not stop until it has arrived. I watched until the last vehicle disappeared through the gate. Then I stood alone on the stone steps of the house by the lake and let the quiet settle. Marco drove me to my apartment that afternoon. Not in the convoy style of earlier visits, just Marco and a single car, and the particular companionable quiet of a drive with someone you have arrived, without planning to, at something like friendship with. We talked for part of it about nothing particularly significant. The approaching weather, the estate's preparation for winter. A comment Marco made about Sophia's opinion of the conservatory's heating system, delivered with the dry affection of a man who has been living alongside someone's strong opinions for a long time and has made his peace with them. And then, somewhere in the middle of the drive, Marco said, He asked me to give you something. I turned. He kept his eyes on the road, reaching into the breast pocket of his jacket with one hand and producing an envelope. Heavy cream paper. Dark wax seal. The crest I knew. I took it. Turned it in my hands. My name on the front, in the strong, slanting hand I recognized. He wrote it this morning, Marco said, before the situation in Milan was confirmed. He paused. He was going to give it to you himself. Then the timing. He made a small, expressive gesture that communicated the way plans accommodate themselves to unexpected necessities. I held the envelope. Did not open it. Marco, I said. What do you think I'll decide, while I'm thinking? He was quiet for a moment. I think, he said carefully, that you are a woman who makes decisions with her full self. Not just the part that wants something, or the part that is afraid of something, but all of it together. He paused. I think whatever you decide will be the right decision, because it will be a real one. That's a very diplomatic answer. I am, occasionally, diplomatic. What do you actually think? A longer pause. I think, he said, that you have been looking for something to be fully present in since you lost James. And I think you have found it. He glanced at me briefly. I think the question is not whether you know that. I think you do. The question is whether you're willing to choose something that cannot be made safe. I looked at the envelope in my hands. He can't be made safe, I said. No, Marco said, he cannot. And the life cannot be made safe, Marco said. Any of it. I looked out the window. James died in a convenience store, I said, 2 blocks from home, on an ordinary Tuesday. Yes, Marco said quietly, I know. Nothing is safe. No, a pause. But some things are worth the risk more than others. We rode the rest of the way, in comfortable quiet. My apartment received me the way it always did, with the particular, undemanding familiarity of a space that has held your life for long enough that it knows the shape of you. I set my bag down, stood in the center of the room, looked at the photographs on the shelf, at James in the suit, at my grandmother laughing at something outside the frame, at the ceramic dish by the kitchen sink, at the unfinished novel, all of it exactly as it had been. And me, different. I made tea. The particular ceremony of it. The kettle. The specific mug I always used. The ritual of it. Doing what such rituals always do, which is give the hands something to do while the mind finds its way. I sat on the futon, held my mug, and opened the envelope. Emma, you are reading this in your apartment, I think. The small space with the ring marks on the table, and the unfinished book, and the photographs of the people who made you who you are. The space that is entirely, specifically, irreducibly yours. I find that I know this place now, having been in it. I can picture you in it with a specificity that surprises me. You, with your feet tucked under you on the futon, your hands around something warm, the afternoon light coming through the window that looks at the building across the alley. I am writing this before I know that I will be in Milan when you read it. I am writing it because there are things I have been trying to say in the right order, and the right order has been difficult to locate. So I am writing instead, which has the advantage of allowing me to revise until the order is correct. Here is what I know. I know that you came through a curtain in a hospital bay 11 nights ago and looked at me without performing, and something in me, something I had not been aware was still present, after 15 years of building a world in which feeling things was a liability I couldn't afford, recognized you. I know that you stitched my wound with your grandmother's hands and argued with me about anesthesia, and told me I had no right to investigate you, and were correct on all counts, and I could not look away from any of it. I know that you came back, not because you had to, because you chose to, with conditions which I received as the most honest thing anyone had offered me in 15 years. I know that you sat in a chair all night to monitor my vitals when you had every reason to leave, that you walked into my study when I was in the middle of something and said, 10 o'clock, with a certainty that I found, unexpectedly, more stabilizing than anything else that was happening in that room. I know that you came with me to my father's study and listened to the things I have never told anyone, and received them without trying to fix them or reframe them or make them easier than they are. I know that you said, your mother would have liked me, and that you were right, and that hearing it was more than I knew how to hold in the moment. Here is what I don't know. I don't know how to be, entirely, what you deserve. I am aware of this. I am a man with very specific competencies and very specific gaps, and the gaps are significant. I have managed things where I should have felt them. I have controlled things where I should have trusted them. I have been alone where I should have reached for someone for 15 years, because alone was what I knew how to do, and reaching for someone was what the boy I had been before my parents died knew how to do, and that boy and I have been not fully acquainted for a long time. You are reacquainting us. I don't know how to promise you safety. You know this, and I think you have made a kind of peace with it that I find both humbling and more than I deserve. My world is what it is. It will continue to be what it is. The arithmetic will continue to require what it requires. The nights will continue to have the quality they have. What I can promise: honesty. The full version, not the managed version. You asked for this, and I intend to give it, even when, especially when, it is complicated. Presence. In the ways I am capable of it, which are not always the obvious ways, but are, I believe, real ones. The keeping of your life as yours. The apartment. The work. The specific, immediate, useful thing that is as essential to you as breathing. I would not reach for that. I have no interest in a version of you assembled to fit my world. And this, whatever time and space you need to be certain of your own mind, today and on any day you need it, not as a concession, but as something I mean. The question I am not asking you to answer in this letter is the question I will not ask you to answer until you are ready. Whether you are choosing this. All of it, fully, with everything it entails. I think you know the answer. I think you have known it for some time. But knowing and choosing are different things, and you are someone who does not choose lightly, and that is one of the things about you that I find. I have been searching for the right word, and the right word, I think, is necessary. Necessary to be in the presence of, necessary to be honest with, necessary to try for. Come home when you're ready. Or don't. And tell me, and I will find a way to hold that too. But know that the house is different, with you in it. The specific kind of different that reveals how it was before, which is to say, incomplete in ways I had not known to name. Yours, Salvatore. I read the letter once. Then I set it on the coffee table beside the envelope and sat with my cooling tea in the quiet of the apartment and the specific weight of what I had been given. Yours. Not possessively. I had read enough of him now to know the difference, the signature of a person declaring an allegiance rather than a claim. I looked at the photographs on the shelf. James in the suit. I thought about what Salvatore had said in my apartment, looking at that photograph. He looks like someone who would ask detailed questions about operational logistics. I thought about James, who would have done exactly that, who would have arrived at a position of complete moral clarity about Salvatore Russo's world, and then argued it with absolute fairness, because that was who he was. Who would have been suspicious and rigorous, and ultimately, I thought, would have looked at the man who had kept his father's study unchanged for 15 years, and grown his mother's impossible plants in a conservatory, and recognized the keeping of things. James had been, above all, someone who understood the importance of keeping things. He would have understood that. I looked at the unfinished novel. Then I got up, crossed to the shelf, picked it up, sat back down on the futon with it in my lap, opened it to the page where I had stopped the last time I had tried. The fourth attempt, 6 months ago, abandoned somewhere in the middle of the second act, when the weight of the margin notes had become too much. James's handwriting in the margins, small, precise, the handwriting of a man who had very clear opinions and a fine-point pen, and no patience for large margins wasted. This is the moment the whole book turns on, he had written, beside a paragraph I now read for the first time fully. I read it. Then I read the paragraph again. Then I kept reading. I read for 2 hours. The afternoon light shifted through the window that looked at the building across the alley, moving from the thin white of the overcast afternoon to the amber of early evening, to the blue of approaching dark. I turned on the lamp beside the futon without getting up, reaching for it automatically, the way you do in your own space. The novel was not what I had expected, having avoided it for 3 years. It was quieter than I remembered its reputation suggesting. A book about the specific texture of an ordinary life, interrupted, and the question of what remains when the interruption is permanent. Whether the ordinary can be rebuilt, or whether it is simply different ordinary, a different shape of the same need. James had underlined a passage near the end. We do not get over loss, the author had written. We get larger than it. We grow around it, the way a tree grows around a wound, incorporating it into the structure of what we become. The wound does not disappear. It becomes, instead, part of what holds us up. James had written 2 words in the margin beside it. Yes, exactly. I sat with that for a long time. The lamp warm. The apartment quiet. The specific weight of a book finished. His book, the one with his handwriting in the margins, the one I had been unable to finish for 3 years, now complete in my hands. I grew around it. Not over it, not past it, around it. The way the tree grows around the wound and makes it structural. I called my grandmother at 7. She answered on the second ring, which was better than some weeks, and recognized my voice immediately, which was better than other weeks, and spent 20 minutes telling me about a woman at the facility who had a dog that visited on Thursdays, and whose name she couldn't remember, but whose character she found deeply admirable. I listened to all of it. When she asked where I had been, she knew, in the vague, intuitive way of people whose memory is unreliable, but whose instincts remain sharp, that something was different. I told her I had been staying with a friend. A new friend? She said. Yes, I said, a new friend. A pause on her end. The particular pause of a woman who has been reading people for 83 years and hasn't stopped, just because some of the details have gotten harder to hold. A good one? She asked. I looked at the letter on the coffee table. Yes, I said, I think so. Good, she said, with the simple, satisfied finality of a woman who has asked the only question that matters and received the answer she was hoping for. You needed one. After I hung up, I sat in the quiet for a long time. The apartment had the quality of a place that has been fully inhabited, all its history present in the ring marks and the photographs and the specific smell of it, the accumulation of 8 years of a life lived here, 8 years of who I had been becoming, who I was now. I thought about what Marco had said in the car. The question is not whether you know. I think you do. The question is whether you're willing to choose something that cannot be made safe. I thought about the boy on the hallway floor with his father's gun, about the conservatory, about the father's study, unchanged, about yours, at the bottom of a letter written in the morning before a departure, by a man who had spent 15 years not writing such things to anyone. I thought about James, about what he had written beside that passage. Yes, exactly. About growing around the wound until it becomes structural. About the specific, improbable flowering of things that have no business surviving the climate they find themselves in. My grandmother had been a seamstress. She had taught me that a good seam is not about hiding the join. It is about making the join strong enough to hold whatever pressure the thing encounters in its use. The join is visible, if you know where to look. That is not a flaw, that is the evidence of repair. I picked up the burner phone. Still in my bag, where it had been since I'd arrived. One number programmed into it, the same number as before. I looked at it for a long moment. Then I set it down. Not yet. Not because I didn't know. I knew. But because there was one more thing to do first. I went to the shelf. Moved James's novel to the space it had occupied. Replaced it carefully, with the awareness of someone handling something that matters. But differently now. Not as an unfinished thing. A finished one. I looked at it for a moment. Okay, I said quietly. To the apartment. To the photographs. To the specific, accumulated ordinary of 8 years of this life. To the man in the photograph in the suit who had stood in a doorway every morning and confirmed that everything was in order. To the wound that had become structural. Okay. Then I picked up the phone. One number. One ring. Emma! His voice, low, accented, the specific quality of it that I had stopped trying to be unaffected by somewhere around day 4, and had simply incorporated instead the way you incorporate things that are true. I finished the book, I said. A pause. James's book, he said quietly. Yes. How was it? It was very sad, I said, and very beautiful, I paused. He had good taste. He sounds like someone who would. I looked around the apartment, at the lamp burning warm, at the photographs, at the finished book on the shelf. "I've been thinking," I said. "I know." A pause. "What have you concluded?" I took a breath. "That I am someone who grows around things rather than over them," I said. "That the wound is structural and I would not remove it if I could." I paused. "That the question of whether something can be made safe is the wrong question. The right question is whether it's worth the risk." He was quiet, waiting. The quality of his waiting, complete, unhurried, not pressing, was itself part of the answer. "Salvatore," I said. "Yes." "You asked me to come home when I was ready." A pause, the careful pause of a man containing something. "Yes," he said. "I'm ready," I said. The silence on the line was brief and full and specific. "Then come home, Emma." I looked at the apartment one last time. At everything it had held. At everything it had been. At the finished book on the shelf, and the photographs, and the ceramic dish, and the specific, beautiful ordinary of a life that had grown around its wound, and was, now, ready to grow towards something else. I stood up. "I'm on my way," I said, and ended the call. Chapter 12. Come Home. The drive back was different from all the others. No blindfold. No anxiety tracking the turns and calculating the distance, and trying to find orientation in a situation that had stripped away the usual anchors. No, the particular alertness of someone moving through unfamiliar territory without sufficient information. Just the road. The city unwinding into countryside the way it always did. The density thinning. The lights of the urban sprawl giving way to the particular darkness of open land. The stars becoming visible in increments as the ambient glow fell behind. The driver, one of the men I recognized now, whose name was Nico, and who had a photograph of his daughter on the dashboard that he had never mentioned, and I had never asked about, but which I had noticed on the third day and found, quietly, one of the more humanizing details of this world, drove without speaking, which was his custom and which I had come to appreciate. I sat in the back and watched the countryside and thought about nothing in particular, which was, I realized, new. The previous drives had been full of calculation, of assessment, of the particular busy quality of a mind managing uncertainty. This drive was quiet in a way that had nothing to do with the absence of thought and everything to do with the absence of unresolved things. I had resolved the thing. Not permanently. I was not naive enough to believe that choosing something complicated resolved it permanently. There would be other evenings of reckoning, other mornings of sitting with the arithmetic and its costs, other moments when the weight of what I had chosen would make itself known in ways I couldn't predict from here. But the fundamental thing, the question at the center of all the other questions, that was answered. I was going home. The gates came into view at 10:40. I had been watching for them without knowing I was watching, the particular anticipation of arrival, the way the body orients toward a destination before the mind has consciously acknowledged it. The iron gates, the security lights, the men who had become familiar enough to nod at rather than assess. The gate opened. The drive curved upward through the mature trees. And then the house. In the dark, with the floodlights casting their warm pools across the grounds and the windows lit from within, amber and warm, the specific glow of a house that is inhabited rather than merely standing, it looked different from the first time I had seen it. Different from every subsequent time, each of which had added something to my understanding of the place. Tonight it looked like what it was becoming. Not mine exactly. Not yet. And perhaps not in the simple, singular way that my apartment was mine, accumulated over years of solitary inhabitation, shaped by the specific decisions of a life lived alone. Something else. Something in the process of becoming mutual. Shaped by two people, incrementally, in the particular way of places that hold the lives of more than one person and take on the composite quality of that. Nico stopped before the entrance. I sat for a moment before getting out, looking at the house, at the lit windows, at the fountain in the center of the drive, still running despite the November cold, at the figure standing at the top of the stone steps. He had come outside to meet me, Not dramatically. He was simply standing there, in the dark and the cold, hands in the pockets of his coat, watching the car arrive with the particular stillness that was the most characteristic thing about him. The quality of absolute attention made physical. The world could be doing anything around him, and he would be watching the specific thing that mattered. Tonight the specific thing was me. I got out of the car. The cold hit immediately, sharper than the city, the estate's microclimate delivering the full November at close range. The smell of it, water and turned earth, and the sharp green of the evergreens at the property's edge, and underneath that something that was simply the smell of this place, which I had learned over 12 days and carried back to my apartment without knowing I was carrying it. I walked toward the steps. He came down to meet me, halfway, the stone steps broad and well lit, his breath misting in the cold air, close enough now that I could see his face in the floodlight. He looked, I found the word after a moment, relieved. Not in a way he would have allowed himself to show at the beginning of this. Not in the managed, contained way that had characterized the first days, when everything was presented through the careful filter of someone accustomed to revealing only what was strategic to reveal. Just relieved. Simply and directly relieved. And something else beneath it. The something else that had been building since a curtain in Bay 4, that had been named and unnamed and circled and approached, and was now, in the cold of a November night at the top of a circular drive, simply present. He stopped a step above me, which put us at the same height. His eyes on mine. "You came back," he said. I said I would. "You said you'd tell me whatever you concluded." A slight pause, which left open the possibility that what you concluded was a reason not to. "Yes," I said. "It did." "And?" I looked at him. At the pale eyes that saw everything and softened nothing, that had found mine in a hospital bay 11 days ago and hadn't quite looked away since. At the face that was, in the specific way of faces you have spent sufficient time studying, more familiar now than strange, the angles and the shadows and the line of the jaw and the slight asymmetry of the mouth that I had memorized without intending to. At the man who had knelt on a hallway floor at 17 with his father's gun and chosen, from that place, to build something, who had kept a room unchanged for 15 years and grown impossible plants and written a letter in the morning before a departure in which the last word was yours. At the man who was standing on his own front steps in the November cold because he had come outside to meet me. "I finished the book," I said. He was still. "I know, you told me." James had a passage marked, I held his gaze, about growing around wounds rather than over them, about the wound becoming structural, part of what holds you up. He was listening with his full self, the way he always listened. "I've been thinking about that," I said, "about what it means to grow around something, to incorporate it rather than remove it, to become larger than the thing, rather than free of it." I paused. "I think that's what I've been doing, for 3 years. Growing, just, without a direction." "And now?" he said quietly. I looked at him. "Now I have one," I said. The silence between us was the specific silence of something completed, a sentence finding its period, a question receiving its answer, the particular held breath moment before a thing becomes fully, irrevocably real. He reached out, cupped my face in both hands, in the cold night air, with the same careful attention he had brought to the gesture every time. The warmth of his palms against my skin, his thumbs tracing the lines of my face with the particular, unhurried deliberateness of someone who is learning the geography of something they intend to know well. "Emma Shaw," he said quietly. "Salvatore Rousseau," I said. And the corner of his mouth moved. The ghost. All the way to the real thing. "Come inside," he said. "It's cold." We didn't mark the moment with anything grand. No declaration, no ceremony, no significant exchange beyond what had already been exchanged on the steps. We went inside, and Sophia appeared from the kitchen with the particular timing that suggested she had been paying attention to the sound of the car, and produced tea and something warm without being asked, and disappeared again with her characteristic tact. We sat in the library. The fire had been kept going. Someone had maintained it against the possibility of this specific evening, which was a small thing and also not a small thing. I had my feet tucked under me in the chair that had become mine. He had the chair across from it, his long frame arranged in the unconscious ease of a person entirely at home in a space. The tea steamed between us on the small table. The fire shifted and settled. "Tell me about Milan," I said. He looked up from his cup. "You want to know?" I said I wanted honesty. The world you operate in is part of that. A slight nod. He told me, in the careful, calibrated way we had developed over 12 days, the version that gave me the shape of things without requiring me to carry the specific weight of the details that lived below the line we had established together. The negotiation, the parties, the competing interests that had required his presence rather than Marco's. Because some rooms only settle when the person at the center of the dispute is physically present. "Was it resolved?" I asked. "Substantially." A slight pause. "There will be follow-up, but the primary points of contention have been addressed." "And no one was hurt?" "Not this time." I held his gaze. "How often does the answer change?" He considered the question with the seriousness it deserved. "Less often than you might expect. More often than I would like." A pause. "The goal, always, is the negotiation. The resolution through terms rather than force. Force is expensive, in every sense." He looked at the fire. "I am not a man who uses it casually." "I know," I said. "I've been watching you for 12 days. He looked at me. "What have you concluded from that?" he said, not defensively, with the genuine interest of someone who wants to know how he appears to a clear eye. "That you are precise," I said. "That you are more patient than most people would be in your position. That you distinguish between the necessary and the cruel with a care that is not universal in your world." I paused. "And that the care costs you something. It would be easier not to make the distinction. You make it anyway." He was very still. "I make it," he said carefully, "because my father made it. Because I watched him operate according to a standard that was not typical of the context. And because I understood, even at 17, that the standard was the thing worth preserving." A pause. "The organization could be rebuilt. Has been rebuilt multiple times. The standard, once abandoned, is very difficult to recover." I looked at him. "He would be proud," I said, "not of the empire, of the standard." He held my gaze for a long moment. "You said that in the study," he said quietly. "The same thing." "Because it's true." I held his gaze. "And because it's the kind of thing that needs saying more than once to a man who has been carrying it alone for 15 years. He said nothing. "Because there are things that can only be received, not responded to." I understood that. I let him receive it. Later, the fire lower, the tea long finished, the house fully settled into the deep quiet of the late night, he said, "I want to show you something." I looked at him across the dimming room. "Now?" "It won't take long." I unfolded from the chair and followed him through the quiet house, through the rooms I knew now, the library and the formal spaces and the corridor past the photographs. Not to the older wing, not to the father's study. Somewhere else. A door I hadn't been through, ground floor, rear of the house, opening onto the grounds rather than another interior space. He opened it. The cold came in, and with it the smell of the night, water and earth, and the deep, bare smell of November. He reached for a coat on the hook beside the door, one I recognized as Sophia's winter coat, too large for me, but present with the deliberate forethought of someone who had thought about this moment in advance, and held it out. I put it on. We went out. The grounds at night were different from the grounds in daylight. The floodlights covered the perimeter, but in the interior of the property the light was more varied. Pools of warmth from the house's exterior fixtures, the particular silver of moonlight on the open grass, the deep black of the tree line against a sky that had cleared to show stars with the extravagance of a sky that has never had to compete with streetlights. He led me toward the lake. Not the view of it from the windows. I had seen that for 12 days, the silver surface from above, the boathouse at the far shore. This was ground level, the dock extending into the water, the lake itself wide and still, and reflecting the stars in a surface so flat it looked like it had decided, tonight, to hold things. We stood at the end of the dock. The water moved almost imperceptibly around the pilings, a slight, rhythmic sound that was barely sound at all, more sensation, the lake breathing. "I come here," he said, "in the mornings, sometimes, when something needs thinking through. Instead of the study, when the thing that needs thinking through is not about the past, about the present, about what comes next." I looked at the reflected stars in the water. "And tonight I wanted you to see it." He was standing beside me, close enough that our arms were touching even through the bulk of the coats. "The way it looks at night, the way the stars sit in it." A pause. "I have been coming here for 4 years and I have not shown it to anyone." I looked at the water, at the stars held in it, still and exact, a sky reflected so faithfully that you could look down and see what was above. "It's extraordinary," I said. "Yes." We stood in the cold, looking at the water holding the sky. "Can I tell you something?" I said. "Always." I was thinking, on the drive back, about the first night, the hospital, the moment I pulled back the curtain and you were there. I paused. I've been thinking about what I felt in that moment, and I think the word for it, the precise word, was recognition. He was still beside me. "Not of you specifically," I said. "I had never seen you before, but recognition of something. The sense of encountering something that fit a space you hadn't known was there." I looked at the water, like a shape that corresponds exactly to an absence. He said nothing for a moment. The lake held its stars. "I felt it too," he said quietly. "In that moment, I told myself it was the fever, the ghost of something in his voice." "It was not the fever." "No," I said, "I don't think it was." We stood in the cold for a while longer. Then he said, "I want to ask you something." "Ask." "Not tonight." He turned to look at me. "Not yet. There are things I want to." He paused. "Earn first. Things I want to be sure I am capable of before I ask." He held my gaze steadily. "But I want you to know that there is a question I am working toward, that I am moving toward something deliberate." I looked at him. At the man standing on his dock in the November night, telling me in the careful, precise language of a person who has learned not to say things he cannot follow through on, that he intended to follow through. "I know," I said. "You know what I'm not yet asking." "Yes." "And?" I looked at the water, at the stars reflected in it, held with such faithfulness that the surface and the sky became a single thing. "And I'm not going anywhere," I said. He was quiet. Then, very quietly, "Good." We went back inside. The house received us with its warmth, the particular warmth of a house in which fires are kept and rooms are maintained and people move through the spaces with the care of those who understand that a home is something built rather than simply occupied. In the hallway, he stopped, turned to me. "Emma." I looked at him. "Thank you," he said, "for coming back, both times." He held my gaze with the complete, unhurried attention that was simply how he looked at things that mattered. "And for finishing the book." I looked at him for a moment. At everything he was. The empire and the arithmetic. The father's study and the impossible plants. The 17-year-old boy on the hallway floor and the man who had built something from that night and carried it with more integrity than it had any right to expect of him. The man who had written yours at the bottom of a letter and meant it as an allegiance rather than a claim. Both things, all of it, the whole truth. "Go to sleep," I said. "More than 4 hours." The real smile, present and unguarded. "You're going to say that every night," he said. "Every night until it becomes a practice rather than a goal," I agreed. He reached out, tucked the strand of hair that always escaped behind my ear, let his hand rest for a moment against my face. Then he walked down the corridor toward his room, and I stood in the hallway of the house by the lake and listened to the particular sound of a house settling into its night, the fire ticking, the wind at the windows, the distant quiet of the lake beyond the glass, and felt something that I needed a moment to identify. Not happiness, exactly, not yet, and perhaps not in the simple, unalloyed way of things that haven't been tested. Something more accurate than happiness. Rightness. The specific, bone-deep recognition of being in the correct place, not the safe place, not the easy place, the real place, the place that fit the shape of the person I had grown into, around the wound, with the wound incorporated, larger than the loss, and moving, now, in a direction. I went to the guest room, which was not, I thought, as I closed the door behind me, would not be, for much longer, a guest room at all. In the morning I woke to sunlight. The wide, generous, unobstructed kind, coming through the floor-to-ceiling glass in long, horizontal planes, finding every surface, making the room into something luminous and specific and present. I lay still for a moment, taking inventory as I had learned to do in this house. The ceiling, coffered dark wood. The light. Morning. Clear. The first truly bright day in a week. The overnight weather having swept the sky clean and left behind a November day of unlikely clarity. The smell, wood smoke, and something that was simply the house, which I carried now when I left it and recognized when I returned. Home. The word arrived quietly, without announcement, settling into the inventory alongside the ceiling and the light and the smell, with the matter-of-fact ease of something that has been true for a while and is only now being acknowledged. Home. I got up, dressed in the clothes that were mine now, not the designer pieces from the closet, though those had been worn and washed and worn again until they had accumulated some of my history. My own things, brought from the apartment over the preceding days, accumulated in the drawers and on the hooks, the specific ordinary of my own life taking up residence alongside everything else. I went to the window. The lake was extraordinary in the morning light, the overnight cold having stilled it to a perfect flatness, the sun hitting it at an angle that turned the surface to hammered silver, every reflection exact and faithful. The trees at the property's edge had surrendered their last leaves in the night's wind, and stood bare and particular against the bright sky, the architecture of them visible now that the foliage was gone. From this window you could see the dock, the end of it extending into the water where we had stood the night before, looking at the stars reflected in the surface. I stood at the window for a long time, thinking about nothing specific, just present, in the day, in the house, in the specific, complicated, real life that I had walked toward, with my eyes open and my hands steady, and the full weight of everything I knew about what it was and what it would require. He was in the kitchen. Before the coffee had finished, before Sophia had appeared, before the house had assembled itself into its daily rhythms, he was in the kitchen, which had become one of the things I knew about him now, that he woke early and went to the kitchen and stood at the window above the sink, looking at the grounds in the morning light before anyone else was moving. He turned when I came in, looked at me with the morning version of his attention, the unguarded early version that I had come to treasure most, because it was the version that existed before the day had assembled its requirements. "Good morning," I said. "Good morning." I moved to the coffee, which had just finished. The timing was something I had also learned, that if you arrived at a certain hour, the coffee was ready without having to wait for it. He was watching me move through the kitchen. "What?" I said, without turning from the cups. "Nothing." A pause. "You know where everything is." I looked over my shoulder. "I've been here for 12 days. 13 now." 13, I agreed. "Long enough to know where the cups are. Long enough for the kitchen to look like it has always had you in it." I turned fully. He was leaning against the counter with his cup, watching me with that expression, the one that lived in the space between managed and real, that appeared in the mornings before the day had required anything of him yet. "Is that a complaint?" I said. "No, simply an observation." I poured my coffee and stood across the island from him, and we looked at each other in the morning light of the kitchen, and the house was quiet around us, and the lake was silver through the window, and the day had not yet required anything of either of us. "Salvatore," I said. "Emma." "I'm going back to the hospital next week," I said. "My 3 days of influenza have become 13, and someone will eventually notice." "Marco spoke to your supervisor yesterday." I looked at him. "What did he say?" "That you have required an extended recovery. That you will return Monday." A pause. "Also that there is a generous anonymous donation being processed to the hospital's trauma department, which your supervisor received with a warmth that suggests professional goodwill has been established." I stared at him. "You cannot simply donate your way into my professional life." "I donated to the hospital's trauma department." His voice was even. "Your professional life is entirely separate from the hospital's equipment fund, Salvatore. The trauma department was genuinely underfunded." Marco looked into it. "That is not—" I stopped, looked at him. At the expression that was doing the thing, where it was managing something that lived in the neighborhood of amusement. "You're impossible." "Consistently," he agreed. I looked at him for another moment. Then, something in me, the thing that had been loosening incrementally over 13 days, loosened fully. And I laughed. Not the polite, social kind. The real kind. The kind that comes from somewhere lower and more genuine, that arrives without permission and sounds like itself rather than a performance of itself. He watched it happen. And his face did the thing it rarely did. The real smile, fully arrived, the lines of his face rearranging around it, the specific beauty of a face that doesn't smile easily, finally doing so completely. "You," I said when I had recovered, "are going to drive me completely insane." "That is probably accurate," he said. "I am going to need very clear boundaries around the donation of funds to institutions connected to my professional life. Entirely reasonable. And around the management of my schedule without my prior knowledge and consent. Also reasonable. And around—" I paused because I had run out of specific objections and we both knew it, and the knowing was present between us in the warm kitchen light. "And around?" he prompted. I looked at him. "Nothing," I said. "I'll think of more later." "Reserved," he said. The word, our word, the small running acknowledgement of things held for later, landing in the kitchen between us, with the particular warmth of something that has become, through repetition, a kind of shorthand, a language of two. Reserved, I agreed. After breakfast, we walked the grounds. Not the formal circuits that Marco had shown me in the early days. This was different. Unhurried, without destination, the two of us moving through the morning landscape of the estate, with the ease of people who have earned the right to move through a space without purpose. He showed me things I hadn't seen. The kitchen garden at the rear of the property, bare now for the winter, but with the evidence of what it had been, the careful beds and the espaliered fruit trees against the south-facing wall, the cold frames still holding some late herbs. He told me that his mother had insisted on a kitchen garden at every house they had lived in, that Sophia maintained this one according to the plans his mother had left behind. A small outbuilding near the tree line, a workshop it turned out currently used for storage, originally his father's. Antonio Russo had built furniture as a young man, before the organization had required all of his time. There were pieces of it still in the house. The desk in the father's study, which I had admired without knowing its provenance. The table in the breakfast room. Both made by hand, by a man who had also built other things, larger and more complicated, and had not stopped believing that making something with your hands was worth the time it required. He would have kept making things, Salvatore said, standing in the doorway of the workshop, if he had lived. He talked about it, about going back to it, when the organization was stable enough, when he could afford to spend the time. I looked at the tools on the walls. Old, well-maintained, hanging in the organized way of things that were used and expected to be used again. Waiting, I said. Yes. The way the study is waiting. He looked at the tools. Yes, he said, the same way. I moved past him into the workshop. Ran my hand along a workbench. Solid, worn smooth with use. The kind of surface that has absorbed decades of work and holds the history of it. Can you use these? I asked. He looked at the tools. Some of them. My father taught me the basics. I have not. He paused. I haven't had occasion. That's not what I asked. He looked at me. Yes, he said, some of them. I looked around the workshop. This seems like a room that should be used, I said. He was quiet for a moment. Then, yes, it does. We stood in the workshop in the November morning, surrounded by the tools of a man who had intended to come back and hadn't, and I thought about what it means to keep things. To wait for the moment to use them, to believe, against the evidence of loss, that the moment will come. I have a proposition, I said. He looked at me with the particular attention of someone prepared to hear something unexpected. Teach me, I said, the basics, what your father taught you. I held his gaze. And you can keep teaching yourself the rest. He looked at me for a long moment. You want to learn woodworking? He said. I want to use this room, I said. I want this room to be used, and I want to learn something with my hands that isn't medicine. I paused. My grandmother was a seamstress. My instinct is always to make things. Fix things. I've been doing it with other people's bodies for 3 years. I looked at the bench. I'd like to do it with wood for a while. He was still. Then, my father would have liked you, he said quietly. I looked at him. He would have liked these hands, he said. The same words I had used mirrored back to me. He valued people who understood that making things was not separate from the other work, that the things you make with your hands are evidence of what you believe about the world. I held his gaze. What do you believe about the world? I asked. He was quiet for a moment. That it is possible, he said finally, to build something worth protecting. He looked at the tools, and that the building is as important as the protecting. I looked at him. At the man who had been building things since he was 17 and had never, until recently, built anything he was building for himself. Then let's build something, I said. We started that afternoon. Nothing ambitious. A simple box, the kind you begin with when you are learning, when the point is not the object but the understanding of how things join. He showed me how to measure twice, cut once, which was something my grandmother had said about fabric, and which was, apparently, universal wisdom about the joining of things. He showed me how the grain of the wood determined where it would want to split and where it would hold. He showed me how a joint, done correctly, was stronger than the original material. I thought about seams, about the things my grandmother had told me which were the same things in different materials, about growing around wounds until they become structural. We worked in the afternoon light of the workshop, our breath misting slightly in the cold, sawdust accumulating on the bench, the particular focused quiet of two people making something together. He was a different version of himself, with tools in his hands, less managed somehow, the precision he brought to everything taking a more physical, immediate form, present in the way of someone doing something their hands already know. We didn't talk much. We didn't need to. At some point, Sophia appeared in the doorway with 2 mugs of something hot, left them on a corner of the bench without comment, and disappeared. The care of it, the quiet, consistent attending to the people in her house, was so characteristic of her that it had stopped being remarkable and become simply part of the texture of being here. When the light began to fade, early, the way it did in November, the short days announcing their ending before you expected it, we stood back and looked at what we had made. A box. Simple, small, the joints still rough at the edges where my inexperience showed, but joined, holding. The pieces of it coming together at the correct angles, bearing the pressure of the thing correctly. It's not very good, I said. It's a first attempt, he said. First attempts are not supposed to be good, they are supposed to teach you what the next one needs. I looked at the box, then at him. Is that your experience? I said. With first attempts? He held my gaze steadily. "Yes," he said quietly. "And with the attempts that come after, if you pay attention to what the previous one taught you." I looked at the box for a moment longer. Then I picked it up. Felt the weight of it, light, the wood still clean-smelling, the joints holding with the particular solidity of things made to last. "I'm keeping this," I said. "It's yours. I'll put it in the apartment." I turned it in my hands, on the shelf, next to the finished book. He looked at me, at what I was saying with that. The particular language of the last 13 days, all of it compressed into the finished book, and the box, and the shelf, and the life that holds both. "Emma," he said. I looked up. He was watching me with the full, unguarded version of himself. The morning version, the 4 in the morning version, the hallway version, all of them consolidated into the look of a man who has, after a very long time of not doing so, allowed something to matter. "Yes," I said. He shook his head slightly, as if the word he wanted was too large for the workshop in the November afternoon, as if it needed more space than was currently available. "Nothing," he said, "just a pause, thank you." "For the box." "For the box," he agreed, "and for everything the box is not about." I looked at him for a moment. Then I set the box down on the bench and crossed the workshop and stood before him, and he put his arms around me, carefully, in the way of someone who has learned to be careful with things that matter, and I put my face against the warmth of his neck and felt the specific gravity of being held by someone who does not do it casually. We stood in the workshop in the failing light, the sawdust settling, the tools on their hooks, the box on the bench, and I thought, this is the beginning. Not the beginning in the sense of something that hasn't started yet. The beginning in the sense of a thing that has cleared its throat, that has passed through its opening movements, that has done the difficult foundational work and is now able to become itself. The real beginning. The one that knows what it is. That night, after dinner, after the fire in the library had been built up and the house had settled and Sophia had retired and Marco had made his last check of the evening with the quiet thoroughness that was his particular form of devotion, we sat in the library. The same 2 chairs, the same fire, the same warmth. Different now, the chairs more settled into use, the space between us containing more history than it had on any previous evening. The fire burning in a room that had been over 13 days, incrementally inhabited by 2 people rather than 1. He was actually reading, one of the Italian books from the shelves, the posture of someone genuinely engaged rather than occupying time. I was writing, not a letter. Notes. The habit of the medical professional, the instinct to record, to document, to make legible the things that pass through the hands. But not clinical notes. Something else. The specific, improbable, true account of 13 days that had reorganized the coordinates of a life. I would not show it to anyone. It was for me, the way the Father's study was for Salvatore, the keeping of something that deserved to be kept. At some point he looked up, saw me writing, said nothing, went back to his book. The fire shifted. The house breathed. Outside, the November night held the estate in its cold, specific dark. And I wrote. She stitched his wounds with her grandmother's hands. And in doing so, neither of them planning it, neither of them expecting it, both of them moving through the necessary dark of lives that had been shaped by loss into something harder and more honest than they would have been without it. She began, slowly, to heal her own. Not over. Around. The wound incorporated. Structural. Holding. Epilogue, after the bleeding stopped. They say you know when your life is changed. A shift in the air. A door closing somewhere deep inside you. I told you at the beginning that they were wrong. I told you that when my life changed, I didn't feel a shift, didn't hear a door close. I pulled back a curtain in Bay 4, and there he was, and the universe didn't hold its breath. It exhaled. I stand by that. But I'll tell you what I didn't know then. In the fluorescent light of the ER at 2 a.m, with my hands shaking from a 16-hour shift and a stranger's blood on my gloves, I didn't know that the universe exhaling was only the first part. The second part was what I did with the breath. It has been 1 year. 1 year since a man in an expensive shirt sat on the edge of a hospital gurney and said I requested a doctor in a voice that moved like aged whiskey with an undercurrent of gravel, and looked at me with ice-blue eyes that took inventory without asking permission. 1 year since I stitched 17 sutures with my grandmother's hands and accepted cash I shouldn't have accepted, and stood in a curtained bay with my heart doing something loud and unreasonable against my ribs. 1 year since everything changed. Not all at once, not in the cinematic decisive way of stories that know their own shape, gradually, then completely, the way most true things happen. The way the tide comes in while you're paying attention to something else, and you look down and discover the ground beneath you has shifted, and the water is warm, and you are, inexplicably, not afraid. Here is what is true 1 year later. I still work at Mercy General, Tuesday and Thursday nights, and every other Saturday, and occasionally a Sunday when we are understaffed, and I am, as I have always been, constitutionally unable to say no to a department that needs hands. Dr. Patel still slides charts across the counter without looking up from his phone. The waiting room still backs up on Friday nights. The smell of the place, antiseptic over blood, over stale coffee, over the particular desperation of too many people hurting at once, has not changed, and probably never will. I am still fully qualified to treat lacerations. My hands are steadier than they were a year ago, not because anything has been resolved or simplified. If anything, the life I am living is more complicated than the one I had before, more weighted, more real in the ways that require something from you in exchange for what they give back. Steadier, because I am no longer spending significant energy on the management of the person I am pretending to be. That energy is available for other things now. My grandmother still calls on Sundays. Some weeks she recognizes my voice immediately. Some weeks it takes a few minutes, the connection assembling itself in the particular gradual way of things that are present but require the right conditions to become visible. Some weeks she asks who I am and I tell her, and she says, "Oh, Emma," with a warmth that is unchanged by the forgetting, as if the love persists independent of the memory, which I have come to believe it does. I visit once a month now. Sometimes I bring Salvatore. The first time I brought him, I was uncertain how she would respond, whether the facility, the context, the complexity of explaining who he was would be too much, whether I was asking too much of an afternoon. My grandmother looked at him for a long moment. Then she reached out and took his hand in both of hers, the seamstress's hands, the hands that taught me everything I know about how things hold together, and said, "You have sad eyes." He looked at her. "Yes," he said, "I do." She patted his hand. "They're getting better," she said, and went back to telling me about the dog that visited on Thursdays. Salvatore did not speak for most of the drive home. When we arrived at the estate and the car stopped before the entrance and he still hadn't said anything, I looked at him. He was looking at his hands, the ones she had held. "She's right," he said quietly. "I know," I said. He looked up. "They're getting better," he said. And I understood that he was not talking about his eyes. The workshop is used now. Every Sunday morning, when the organization has been managed, and the calls have been made, and the specific, necessary arithmetic of his world has been attended to with the care he always brings to it, we go to the workshop. I am no longer making boxes. I am making, slowly, imprecisely, with the focused attention of someone who has discovered that the learning is more important than the result, a chair. My grandmother's design, reconstructed from memory and several long phone calls during which she described the proportions and the joinery, with the precision of someone whose hands have never forgotten what her mind sometimes loses. Salvatore is making something he has not told me the purpose of. I have not asked. Some things are allowed to be private until they are ready to be seen. The conservatory still holds its impossible plants. They have been joined in the past year by several new ones, brought from my apartment when I finally, officially, formally made the decision that the guest room was no longer a guest room and the apartment could be a different kind of space. A place I return to, a place I keep, but not the only place. My grandmother's ceramic dish is on the kitchen counter here now. Beside it, in the mornings, Salvatore's coffee cup, the specific ordinary of 2 lives, accumulated. The father's study is still unchanged. I would not change that. I understand it now in a way I am not sure I could have understood it a year ago. The keeping of it not as grief exactly, but as insistence. A refusal to let the last night be the final word on the whole life. I go there sometimes, when Salvatore is working. Sit in the chair across from the desk and read or write, or simply be in the room with everything it holds. The book is still open at the bookmark. The glasses are still in their case. The letter opener in the shape of a dagger. Antonio Russo's interrupted evening, preserved exactly as it was. Except for one thing. A few months ago, I brought something from my apartment and placed it on the desk. Not replacing anything, finding the space for it alongside what was already there. A small thing, a framed photograph. James at the wedding, in the suit, laughing at something outside the frame. Salvatore saw it and said nothing for a long moment. Then, he belongs here. And I understood what he meant. That this room was for the people who were loved and lost and kept alive by the keeping. That Antonio and Elena Russo belonged here. That James belonged here. That the interrupted lives of people who had mattered deserved to be in the same room, held by the same insistence that they continue to exist in the telling. The room is not a shrine. It is a conversation between the living and the gone. And I am part of it now. He asked me 4 months ago. Not dramatically, not in the way of stories that know they are building to a significant moment and arrange themselves accordingly. On a Tuesday morning in March, in the kitchen, before the coffee had finished, with sawdust from the previous Sunday still faintly present on the back of his hand where he hadn't quite gotten it all. He set something on the counter beside my cup. I looked at it. A ring. Simple, old gold with a single stone, the color of winter light. Pale blue, almost colorless, the color of his eyes. This was my mother's, he said. She left it to me. I think she intended it for this purpose, though she never said so explicitly. I looked at the ring. Then at him. The question I told you I was working toward, he said quietly. I picked up the ring, turned it in my fingers, felt the warmth of it. Old gold, held by many hands, carrying the specific history of a woman who had laughed in gardens and grown impossible plants and reached across tables to squeeze whoever was nearest for no reason other than the impulse to make contact. You don't have to answer now, he said. I told you, whatever time you need. I looked at him. At the pale eyes that were, as my grandmother had said, getting better. At the face I had memorized, without intending to. At the man who had been shaped by loss into something harder and more honest than he would have been without it, and who was, with considerable effort and genuine will, learning to be something more than that. At the man who grew impossible plants, and kept interrupted books, and wrote yours at the bottom of letters, and meant it as an allegiance. At the man beside whom I had, over the past year, grown. Not over the wound, around it. The wound incorporated. Structural. Holding. I held his gaze for a long moment. Then I set the ring on my finger. Okay, I said. The word, in that kitchen, at that moment, carrying every version of itself it had ever been. James in the doorway. My voice to an empty room for months afterward. The word finding me again, in this kitchen, with this man, carrying the full weight of everything it had ever meant and something new as well. Okay. Confirmation. Everything in order. A door opening. He looked at my hand, then at my face. And the real smile, fully arrived, the lines of his face rearranging around it, the specific beauty of a face that doesn't smile easily, finally doing so completely and without reservation, was the most extraordinary thing I had seen in a year of extraordinary things. So, this is where I leave you. Not at the ending. There is no ending. Not yet, and I hope not for a very long time. The story continues in the specific, daily, unglamorous, extraordinary way of stories that are actually being lived rather than told. The hospital on Tuesday nights. The workshop on Sunday mornings. The coffee in the kitchen. The lake at night holding the stars in its faithful surface. The conservatory, where things grow that have no business surviving the climate they find themselves in. The father's study, with its unchanged surfaces and its photographs, and the new addition of a man in a suit who belonged there. The ring, warm on my hand. The wound, structural. The life, fully inhabited. I told you at the beginning that this is not a love story in the way you might expect. That there are no grand gestures unburdened by consequence. No villain who is secretly harmless. No tidy resolution that asks you to forget what kind of man he is. All of that remains true. Salvatore Rousseau is dangerous. His world is what it is. The arithmetic continues to require what it requires. The nights still have the quality they have, and there are mornings when the weight of what I have chosen makes itself known in ways that are neither simple nor comfortable. I would not trade a single one of them, because the weight is evidence of the realness. And real, after 3 years of the careful, protected, quietly diminishing alternative, is everything. My name is Emma Shaw. Soon it will be something else as well, though I will keep Shaw, which is my grandmother's name, and the name of the hands that taught me how things hold together, and I intend to carry it for the rest of my life. I pulled back a curtain in Bay 4, and the universe exhaled, and I chose to breathe with it. Here is what I know, standing here, 1 year later, in the specific, improbable, true life I have built, alongside a man who commands armies and grows impossible plants, and is, slowly and with great intention, learning to ask for what he needs. Nothing is safe. Everything worth having carries the risk of its own loss. And the wound, if you let it, becomes the thing that holds you up. Stitch it carefully, with your grandmother's hands, and trust the seam. The end.